Hey, 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 hey!
Good afternoon, good evening, good night, or good morning, depending on where in the world you are watching this show. Thank you very much for joining us. We've got subscribed people watching at the moment. We've got close to 1,000 people right at this second, and I think that practically makes us the largest any balloon convention in the history of the world so far. And we haven't even started.
Read that chat. The speed that chat is going.
It was flying up before. I caught a message from Cam Woody, and she said that she should have taken a class on speed reading because it was going up so fast. It's absolutely crazy. Thank you, guys.
Great job, Cam. Great job.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. We officially reached it. It's gone over 1,000.
It's the Q-Corner Convention 2020. Never been done before, never been seen before, probably never to be repeated.
The thing is that there's been an absolute huge amount of work that's gone into producing such a large production in such a short space of time.
Actually, stop. Wait.
Oh, yes,
Before
guys.
we get started.
Cheers.
Let's just have a little sip.
We've got 120 hours ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
so.
Normally we can get through an episode and that's still hot at the end. I'm not so optimistic.
Well, Dom, the thing is that normally our half an hour show can run up to an hour and a half. So what's the 120-hour show?
Who knows? I did kind of tell the family that we might be a little bit late back.
The thing is, Dom, is that I actually think that for such a grand opening, I feel a little underdressed.
Oh, you're right, Keith.
What do you...
Actually, yeah. Guys, just give us a minute. Just one second. We'll be... That's more like it.
That's more like it. Now I feel, there we go.
See, it's a little bit more dressed for the occasion. Now it feels like a proper convention.
It is. It's a proper convention. It didn't crash at all. It's we just decided that we were going to wear something smart like a little jacket.
Yes.
Do you like them?
Anyway, Keith, I think we need to get this show on the road.
I agree. I think we do need to get this show on the road, and there's only one way to get this show on the road. There's two people that we need to introduce to you guys. Well, they need no introduction, and we are gonna share with you. Right? Are we ready?
We are.
Okay.
So we've got live link up here.
Right here. Please, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Ted and Betty Vlamis.
Hello.
Why, hello. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever is appropriate in your part of the world. This is a fantastic opportunity for us to address people at all hours of the morning, the afternoon, the evening, the nighttime. What a great, great opportunity. And we hope everyone is doing very, very well.
Oh, absolutely. We, above all else, stay safe. I mean, tell you something, I am so excited. I am so excited about this balloon convention. I used to get excited about all balloon conventions, but this has got to be the most special of all. And you know what? It never would have been possible, not even a smidgen, without so many people that work so hard. And the two of you, the boys, the boys, Dom and Keith, thank you for everything. I mean, it's just, it just warms my heart so much to think that you all could pull all of this off in 2 weeks. I mean, you've got to be working 24 hours a day at least. Maybe there's more hours a day than that.
It's felt like it at times.
Yeah, and I know there are just all sorts of volunteer people, instructors, Susan Dillon, I know she got a hold of you, or you got a hold of her, or however it all happened. I know that it was sort of a lot of people thinking about the same thing at the same time. But anyway, it's just such a marvelous chance to spread a little joy, to celebrate in our way. Here we are sitting actually sort of right next to our kitchen, because that's where everybody gathers. So we thought, when you come to our home, this is the table you sit at. Yeah. Unless you got a lot of people, then you don't fit around the table. But we thought it was best to share with you where we spend our time not all of our time, but when we spend a lot of our time when we're not at the office. And so we're just really, really excited about it. And there are going to be all sorts of courses to take, subjects. Oh my goodness. I looked through the list the other day and I couldn't believe it.
We still can't.
We know how big that list is. Trust us, Betty. It's a serious list.
Yes. Wow.
And this gives us it gives the delegates especially a very unique opportunity, because there's a lot of people on this list that don't really travel to teach at conventions that often, so that they might not come to your area, or even to the big conventions, like even the World Balloon Convention. There's people here that have never taught at even events like that, so it's a huge opportunity for all the delegates, and it's only possible with the support and the backing of Qualatex and the Pioneer team. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
I think it's particularly appropriate that we have such an uplifting and exciting kind of start to convention that's very, very different and very appropriate, especially this time. The whole world is going through a very, very difficult time right now. This coronavirus epidemic is horrible, and the fact that we can have something that we can look forward to that's uplifting and very, very exciting, I think is right on target. The key thing is I hope everyone is staying safe and making sure that they take care of their families and make sure that everything is under control. We realize that the pandemic is different in every single country. In fact, not just a country, it's different in every state, in every county, and every city. And right now, in our part of the world, we're under quarantine. So, we've got to stay at home and practice safe practices, no differently than safe balloon practices. So I think the message to all of us is make sure that we follow what our governments, our local authorities are suggesting to us, because it's imperative that we stay safe. Now, I know this is a very difficult time for a lot of us. We either have to stay at home, maybe crowded in with families and all, and we've got to be able to find new things to do and make sure that we keep ourselves very much on target. Now, a lot of businesses have been halted, and it's a time to really examine what it is that we need to do looking forward. And a lot of times we don't have quiet time to think. So let's take advantage of what's in front of us right now and do some forward thinking.
I think if there's anything that this is a great opportunity. We have to look at the bright side of things. We need to look at the opportunities that are presented. Maybe we can't control everything, but at least we can control what we do with the situations we have in front of us. Exactly. And so I think that leads us to one of the major themes for today, and that's preparedness. We've got to be prepared for tomorrow. Yeah. Because tomorrow, Charlie Brown always says the sun still comes up. So we're going to be ready when that sun comes up, and that's why this is just a time to sort of, as I say, energize ourselves. It's going to pass. We know that. That we know for certain. But we do know that, hey, let's take advantage of it. Let's take advantage of this wonderful virtual convention. I mean, That is phenomenal. And what a gift you have given to the whole industry. And maybe some of our competitors will even be watching. Who knows?
Yeah.
But in any case, yeah, they might burn a few things. I'm sorry to say. Or maybe.
Yeah, we've got at the moment over 1,350 people watching, and they're the ones that are subscribed and signed in. So that's amazing to the start of the show.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Is that Keith? Is that a British term? 3,000.
Sorry.
Is that a British term? 3,000.
Yeah, it is. It's a 30. Yes, 1,300. It's a very British term. 1,300. Yes, 1,350.
Yeah, I know. I think I know. You know, there are a lot of ceremonies have been postponed and stuff like that. But you know, we can all keep laughing. We can all keep our just spirits and energy and.
Well, it's so true. You know, we've taken the time to say we're going to look at our business and use this time to our advantage.
Yes, there was a lot of jobs that we were putting off because they were going to have an impact on our business because we couldn't actually implement them while the store was running. So we've kind of said, right, okay, now is the time. Well, actually, once this convention's over, then is the time that we can start actioning those plans that we wanted to do. So it is, you know, it's kind of, I know one of our neighbors, they have a business they've wanted to do. They run a cafe, and they wanted to completely re-strip it down and redo the whole thing. And they knew it was going to have a big impact on their business because they were going to have to shut for a short time. But they've taken the advantage of it now and do it now. You know, you might not feel motivated, but it's the perfect time to do things like that.
It's you know, sometimes you just don't know. It does give us time to think, and it does give us time to plan, and it does give us that keep going spirit in even a more energetic and creative way. Sometimes all we do is just go.
Yes.
And I know that's what you've been doing a lot lately, so I'm not sure you've had a lot of time to think about anything.
Next week.
Next week.
Next week.
But for all the people that are watching and listening in, that's one of our big things, you know, just say, let's be prepared.
Yeah.
And Ted, I think that there's some, you know,
well,
guidance that you,
sure, we can
always jump in now.
We can share with you what our guidance has been for the whole Pioneer team. Okay. We've said there are three primary things that we got to focus in on. First and foremost, take care of your own health, take care of your family's health, and your friends and close people to you. That's absolutely first number one requirement. Secondly, let's take the time to think creatively on how we can spread the joy of balloons to more and more people around the world. I think this is a time, it's a very trying period, but by the same token, if we can focus in on what we're all about, what is our spirit, what is really what our mission is to create joy, to bring joy to people around the world. And the third imperative right now is that we make sure, as Betty said, that we get ready to ramp up in style.
Yeah.
Because this pandemic is not going to last forever. It's going to be weeks, it's going to be months, but at some point, relatively soon, it's going to be over. And then things are going to really take off. So those are the three things we've said to our folks. You know, stay safe. Secondly, be creative and think of new things while you've got some time to think quietly. And thirdly, be prepared to really take off like a rocket.
That's it.
Okay, there it is. We sort of have a little, I was going to say, I know, but this is live, so just put up with me. You know, I think one of the things that Ted said is, you know, again, health and safety. I don't think we really need to dwell upon that, but just know that there's sometimes things happen for a reason, and this isn't a very good thing, but let's, as you say, I think the other thing is we have got the most creative people right here in the world. We absolutely do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to give you all a chance to really think sort of outside the box and say, I know we need to ramp up. I know we need to take time, but we've got to think creatively now, because I do think that we can. This convention is absolutely the perfect example of creative thinking. You came up with this idea, and what a wonderful example. And I know there've got to be other examples. We make the balloons, but you guys, you're the ones that come up with the creative things to how we're going to use them. So I'm saying, come up with the creative ways to spread joy. It's really interesting. We have the plant manager who's at our El Dorado plant facility, mm-hmm. and they do a lot of the printing balloons. They don't even make the balloons there. But we talked to him the other day. He says, why don't people just take some red and white balloons along with some ribbon and, start tying them to trees or to balconies or to mailboxes or whatever it is, You don't have to have helium. Helium wouldn't last long enough anyway. But, blow up a couple balloons and put on a ribbon and say, hey, we're red and white. Red and white is maybe a sort of a way of looking at the Red Cross that's all over the globe. And we can have red and white balloons showing our support for all the providers and people like this that are working so hard to keep everybody well and safe. So that was an idea that just came from somebody here at Pioneer. But as I say, I know that all of you have more creative ideas than we will ever dream of.
Yeah, I told Matt Walsmith, who's our manager of the El Dorado plant, we're going to promote him to the marketing team coming up with that idea.
And the marketing team hasn't heard that, and they're going to cringe.
There was an idea that came up before, which has been it's been happening, which was the 1 million bubbles idea, which was if you do a search on hashtag 1 million bubbles, that's a pretty cool idea. And also across the UK and other places, people have been putting pictures of rainbows in their windows, but I know the balloon community have been making rainbow balloons and putting them in their windows and things to say, what, after every storm there's a rainbow, right?
Yeah, it's been a
really
good campaign.
What a beautiful idea! And I think we can start sharing some of those. Start sharing some of those ideas. We'll create just a lot of joy and
positivity. It's all that positivity that's out there, which is fantastic. I think the biggest thing that impressed us the most was the call went out to the Qualatex network of instructors and ambassadors to say, this convention's going to happen. Would you like to be involved? There was this sea of activity.
Yeah, it was oversubscribed. The amount of people that wanted to be part of the convention, we were oversubscribed. It really was overwhelming. So I think we could have done at least a week, possibly 2 weeks, if we fit everybody into the.
We almost added an extra day on by accident.
But we were like, no, 5 days straight, that's enough.
One thing we've learned: international time zones and clocks changing is not a good time to have an event.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, we had this problem. The UK clocks went forward 1 hour last night, and it made
nice.
Yeah. So so what happened was it led for a little bit of confusion among the timings of everything as well. So
maybe just for me and you, but
but yeah, absolutely. We'll get there. We'll get there.
But it's that balloon family. It's the Qualatex family that we said, this is just something we've got to be part of. Mm-hmm. Count us in. Let's do it. And everybody was the same. So it's been a fantastic, I think, 2 weeks preparing for this. I mean, we could have taken 2 years. I don't know how you guys do it for the World Balloon Convention. No. I really don't. So this is just.
All I know is you've got the wherewithal to get it to all the, as I call it, the magic. I'm not exactly a real. In fact, I'm technologically challenged. Let's just be real about it.
Betty. We are some days as well.
Yeah, we had one of those days. Well, we had a few of those days that week.
Oh, well, anyway, I think.
Let's keep in mind that creativity and entertainment, is the legacy of our industry, and it crosses all the borders.
Right.
It doesn't make any difference which nation it is, what time zone you're in, what the culture is, and frankly, what age you are.
Yeah.
As we keep saying, balloons are for the kid inside of each of us. So I think that the message that really needs to come home loud and clear out of this convention is, let's get ready for the surge, because the surge is going to come.
Yep.
Yes.
This pandemic is going to be behind us, and let's make sure we focus in on the education, which is what this convention is all about, so that we can come up with different kinds of activities, different kinds of skill sets, different kind of marketing programs, different kind of business solutions to make sure that we continue to build the professionalism of our business. And in particular, take time to look at the business side of your own activity. I know we keep preaching that in every single convention. It is so important because it is the business principles that keep us alive and going. We've got to make sure we understand how to present. We've got to be creative. But you know what? The final analysis, we got to know how to run a business and make the business pay. Absolutely. So I think this is really the time to think very positively about the business. Let's stay positive. Let's build up our energy, and let's prepare. So and all of us at Pioneer are here to be your partners, to be your support, to be right there with you, however you need us. I think that is crucial.
We are a big family.
We are. We certainly are.
And it's what's happening now that's really important. It's shown that the Qualatex family is behind all of these balloon businesses that they're out there. They've come to our education, and we're there now to share that again, to help them at their time when they need it the most, to really build them up, prepare them for that. That they're not on their own. No, and
those rain clouds are going to clear and bring out a beautiful rainbow.
Absolutely.
And, yes, time to shine.
That's it.
Absolutely.
So yes.
We just got to say thanks again to you. I just can't say it enough. How touched we are by all this that you have made possible, and all the people that stood behind you, but you're bringing it on air. You're the ones that have to, turn on the knob or whatever you do to.
We just sit here and take the credit, though.
That's all we do.
It's the pioneer.
Oh, right. I know better.
I understand that you've got some questions that have been submitted that you'd like to ask of us. We're happy to take whatever time that you'd like to spare.
And some of them, Ted, but the chat is moving crazy fast.
It's gone. There's a sea of rainbows and balloons gone through the chat. You wouldn't believe, and this is no joke. It's literally there is a sea of rainbows and balloons and smiley faces.
It's all we're really seeing right now.
Did you get some criticisms that we're not dressed as well as you guys are?
Well, these had to come out for a very special reason as well. So there's a lot of love in this room right now, as we can see on there. There's a lot of really nice messages towards you guys. So it's really cute on there. If is there anybody before we let Ted and Betty go? Is there any questions that they would like to direct to them just before we let them go? There's another thing that we'd like to say as well, and that is there's a lot of thank yous to you guys for your positivity and leadership. We'd also like to say as well as a huge thank you to all of the support workers, people from the NHS, the medical community, and all of the essential workforce that are keeping all of our countries going. And they're putting themselves in harm's way while a lot of us get to stay at home, right? The hashtag stay home thing.
Yeah.
So it's a huge thank you to all of the guys in the NHS, for us guys, but also for around the world. Everybody that keeps everything running while we get to stay safe. Thank you.
They're the real heroes.
They are the heroes.
There's no joke there.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, one last thanks.
There's a question there as well. There's a question that has come up there. They said, is the Pioneer manufacturing currently stopped?
Well, that's the answer is yes and no. Some facilities are on lockdown. Our plant in Dallas is on lockdown. The plant in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada is locked down. The El Dorado plant is running a very, very skinny crew, making shipments and taking care of customer needs. Our Ashland plant is running because Ohio has not been put under full quarantine. The plants are down because they've been mandated by government, just so that we all understand.
It might be people might be interested to know too that we are still getting orders for balloons.
Yeah,
and we are still getting orders for balloons, and that is really, really gratifying.
If we need one sign that this surge is going to come, it's that the packaged balloons are still selling very, very well. That means the demand for balloons is still there, and it's going to skyrocket just as soon as this thing is behind us.
In fact, I think we've gotten more orders for the packaged balloons lately, or certainly as many as we normally have, and I think more, which means that people are looking for balloons.
Right.
People are looking for that.
To celebrate.
We know, because people want to celebrate. I mean, one of the things before the government said for us that all non-essential businesses had to close down. One of the things that we implemented in our business is that we were aiming for house parties, because you couldn't go to restaurants and you couldn't go to the pubs, and these were places where people would generally have celebrations, so they would celebrate in the house, so they would want to decorate. So we changed our tact, and we started promoting small house party packages, which went really, really well for the time. So people always want to celebrate, right? And the thing is with the balloon is that a balloon is only ever there to celebrate something, right? There's got no other meaning than to celebrate and have fun.
I think also right now is everybody in the world is aware now, because they've been forced to stay apart, how strong a reason and need to have these meetings and parties and events that bring everybody together. So I think there's going to be a huge surge of these events. And as somebody, I think the wonderful Debbie McGee in the chat there pointed out, yes, I do believe there probably will be a baby boom.
Oh, yeah, there will be. There was also the Slovenian distributor there was saying that they at the moment are sending out a lot of packages for home deliveries at the moment.
Excellent. Let me add to my comment about the plants and to maybe fully answer that question. Let's keep in mind we have built a pretty good sized inventory. So the fact that a couple of the plants are down does not mean that we're not prepared to supply whatever products all of you need. So that's critically important. And so, yes, we'll need to ramp up and refill the pipeline at some point in time. But there's a good bit of inventory to support you in whatever needs you might have.
That's good, because I think that's just answered. There was another question that came up, which is how was Pioneer going to deal with the demand when this comes out as well, obviously. But that kind of answered that question on there, as how you're going to deal with that over demand.
There's no greater challenge that we would like to take on than
I'm sure everybody would love that problem.
Demand, that would be great. Our plants are ready for it.
And a couple of people said, "Oh, why do you have so much inventory?" I think this is why we have so much inventory.
There's a reason. You knew.
No, we didn't know. Nobody.
I think everybody's going to be ready to celebrate.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be with you to celebrate too.
Good.
We'll be there with you. So we're here. We're here for you. We're here for everybody in the whole balloon community, and we love you, and we look forward to that big celebration.
Absolutely. There was one more question that I must ask you as well, and they said is that because you guys work so hard most of the time at the office, what are you doing with all your spare time right now?
Well, I tell you what, it's kind of hard to spend any more than 24 hours a day with my sweetheart over here. So,
Oh.
no, actually, in all seriousness, we have been still working many, many hours because we're making sure that the plans for each of the facilities remain on target, that we take care of our people, that we maintain the benefit programs that we have for all the Pioneer team members. All of that takes planning and coordination. And so, it'd be nice to maybe have a few hours to really look at some other things. But right now, that hasn't been in the offing. So,
Okay.
No,
Okay.
we're pretty much working full time plus. But we've got to,
We know that feeling. Yeah.
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 So
It's-
yes, but I was going to say before,
Well-
I almost forgot. I have one more special thanks to our families at home.
Oh yes.
Yes, because our families haven't seen us for the last 2 weeks, and
much.
then they're not going to see us next week either.
thank your family. Thank you both.
and to that special twister, Dom, of yours. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll be up
I
there
still-
watching as well. Yes.
let's keep in mind, we are incredibly blessed,
Right.
to have a balloon family around the world. Let's remember that as really the message that can best come from this convention. We have a fantastic group of people that are committed to bringing joy to everyone, whether we decorate, whether we entertain, whether we promote social expressions, whether we even do advertising through balloons. We're just so blessed to be in a business that brings so much fun and joy to people in the world. And we've got incredible opportunities ahead of us. That's why we got to get prepared and ready to really take off when we get this madness behind us.
Yep. That's
Take care.
our message throughout the
Stay safe,
convention.
everybody.
Is just let's take this time, enjoy the convention, take some information in, get some positivity, and just be ready.
Be ready.
Absolutely.
We love you all.
Likewise, guys.
Likewise. Absolutely. One big family.
Sure.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
And
very
thanks to
welcome.
everyone around the world.
Absolutely. Right. Okay. So bye-bye for now.
Bye bye
Goodbye.
for now.
Thank you.
We're here.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Well.
There we go.
What an intro.
Yeah, absolutely. What an honor. Thank you very much for Ted and Betty for taking time out and spending some time with us and giving us their thoughts on what to do for the future, for the after the clouds kind of disappear and the rainbows come out. So, what should we do next? Well, we should talk about what's going to happen over this time.
We should,
Okay.
yes.
I know everybody's desperate to get on with the balloons and everything, but what's going to happen is a lot of this. There's a lot of classes that you wouldn't normally get in this because it's very different, because we're not kind of in the same room, so you can't get hands-on and things so much. We're going to have a lot of different style of classes on here. We're going to have ones which are doing balloons, but we're also going to have a lot of business classes that we can take ideas from too. And yes, Evie's doing a wonderful job
Yes.
in chat.
I was just seeing that there as well. I was just trying to update our system. So yes, thank you, Evie, our wonderful in-chat translator there.
Yeah, she's doing a wonderful job trying to do everything in Spanish and Portuguese. We really appreciate all of those that help. Thank you,
We do.
Evie. Yeah. Right, yeah, we've got to get on with the show. So what we've got loads of things to do. We're going to do Q Corner Spinner Winner. We like that, don't we?
We do. We like a bit of Mr. Q Spinner Winner with the best prizes ever. She makes our old prizes look like, so last week.
Because have we got the ability to put some sponsors up as well? Or
Let me have a little look.
Because
Give
we've
me
got
one
fantastic, that's
second.
the other people that we haven't thanked yet, which are the
I know.
sponsors for the Q Corner convention. We have, who have we got?
Well, we've got a good mix, and we're not fully prepared because you have to understand we've just spent many days taken up your valuable instructors' times preparing for this convention, which I have to say is a challenge under the current conditions of probably about 1 billion children at home streaming Netflix.
Sorry, I've just got to laugh there because Evie's now just trying to translate it to Japanese as well.
Oh, bless her. So internet has been a bit of a challenge, I think, for a lot of people, but we've worked through them. But
okay, so sponsors we have people like the wonderful folks at. Will it come up on where? It will come up on
there.
Here.
You are sent it to you.
Here we have Aeropol. So thank you very much to the guys at Aeropol.
There's some cool stuff out from them that I do believe the lovely Luke.
Yeah, Luke Bertrand. If you want to see the new system from Aeropol or the new adapter from Aeropol, you want to have a look at Luke's class because it's coming up on there. Also, I think we have some possible giveaway, some prizes. We have Click Click.
Yes.
We love a bit of Click Click.
We have got some offers as well, which we'll share with you throughout the convention as well. Some different giveaways, some different prizes, but also some offers as well for convention watchers. So that'll be shared amongst you guys throughout the convention. Who we've got? Oh, we've also got the Plexi Poles as well.
Yeah, we do. We have Plexi Poles. We like that, especially with helium prices on the rise. It's a great way to add a lot more air-filled decor to your table centers and displays in general.
We've also got, from our folks at High Float,
we've got the new High Shine. We haven't actually had the ability to try this yet. However, we can't wait to get our hands on it and try it because it's a different way of applying a kind of a shine product. Because we're kind of used to the balloon shine situation and everything. We're rubbing it on, but we want to try this out with a High Shine. So there's some prizes out there which we'll explain about competitions later on, which you might be able to get yourself on some High Shine. And if you have already tried it, we know some people have. If you have already tried it, tell us in the chat. Let people know. Yeah, people haven't seen High Shine. Balloon Coach says that High Shine works great. So thank you very much for that.
I'm also noticing as well the High Shine there as well. The two different images I have got there is one is the small bottle with the dispenser. Then they've got the bigger bottle as well.
To refill.
Yes, that's pretty good. So you actually kind of getting a refill, so it's more cost effective.
It's more cost effective, but also as well as that, I can say that my wife would approve because she's all about reducing the plastic side. So if you can use the big bottle to fill up the small one, it's a great idea.
That's a win. We've also
the shine lasts longer as well. So Ed Munoz, he uses as well. He says the shine lasts longer as well. So thanks, Edward, for that.
Thanking you. Our folks at Conwyn there as well. So we have got an offer for you guys. There is a prize, which again we'll share as we. It
says on there, there's going to be a prize of $500 in a shopping spree for Conwyn. Can you believe it?
How do we join in? We'll find out later. But we've also got who else we got? Come on, I can find it. Oh, these guys here as well. And I am
Rainbow Balloons.
Yes, we got that one, and I'll find this one, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah,
dust off the old cobwebs.
So it's the circular frames, and we've got some of them as prizes to give away. I believe we've got the 3 foot, the 4 foot, the 5 foot, 6 foot, and the 8 foot. One of each to give away as prizes for this as well. Anthony Lena's saying about the High Shine. He says it's really good. Everybody loves it.
I have to throw this one back up. This is from the guys there at Aeropol. I just think it's a pretty cool picture.
It is a rather cool picture.
I'm liking that. I'm liking that. And then where we go? I don't know how I have a picture, but let me see if I can get this one on here.
Okay, we've got our friends from Premium Balloon Accessories. Now, Premium are giving away the new Smart Sizer. Yeah, did I get the name right on that one? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, which is a
retailer's best friend. If it's wrong, we'll have to change it now.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the Smart Sizer.
Sorry, Premium.
Which is the it's the retailer's best friend because it inflates latex balloons, bubble balloons, foil balloons, all in one kit, and of course it's timed. We have one of those to give away as a prize. Of course, you guys already know that we're giving away one twin air sizer, and any of our subscribers, all you've got to do is subscribe to the channel.
All you have to do, nothing more, just subscribe.
Subscribe to the channel, and you are in a chance to win that. What we're going to do is, from all our subscribers, we're going to draw one out Silver Rainbow, that's it. Silver Rainbow, California. Thank you very much for that, Evie. Yeah, all you got to do is subscribe to the channel, and we'll put one up by chance. Oh yeah, Dom was asking about what time it was.
Oh, it's Balloon Dog Apparel time.
It is. It's Balloon Dog Apparel, because also we have these fantastic Balloon Dog Apparel watches. If you've seen our earlier shows when we got to open them as a present, because they're part of our sponsorship team as well. Can you put anything on with?
I haven't got anything from them yet. I'm working on it. I'll come back to
Okay,
that.
I've got it. I haven't sent it across onto your PC yet.
It's
That's where
fine.
It is. So balloondogapparel.com, you can go on there and have a look on there, because they are also giving away two $100 prizes.
How cool is that?
I know. So you've got a chance of winning them. We're going to go through the competitions as we go. There's a huge chance of winning lots of things, and
But
also
if you don't win, if you don't win, they are giving for the viewers of the Q Corner convention. I want to say it's not 5%.
No, it's not 10% either.
It's not 10%. It's 15% off. Now I do believe it's for the duration of the convention.
It is.
We shall get the details, and they shall be up at a later point in the show, and then we'll make sure that we share them through the different time zones.
We also have our friends at. We need the one to the left of that.
Who do you want?
Down to the bottom left.
Oh,
Yeah.
I almost missed this cheeky chap.
There we go.
There he is.
We have our friends at Reliodrop. So again, we've got loads of giveaways from Reliodrop in there. So we've got to try and make up some competitions as we go along, because we have so many prizes to give away.
We have.
Yeah, and at the moment, all we have is 6 twisting competitions now. The way that it works is for the 6 twisting competitions. Apparently, it's not that easy to say.
It's been a long week. We'll apologise in advance.
Yeah, it's going to be a long week. But anyway, there is 4 spots available in each competition.
That's right, yes.
4 spots available. What happens is you get, there's actually 5 spots available. It's 4 spots plus a spare one, and that spare one is if at the time the one of the other people doesn't arrive, the 5th person takes their spot. So that's the way that it works. So thank you very much for that. If you win one of them, you will. If you win any one of those, you will win the premium balloon accessories Micro Air.
I'll go to balloon inflator,
and also some extra prizes from Click Click and High Shine.
Yes, how's that? A goodie bag from those guys and a balloon inflator. You will be ready to roll once we've got out of this lockdown. We should have had a cool sound effect. Lockdown. But we don't.
I expect lights and things like that. It sounds like something from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to be fair, it's midnight here in the UK, and
Gotta stay hydrated.
This is what we're going to get. So yes, but I don't do any show without my Balloon Dog Apparel. Q Corner, custom made. You can get your own custom made ones. Choice of colours, all sorts. It's fantastic. I would like to participate in some of this chat, Keith, but I just don't think I can read it at the speed that it is moving.
I've been trying to keep up with it as well, and the amount of different languages that are going up there as well. It's kind of.
I just thought it was my eyes. I was going to have to put the glasses back on.
No, it's not your eyes at all. It's just they're absolutely flat. What's in the?
Good question.
What's in the flask, Keith? Just water. Okay, got to stay hydrated. We're in for the long term, not the short term on this one.
So, we've been isolated now for a little while, and every 2 days we keep going out and buying another 2-week supply of food and drink. That's how bad it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have to keep doing that again and again.
And
somebody keeps asking. I know that people keep asking the same question, but I am going to answer it as well. The question was, will we be able to watch? Well, first, that's a good question. It's coming up there as well. But after the convention's over, will you be able to watch these back again? Yes, absolutely. You will be. All of these will be recorded, and they will be available to watch on the Q Corner channel afterwards for the rest of time.
Yes.
So you can watch it again and again. But please,
it takes a little while sometimes. So once this first segment's finished, we're staying live for 8 hours, and then the stream will disconnect. You will lose us for a few minutes, but we'll be back with you as quick as we can re-establish that stream. But you do need to be subscribed and hit that notification just to make sure that you'll get notified and automatically pop on over to the next one that goes live. Now, that first one that goes off, it'll process with YouTube. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it takes a bit longer.
Yeah.
But it will be there for you to go back and watch. You know, a good top tip that we shared a while ago was you can change your viewing speed. So if you're watching one of these guys that we've got on this convention and they're doing some twisting or some, you know, cool techniques that you just want to slow down that little bit so you can watch it in a little bit more detail, just put it down to a slower speed and watch it, because I know that I've started to do that and it's great.
Yes.
It makes it so much easy.
Yeah,
so much easy? That
so
wasn't
much
good
easy.
English.
And this is just the start of the show.
So much easier.
Yeah. Okay, somebody said there as well that they thought they must have translated the time wrong, thought there was a 4-hour difference, and there seems to be only 3. The reason being is that
Clocks changed.
the clocks changed last night, and it kind of was a confusion because it
But
should
if
have
you
been...
subscribe and hit that notification, YouTube takes care of it all for you.
Absolutely. It should have been GMT +1, however, it was... it said GMT.
So yes, for everyone asking again, yes, it is absolutely staying on the channel. There will be some extra bits at some point. Some of our guests are speaking in different languages, and we're going to do our best to get some of those translated and re-put back on the channel as well. So there'll be some added extras. And again, get yourself subscribed, hit that bell notification, and you will get that notification when that video is added to the channel.
There was 2 other questions that came up on there.
I don't know. I'll point to it.
Yeah, no. One of them was, will they be able to watch the twisting competitions? Yes. The answer is yes.
That's the plan.
That is the plan. The idea is that we're going to be it's going to be a 12-minute competition each one, and it will be live. We should have them up on the screens so you can actually see all 4 of them taking part at the same time.
Also, as well, at any point throughout the convention as well, if anyone's making anything and you want to share it with us, make sure you post it on Facebook, and you're going to do a hashtag with that picture.
Yes.
To get that in the
What's the
convention.
hashtag,
So the
Don?
hashtag, let me find it. We want to go into here and see if I can find our hashtag.
Balloonavision on my TV, as I said. The other question that seems that seems
Here's
to come
our
up on there.
hashtag.
Okay, there we go. Don't forget, it is hashtag Q Corner Convention. If you do that, hashtag Q Corner Convention. Anything you want to post, if you can use that hashtag, doesn't matter what platform, it would be fantastic. We'll be taking some of the best entries. It could be something that you've learned. It could be something whatever. And there is going to be a competition with more details.
Could be a rainbow, could be anything. Whatever you want to do, pop it in there. Pop that hashtag on Instagram, Pinterest, Facebook, YouTube, whatever you want. Share it. Let's fill those social media platforms up with that hashtag.
Absolutely. And yeah, somebody's asked about will there be levels mentioned for each class? Answer is no. The thing is that there are going to be stuff in there for every level. The way that we look at events, whenever we go to classes ourselves, we are looking for one nugget, one just piece of gold.
A gem.
Yeah, a gem, yeah. One piece of gold. So what we do is we go into a class or we go into an event, and all we're looking for is one piece of gold that we can take and put into our business and have a positive effect straight away. Yeah. And it's something that we can measure.
Could be a technique, it could be a business tip, it could be organization, storage, it could be anything. It really is.
The crazy thing, I know it was a few years ago now, and a lot of people that have been in our classes will know this. Since 2015, I relearned how to open a bag of balloons. Yeah, how to open a bag of balloons. I thought I knew, but apparently I didn't. Yeah, and I was working with Dante Longhi, who's one of the instructors that will be on at a different time, and it was how he cuts open the bag of balloons, and it was such a silly thing, but it had an amazing effect on what I do with balloons. Yeah, and that piece of gold for me was worth it.
Yes, I do believe you shared it in
All
a
over
recent
the place.
Qualatex publication.
Yes, did yes. Which if it was on one of the Balloon Images magazines, I think, which
so, yes.
was what you did on that side. What was the other thing that I was going to say on that? So yes, so it doesn't matter if the class is aimed at a beginner or if it's aimed at high levels. There is still something that you can take from it from each class yourself. There's something that you can take, because the way that it is that we're all right here right now. We're all at the same destination. Yeah.
Sorry, I knew this was going to be a question that came up.
So
how do you open a bag of balloons?
Okay. Well, maybe
I think you need
let's
to
hear how tired. There we go.
Thank you, Qualatex
the digital
Balloons.
issue. Images issue 4. Best things I learned from a fellow instructor.
So there you go. You can't go wrong with qualatex.com. There's your
That
answer.
sounds like a catchphrase.
It does sound like a
You can't
catchphrase.
go wrong with qualatex.com.
So not now, because you should be with us, and we've got some cool instructors coming up. But pop on to qualatex.com, click on the for the Images magazine, and you can check out that top tip and many others on there as well. So clearly you haven't been reading that.
It's free, guys. Remember.
All that information there.
Yeah, Dante can show how to open it, but actually that's a very good idea. When Dante comes on to do his class, you guys, this is just between us, okay? Let's have a little bit of a joke and a bit of a daft thing with Dante.
Yeah, everybody ask in the chat.
Needs to ask him how you open a bag of balloons.
Hey Dante, how do you open a bag?
Are we in? I think that would be very funny.
I think you have to put a thumbs up on the channel if you want everybody to ask him.
Yes, this will be hilarious, right? Every question you've got to do. Will anybody be teaching distortion techniques? I would have thought so. Yeah, I mean we've got I can't remember how many instructors.
We have a checklist of instructors. It's rather big.
Yeah, it's a huge list.
It's international. There's names that I'm going to apologize in advance that I'm not going to be able to pronounce correctly. Yeah.
Look at the thumbs up. This is going to be hilarious. This is going to be the best joke. We're going to have some running jokes over the time, but this one could be my favorite. Yes. Okay. Dante needs to listen. Okay. Right. Okay. Right.
This is
calm
great.
down, guys. Calm down. That's
save it for when he's there.
Save it. That's hilarious.
So yeah, this is good. This is good.
Yes.
So,
yes, there is distortion. We can say as well.
In our first section for part 1, we have a fantastic lineup.
We do. First up is a gentleman all the way from the UK who lives in Canada.
It's true.
It is, and that is going to be a very different kind of lecture, and I think I'm really looking forward to this one because both Dom and I came from entertainment background. That's how we kind of fell into the balloon side of things. We started off as balloon twisters. I'm going to be really interested in seeing this lecture because it's all about.
Well, you're here for 120 hours. I hope you are interested in them.
I just came for the free snacks.
We've almost been.
No, I don't think Dante is.
I
hope he's not. It'd be really funny if he isn't, because this would be the best thing ever. Okay, for his class.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
And then after that, we've got somebody that I'm really excited to have on board, and that is the man himself, Luis Carlos.
Yes, we were very fortunate
Brazil.
Last year to be able to visit
his store, or his new store.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
So we've got, just because of the connection that we have there, unfortunately, it wasn't working out very good. So what we have on this one is a pre-recorded one, but it has got some translation in there as well. So it's really good for the
So it'll be
in
Portuguese,
audience.
but also there will be some English in there as well.
So again, looking forward to that one, because that man's mind is a genius.
Yeah, we're actually just breaking under about 1,500 people watching at the moment, so I think that's credible. Then we've got on to another live class, which is going to be Juan Gonzalez.
Yes.
So it's going to be twist and design. So I haven't really seen a lot of Juan's work, so I'm looking forward to seeing this.
I think this is again a very good opportunity for a lot of us. There tends to be some circles of the different streams, the decorators, the retailers, and the entertainers. And sometimes when you're in the circuit of one, you kind of see this bubble of certain instructors. But this right now is just one big family, and everyone's just jumping in saying, what can we do? How can we help people? And we're seeing people that we know, have heard of, but haven't really seen much of their work. And it's a fantastic opportunity. So yes, there may be a twist, but to bring that into us for retail, that's going to be fantastic. What have you seen on the chat?
Jackie's pun on there. He's wonderful.
He's one. He is one
Wonderful.
of the instructors, yes.
Oh, dear.
We're the king of puns. They're not very good.
Yes, but anyway,
we'll run with it.
It's saying on here as well, you need to grab some 260s. So, you don't need any printed balloons. But if you grab some 260s, some 11-inch rounds, and some 5-inch rounds, and you can play along with one Gonzalez. And then, as well, for the last person for the end of this section is Stephanie Morris, which says that it's fast and easy designs, perfect for parties, restaurants, and festivals. So we've got lots of twisting going on. So please
get them 260Qs out.
There's loads of one jokes going up.
And I know,
sorry, one Gonzalez.
Like ourselves, people are in that lockdown situation, that quarantine, stay at home. You may not have the right stock with you. You might not have, the balloon colours that you want, but it doesn't matter when you're practicing. Many a time I've made something with
slight change.
Are you saying slight change?
Yeah.
I did everything with mocha one day.
Yeah.
It was not the best looking design in that colour, but it got the technique, it got the idea, it got the kind of that feel of how that design made. And then once you've got that bit of muscle memory in, it's so much easier the second and third time you make it.
Oh, that's very interesting, because somebody says that Stephanie is hilarious and a great dancer if you ask her to boogie. Okay.
Oh, well, the thumbs up will be coming back out for when Stephanie's on then.
Absolutely. What you need to do as well is, can you switch over there just to make sure that if anybody's coming on?
Oh, let's have a look. Okay, who we got? Not yet.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so yeah,
well, one's getting a lot of love in the chat, so that's good. So we're looking forward to seeing that chap. That's going to be good.
So we're not, Leonardo, nobody's going to sleep for the next week. That is the plan. That we are not going to sleep for the next week. So the twisting competitions, there was a lot of questions on the twisting competitions because of the way that it works. What you need to do is, if you're going to take part in the twisting competition, you do need to go onto our community page, and you will see in there is a link, and it only will allow the first 4 people. It will actually allow a 5th person, and that's the backup person too, which you should receive an email to say that you are the backup person for that. Yeah, somebody's saying there they can't wait for Stephanie's class. Yeah, I can't wait too. I'm going to grab some balloons and we're going to twist along in the background.
We might grab a coffee first, but yeah, definitely some balloons.
The people were also asking as well as if they can see a full list of all the classes. So what you can go to the World Balloon Convention qualatex.com. Yeah, just do a Google search for World Balloon Convention, World Balloon Convention Q Corner. If you just do that, you'll find it straight away. And there is a full list. Just bear in mind that for tonight, and it will be changed tomorrow, for tonight it still says GMT, and it should be GMT +1.
However, if you open up that instructor that you're interested in seeing,
yes,
there is a link that directly takes you into the right segment in YouTube. And again, I know we keep saying it, but if you hit that subscribe button and hit the bell, it's going to notify you when that's live, so you're not going to miss it. So if you've got someone particularly you want to see, it's going to take you to each of the sections for a reminder on that as well. So use that site. It's good. Oh, thank you, Qualatex there. They've got the link in the chat there for anyone wanting to have a look. World Balloon Convention there. And there's a tab at the top for the Q Corner Convention. Loads of information, lots of bits and pieces about the instructors, and I do believe it's got things like their social media links on there as well, so you can follow them, check them out. If you've never heard of them before, give them some love, jump onto their social media, give them a like, give them a follow, and then you'll be able to see what they're up to. So yes.
The question's been asked again. Will we be able to see classes later that we can't see live? Yes, you will. Absolutely. They will be available later on. Going back to the twisting competition as well, you do need to have a decent internet connection. You do need to make sure that the time slot that you are signing up for, that you will be available for, because they are spread out across the whole 5 days. So they're designed to be in different time zones. Please, if you've entered into one, don't enter into the others, because you can only enter into
one only.
One.
No, one's not allowed to join in.
Okay,
he can join in, but just one.
He can, yes, as well. The other thing as well is that people asked if qualatex instructors, if the instructors can actually take part 2, and it was decided that yes, they can. The reason that they can as well is that all of our instructors have given up their time completely free of charge for you guys to do this. So it's only fair that they
get to join in the fun as well.
So yes, but they don't get any special entry or anything. They'd have to enter exactly the same way as everybody else that's watching, which is when it's randomly put up on that community page, you should get a notification if you have everything set correctly, and you can rush over there and sign up for it, and the best of luck. But you do need to be available for that time. You do need to be able to have the balloons that you're going to use for a 12-minute competition. You do the 12-minute competition, and then what happens is afterwards you've got to send an email with a photograph of your finished design within just a few minutes of the finish of the competition.
Evie there on the chat, thank you Evie, sharing the segments there, 10, 36, 44, 71, 78, 85 before it disappears out of my view. Those segments there, again, you can check out on the World Balloon Convention website, but that's the segment times sections that's going to be on. So that's pretty cool.
What else do we have on to go through? We have some rules, of course. We would like everybody to be as nice as they possibly can to each other and be kind to each other, because we really do need it at this time. Whereas if anybody has been saying anything inappropriate or anything, or really pushing and advertising other people's channels or anything in the chat, I'm sorry. It's not what it's there for. We're here to support each other in that way, and to support the advertisements done through the sponsors that have sponsored this event and allowed it to happen. Okay.
Absolutely.
What else do we need to go on?
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to pick on us.
Yes.
When we get tired.
Well, you are allowed to pick on Dom.
Hey.
You're just not allowed to pick on me.
No.
That's the other side. Things are going to go wrong. Okay.
More than normal.
It's
live.
Are you going to be making something? Yes, we will make something at some point, but not right now.
My bed.
Okay. But things are going to go wrong over the course of this. Okay. It is live, and it's never been done before, and we have had to learn so much.
Learning curve.
Yeah, so much just for this.
There's been a lot of work by all of the instructors, not only with their kind of preparation in kind of tough conditions as well. You know, they've been struggling to get equipment, balloons, and everything they need. I know.
We were talking with Vadim earlier.
Wow, yeah.
Moscow has just been shut down, so he got, I think,
2 hours.
It was 2 hours notice only. 1 second, I just need to sort something out on here.
Yeah, but 2 hours notice he got. Where his original plan was to be at his office studio setup, and he was all ready to go, all tested, really happy. We were happy, he was happy, and then 2 hours notice they were going into quarantine, where they are not allowed to move out of their homes. So he's had to frantically get everything he needed, get everything that he wanted to share and show with you guys back to his home You know, these instructors are inviting everybody in
to their homes.
Yeah, and saying, you know,
there's a few of them that can still allowed to work in studios and things. Like I know David Mahoney is still being able to work in his studio, but there's a lot of people that can't. We aren't being invited into their homes. A lot of these are not being transmitted on like what we would class as real streaming gear. It's going to be like on phones and everything.
We've got mobile phones. We've got people hanging out the windows for signals. We are, and everyone is working very hard to make sure they can get you the best content. So please give everyone a little bit of kind of extra space for
Jackie was saying there that you're going to be in Jackie's kitchen. We were just in the kitchen for Ted and Betty's home as well. It's what weird things we were seeing in the instructors' homes. I tell you what, guys, you're in for a treat when you see Anthony Lena's.
Yes.
Hashtag Q Corner Convention. Anything you can do a screenshot and certainly
just it's just awesome.
Yeah, but anybody. So this is here's someone in the chat was asking.
Okay.
One was, is there a competition for if they stay up 5 days straight?
Okay.
Well, the problem is that's going to be hard to manage.
Okay.
Here's my competition out there.
What's the competition?
For a piece of Q Corner convention merchandise.
Okay. Well,
it is the best.
We've got so much stuff from our sponsors to give away. We're going to give something else away. Okay,
Why,
right?
Why not? Yeah, because it's a quirky one.
Okay.
Yep. So it's the best screenshot from the convention.
Okay.
So if you can find something in an instructor's home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could be anything. No, anything. Anything
this
goes.
Could go horribly wrong. Put it on hashtag Q Corner Convention.
That's why I thought I wouldn't link one of our nice sponsors in on this one. I thought this would be on us. You mainly, but on us.
Okay.
So it has to be hashtag Q Corner Convention. Hey, you never know. I mean, Jackie was going to do it in another room, but we said that's no good. You need to find a clean room. That's a mess. She's been in quarantine. You think she could tidy up? No, apparently not.
Will there be an outtake show? The whole thing's going to be available online. So
that's the outtakes.
There's going to be 120 hours of outtakes. Yeah. That's going to be fun.
I'm just going to wait until I get roasted in the chat now off Jackie.
Absolutely. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to send a message just to make sure.
Yes, whilst we're chatting to you guys, we're just lining up your first teacher for the evening, the lovely Rupert. So yes, he will be on very soon. He'll be preparing. He's had a very busy couple of weeks as well. Been doing some fairy finding and the like as well. So he's a man who doesn't sit still as well. But yes, so that's our that's our challenge to you guys. That's how we're going to give away a piece of Q Corner Convention merchandise, which I should also add as well. I think it has been said on social media. We have got some Q Corner Convention merchandise for sale. There is some shipping delays, as you can well imagine, with the current climate. However,
it's still pretty good for most of the.
It is, and it will tell you if you buy anything. All of the profit from that merchandise is going to go to charity. The chosen charity is the
World Health Organization.
Yeah, well, you have to say though, there isn't lots of profit in there because we've pushed the prices down as cheap as they possibly can because, we want to make sure that if you want to buy something, it's not going to cost the earth. We are finding, though, that we weren't expecting this, but the leggings seem to be the top seller. Who would think?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be the T-shirt or the hoodie, but no.
Yeah, we did them and we thought, you know what, they're a pretty cool thing. It's something that you don't see very often. And so what we decided to do was do a little bit of branding, do a little bit of design, and the leggings seem to be doing really well on there. So later on, Jackie, you're welcome. Yeah.
What's all that?
What we might do as well, we might have to do a competition for a picture with the merch anyway. We'd really like to... Remy says that the leggings is very small for him. That's well,
we'll share with you all of the instructors that have got these leggings. I'll not say that Billy Damon got them, or oops, no.
they need PJs for the instructors. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, we should have got some PJs.
But if you do want to buy from there as well, you can go to the merch store. There's links all over social media, and we'll put a link. I'm sure somebody will put a link up in the chat shortly for the Q Corner conventions.
Well, very good. Leggings are the top seller. Yeah, nice. I like what you did there.
Like a joke, but different.
I like it. I caught that one on chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like leggings in the US. Apparently so.
Right.
No,
I'll tell you what. You talk
so-
to them. I'm gonna find the link. And
I'm going to disagree with Shani. We should definitely not be wearing the leggings.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there was somebody that said they would probably pay good money to make sure that they did not see us wearing those leggings.
Yeah, that's not really going to work. Thank you, Evie, there, sharing the link.
Sure,
So,
he'll
yes.
share the link. She beat me to it. Okay, and Anna did it as well. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what you said in Russian.
Make sure
Something
when
to do
you go onto there that you select the store that's correct for your area, because they are shipped from different areas.
Yes.
They don't. If you're in the UK or in Europe, they don't ship them from the US. But if you are in the US, that's where they ship them from.
Yes, and then not to forget, if you do purchase something and you do receive it, make sure that you take a photo of your good self and hashtag that after the convention as well.
Well, that would be cool.
Yes. Well, in the background here, we do have one of our first guests has arrived. He's getting himself prepared and waiting for you guys to enjoy. Let's just have a look.
But he's
see
got
how-
about 10 minutes before we do that. People want to try the high shine, so yeah, we're going to sort some things out for that. The other thing that I wanted to say about the merchandise as well is that we were very blessed, and want to say a huge thank you to Zoe Adams-Jones from Australia, who helped design some of the shirts. You'll see the Never Ever Give Up, and the We've Got This, and what's the other one that I really like on there? Oh yeah, Jamming in My Pajamas.
Just one more segment.
And just one more segment.
So,
more
unfortunately,
segment.
as much as I do love my Q Connor mug, I really do,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to upgrade.
So we're just one more segment mode. I was thinking that, but because it's like what the thing is that you can stay awake all the time, right, for the full 120 hours, because over a third of the world at the moment is in lockdown. So what have you got to get up for tomorrow? For the moment, you might as well just do one more segment. And will you be doing hand washing breaks? Yes, we'll be doing hand washing breaks. But the thing is that we're self-isolated.
We've been in this bubble for quite some time now.
Yeah, we are self-isolated, yeah, so we're pretty good on this one. What's that? You need one more. Don't flatten the learning curve. That's good. That's good.
It's so true.
Yes, you said there's classes today. Yes, there are classes today. What we're going to do is the first class starts in just over 10 minutes. So if you've got to homeschool 4 kids in the morning, I hope they're your kids. Are we 2 meters apart? Not quite, but we're fine.
Yeah, it's too late for us.
It's family anyway. It doesn't count when you're family, right?
It's too late.
Yeah. The other thing that
I'm not sure if I washed the cups as well.
What happened is that we were challenged by Nicole.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, thanks, Nicole.
Yeah, because we
Nicole
didn't have
Gregg.
enough to do. Nicole Gregg challenged us to do the balloon dog challenge, so we will be doing that sometime.
Just so I'm clear, okay? I've seen some of these challenges.
I want to see you on rollerblades.
Yeah. So we had Nia on rollerblades going backwards round a roundabout, doing a double balloon dog behind his back. We had Jackie doing a balloon dog behind her back. We had Nicole doing 2 balloon dogs behind her back. Don't be expecting too much. These are 2 guys that have been awake already for 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'll just try and do it while we're sleeping. Is that a good idea?
Well, that might work.
Yeah. Do it. There we go. People are subscribed. Thank you very much. Also, as well as that, Edward said he's going to be demonstrating high shine in his class as well. So you will
fantastic. Thank you, Edward. That's perfect. We haven't been fortunate enough to try it yet, but we've been hearing some fantastic things about it. I'm already loving the packaging options. I definitely, I'm on board with that one. That's great. I mean, I love the high float because we always purchase the large. I don't know the sizes. I just call them the large one. I think it's a 96 ounce or something. High float, and we decant that into our smaller ones because the smaller ones are more practical for us in our retail outlet, our store. It's better to have the smaller ones, but we just bought two of those. I don't know how many years ago, and we just keep topping them back up again.
Somebody's just asked as well, will there be decor classes too? Yes, there will be twisting classes, there will be retail classes, there will be decor classes.
Business, creative, we've got bits to share. Thank you, US Party Company, 96 ounces. I did say 90 something. I was close.
Yeah,
I'll take that one.
Something else that I was going to say on there as well.
What we'll call it, the speed chat, yeah?
Yeah, the speed chat that was on this.
It goes by so fast, guys.
Somebody said they bought a set of heels from the shop. I don't think so. I don't think they were on there yet.
They were out of stock when I...
Oh yeah, somebody. That's what it was. They were talking about homeschooling the kids.
Oh yeah,
and somebody came up with a great idea of saying that it should be an arts and crafts day and teach them how to do balloons.
What a splendid idea! And don't forget to share your successful pictures of homeschooling children making balloons with your hashtag QCorner Convention.
Also, I'm going back earlier to say that this is live. Things will go wrong. If things do go wrong, you will see. Have you got something that you can go on there to show them what will happen? You'll get something like this.
We're back.
Hang in there. We'll be right back. And yes, so that will come on from there, and then we'll get back to you as soon as you possibly can. Like we said, things will go wrong.
Yes, we'll still be here. We'll be doing our best to make sure that it goes as smoothly as possible. But we have got, I don't even know how many instructors from how many countries that we're trying to line up. So we're going to do our very best to stay on schedule with that. But we may occasionally just have to pop off air just to get them sorted. So we'll keep that to as little time as possible. The only time the stream will be going down is every 8 hours, where we will go off air completely. You just then need to go to that new stream where it should automatically restart, and then we'll be back with you where we left off. That's the only time that we won't be on air. If it's can
you guys twirl in your jackets?
I don't know if I'm a twirling kind of mood right now. I might take out all the wires on our set.
Alberto Falcone says there, thank you, my friends, a very good opening ceremony. He now better go and prep for his class later and clean the room. Yes, because remember, people will be taking photos and putting them in for a contest. So.
Now they are.
Oh, Dom, you've really... There's going to be some backlash. Instructors,
hey,
it wasn't my idea, okay? I really appreciate you. I love you all dearly, okay? This is all...
I gave forewarning, though. I gave forewarning.
Guys, yeah, we've just reached 15,500 subscribers already. Hey, I tell you what, it takes my breath away. You guys are absolutely incredible. We really, really appreciate your support. I know Evie had a big plan of saying that by the end of the convention, she wants to see if we can hit 20,000. I don't think it's possible.
But Evie's definitely crazy. We love her, but definitely a little crazy.
She's a bit crazy. I don't think it's possible.
It's a good crazy, though.
But, yeah, good luck with that. And your dream. Everybody's having a dream, Evie. Everyone's going to have a dream. Hi from Australia. Australia's coming online all over the place, which it should be because they're 12 hours ahead of us. So it's all right for you guys. It's 1:20 in the morning here, and I know that well, we've got people still on from all across Europe because they don't have to get up in the morning. They can just watch balloons and follow their passion.
Exactly. The other thing as well is, you know, for a lot of the segments, we've got our fantastic first guest just getting ready in the wings here. We don't really want to go in too early with anyone because if anyone's trying to, you know, come in at the right time for the schedule, we'd hate for it to start early. So we're doing our best to stay on schedule. So let's try and get the first segment
and
done.
People that are used to seeing our show, you realize how hard it is for us to actually hit those targets and stay on schedule.
Hey, you know, we're business, we're creative, but you know, we're balloon people, so we're not going to stay on schedule.
Well, we do our best to try and stay on
We get
schedule, so-
distracted a little, that's all.
I think it's just because we love what we do so much, and we love talking with you guys. So when we get the questions up in the chat, we need to respond, and we love to feel like we're having a positive effect on people's businesses. So anytime that we can give that a little bit more, we're always going to try our very
There is
best.
that, but also we're quite nosy, and we do have questions in the chat, but we also have different conversations. I am noticing that, you could directly speak to everyone if you wanted. I'm following 3 conversations right now.
I know, it's great. And I love to see the different languages on there. I can see Anna's doing a wonderful job helping with our Russian watchers. Really appreciate that, Anna. You've also, somebody said there, are you guys going to get any sleep at all? We'll see. Let's just go with that one. Right,
I bought a fresh jar of coffee. Hello there, Marlis, as well.
Oh, look at that. Alberto Falcone, see you soon, and remember, always look on the bright side of balloon life.
Never a truer word said, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
Product, where to find... I think somebody's looking for the link for the merchandise shop again. I'm sure that will
Scroll
come up
back
there
in the
again.
chat there as well. It is in there 2 or 3
Okay.
times.
Juan Gonzalez is there. We go. Has just popped up there. He said he's used to the one jokes. We appreciate that you've got a great sense of humor. Just eat the coffee straight. No water.
It's not the worst idea I've had today.
Dom, somebody said there that they spoke to you at the spring fair and he gave great advice. That means you were actually speaking to me. So.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, hello in English, hola in Portuguese. Any gift for the person who stays alive for 5 days?
That would be me.
We keep asking that one. We'll see on that one. I don't think so. I think we're gonna.
It's a very hard.
It's a hard one to do. So let's do lots of different questions. We'll have serious contests, and we'll have silly contests too.
That's right, though. Stay hydrated. I'm going to stay hydrated. I brought my water.
We've got to stay hydrated.
It's true, and I am starting with water.
Yes.
And then I'll be water, coffee. But I have got some beers for a later on.
Just as a joke, actually it's not a joke, it's quite serious. We have we actually have a crate of Corona beer just round the corner, and we're not doing anything. We don't mean to be kind of rude
this
about it
time.
and that. But the thing is that the price of Corona beer actually really has gone really cheap. So we thought, it's Corona beer. It's got nothing to do with the virus. So
We're also from the
we're all
northeast of
good for
England,
cheap
so
beer.
we're going to go for a good deal.
Right, greetings from
Bolivia.
Yeah,
Bolivia's
okay.
here.
I think Bolivia here. You guys should be going for the Guinness World Record for longest live stream and online convention.
I do believe that
Dom,
it is.
Dom's like anything to do with Guinness anyway.
Well, yeah, I do believe the longest continuous live stream was something like 160 hours, rather than just a kind of a broadcast that was done. However, what we're doing is we're breaking it down into 8 hours. So we could have gone for the Guinness record, but it doesn't count when you break the stream up.
But the reason that this is the important bit.
There's a distinctive reason why we've done this.
The reason that we've actually breaking it down from into 8 hour chunks is that if we do anything that's a little bit longer than that, we can't save the stream, and it means that we can't have it come back onto the channel for people to watch later.
It'd only be seen once and gone.
Yeah, so we felt that was important, that you guys could have the opportunity to watch it. So yes.
That's why we're doing 8 hours to make sure it stays under the threshold of being able to have it afterwards, so you can watch it at your leisure. So that's why it was very important. Oh, because we did look at that. We did think, well, actually, you know what? It's only a few more hours. It's only one more segment.
It's one more segment. Just stay awake for one more segment.
And we could have maybe gone for that. And we did actually think about it because we thought that would be such a cool challenge. However, it was far more important to make sure it's recorded. Now, I think we were probably looking at doing our introduction soon.
There's some questions that keep on coming back up there. There's a few questions that keep going up, and there's certain ones that won't be answered. How do I become a distributor? We don't work for Pioneer Balloon Company. We just love their products, and we like to teach on behalf of them and demonstrate what we do with balloons, okay? It's not the kind of place to ask that kind of question. There are other lines open to you guys, okay? We'll answer any questions that we possibly can, but certain things, it's well above our pay grade.
Yeah. We're on double time today, aren't we? That's 0 still.
So there's somebody who keeps asking about being a distributor, and I'm sorry, but you'll end up getting put on a timeout. And
We have a
that can
naughty
be
step
done
for our chat
by,
this time.
yeah, you can go on the naughty list. You can put you on a timeout. There you go. You can have a 300-second timeout.
Right, I think we can get this convention started. I think we can get this on.
You think?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think we can do this.
So, okay, let's do this.
Let's do a little recap.
Are we ready, guys? Thank you very much, and we're gonna go.
So do we have a picture of
We do. We're gonna have our first instructor is going to be
look at this handsome chap here.
this guy.
So it's going to be this guy.
So this guy
Very
is,
reserved.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a quiet guy, and he's all the way from Ipswich, I believe. He's all the way from Ipswich. Now he decided though what he would do is, since he bought his passport and he managed to get out of Ipswich, he went all the way to Canada, where but we don't need to tell you any more than that. He has a class which is called The Power of Being Underestimated. So it's going to be a bit of a thinker. And actually, like I said before, Dom and I come from an entertainment background, and we're really looking forward to following along with this class.
Yes.
This first class is live, and you can ask as many questions as you want.
So no pressure there, Rupert. No pressure.
Okay.
So we're going to switch over. Hopefully our connection will work. So if we're ready to
Without
roll,
any further ado, let's welcome to the show.
There we go. Yeah, no.
This guy.
Oi!
Look.
Oi!
I think we've got him.
What are you doing there? No, I was just about to get the high score.
Oh, sorry, Rupert.
You said GMT. You said GMT, not GMT +1.
But it's my Balloon Dog Apparel watch. It's only analog. It doesn't have the update smartwatch feature. Sorry, buddy.
Actually, it doesn't. I've just realised that I haven't put my watch forward on my Balloon Dog Apparel.
Yeah,
watch.
there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
there we go.
looking at it the same as well.
So, hello, Rupert. How are you?
Hey, no wonder.
Hello, I'm glorious, thank you. Oh, hang on a minute, hang on.
Oh, what's? I know it's late at night here, but
Oh.
oh.
Da-da. Hey! Oh, hey, he's outdone us.
I'm liking that.
Do you know what?
Yeah, what's that, buddy?
A really good idea is to put a big bathrobe on over a suit and a tie. Yeah. That's the cleverest thing I've ever done in my life, that is.
At least you weren't waiting for 30 minutes.
Yeah. I kept going, oh, they're going to say my name. They're going to say my name. Oh, no, let's talk a bit more about your leggings. I tell you what, though.
You've ordered some, yeah, we know.
Hang on a minute, hang on. Slippers. Look,
Nice.
do you like them?
I do, yeah.
Slippers with a suit.
We've only got a shirt and a
Yeah.
t-shirt.
The thing is, as well, is that this guy, which a lot of people know him as Phileas Flash, actually is, he's got another name that you think is made up, which is Rupert Appleyard, right? I don't understand why you went for the other one.
No, it's a long, silly story, and unfortunately for you, I'm kind of going to tell you that story tonight.
Right, well...
Yeah, I could tell you that bit because I haven't actually put it in. So probably a better idea that I tell you that now. The name came about from my background, really. And I didn't really like being called Rupert Appleyard as a young guy growing up in 1980s England. Rupert Appleyard is not the name that you want to be growing up with. So I got a stage name, and then I used it for Facebook. And like all things in Facebook, sticks. And people, when I first started making balloons, started calling me Phileas Flash. And kind of, the funny thing is that it stuck so much that when I started going back to, there was that big Facebook scare a few years ago where they went, oh, all the names that are made up, you've got to use your real name. I went back to using my real name, and no one listened to me at all. Brilliant. It was brilliant. I go, yes, the thing to a balloon. Go, who are you? Who are you? And I'm, great. So I got scared of it again for a while, and then just recently, and I'm going to talk a bit about Blackpool, I got to teach at the world's largest magicians convention, and they put Rupert Appleyard on the badge, and I went, do you know what? That's me. And I decided to be Rupert Appleyard again. Isn't that nice?
It really is, buddy. It really is.
That's why no gold braid today, you see. Look at this.
Yeah.
Wearing a suit, which is what I always wear in my basement.
As you do.
But it's true. Yeah. When we get to the thing, you'll see what I'm known for wearing. In fact, in the background here is what I'm known for wearing. I've really found recently that clothes make the man, right? So if I wear something swanky like this, people react differently to you. Just like you guys there. People react differently to you.
Yeah. True.
They do. Honestly, you know it's true. And going to a magician's convention, don't tell the wife, but I even got a manicure. Look at that. Because I know close-up magicians.
It is called a manicure.
Right? I'm a clown. So what do you do if you want to be like the close-up magicians? Get a manicure.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very true. Well, we actually did some videos for Pioneer where there was a lot of close-ups of our hands, and actually we were taken for a manicure by Susan Dillon beforehand, which I have to say is actually quite painful. I was very surprised. I wasn't expecting. I thought this is like you're being pampered and everything's nice. Not having bits of wood and sticking up the bit on your. That's torture.
Are you sure it was a manicure, Keith? I mean, that didn't happen to me. They just did my nails. I don't know where they were.
Fingers!
I think he's trying to say cuticles. Cuticles.
Cuticles.
I'll save him now.
You keep your cuticles to yourself, buddy. That's what I say.
So anyway, as we've now shared manicure advice with...
Okay, go on. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah, let's
So...
go.
We're going to disappear.
We're going to hand you guys over to the fantastic Rupert, and we shall be here in the background should he need us. And
I think you will.
If you do
With
have
the cuticles, you're really cool.
If you do have any questions, please ask, and we have our fabulous friends in the chat who will do our best to translate any questions that we have. Okay, and yeah, enjoy.
Over to you, young man. Over to you.
Oh, what? Who are you talking to, young man? Hello, it's me, Rupert Appleyard, or Phileas Flash, as we established before. To say I'm a bit terrified of this is a little bit of an understatement. There's an awful lot of you and only one of me, and normally I can see how you're reacting when I talk to you like this. But today I'm not going to be able to do that, am I? So I do hope you enjoy this. It's a bit different from other classes I've maybe taught and what you know me for. What you know for. Know me, so I told you I was a fairy finder. This is a class that I taught in Blackpool Magic Convention, or a very close class to that. I want to get to teaching and talking a little bit about stuff that's important to me. And balloons are probably the most important thing that ever happened to my life and to my career, and I hope I owe them a huge debt of gratitude. And this is a talk that I do for people who aren't necessarily balloon artists like you. But I thought today, because, you know, it's not like you've heard people talking for the last 20 minutes or so. You might want to hear someone else talking for a bit longer, right? Right. See, it's hard when I don't know if you're laughing or not. Probably not. Anyway, I have a PowerPoint presentation. You see, look at that. I'm wearing a suit and I have a PowerPoint presentation. So if I could ask Dom and Keith, the lovely Dom and Keith, give them a round of applause. Give me $50. Give them a round of applause, thank you. Even at home, they can hear you virtually. Yeah, virtually hear you anyway. If they could put up the first slide, I would very much appreciate it. It's my intro. Oh, it's only like I've got an hour and a half to fill. Come on now, come on. It's really funny, actually, because I can see a little lag going on. Oh, I'm going to have to just move myself out of the way. Look at that. Look like I picked my nose then. Wash my hands for 20 seconds after that one. Virtually, because I don't have a tap here. Yeah, so this is a little lecture that I put together. And I'm also going to do a little bit of balloon twisting as well during the lecture. It's not so much a balloon workshop, so it more explains a little bit about me. I'm, I'm maybe not your average balloon twister, or maybe I am. I'm obviously wearing a suit like every balloon twister I've ever met. This is called the power of being underestimated. And for me, that's really what being a balloon artist is all about. I think we are all underestimated. And I don't want to give too much away, but I also don't want to forget things, which is why we've really got a PowerPoint. So if I'm looking over here, it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's because I'm looking at my own PowerPoint presentation, so I know what I'm saying to you. Okay? Give me a thumbs up. Useful. So the other name of this is How Balloons Change My World, and how they can do the same for you if you let them. They really did change my world. I'm sure you're all pretty aware of that, because I've met quite a few of you in person. I've gone all around the world teaching balloons. I've been on TV teaching, showing balloons. A couple of them are going to come up. I even met my wife because of balloons. But they've been amazing. And yeah, I just wanted to tell you all about it and my path. If we could go to the second slide, I can maybe show you a little bit more about how cool they are and what they've done for me. I have to watch the time as well, because I don't want to go over too much. I already wasted 8 minutes playing PlayStation. All right, so what's the big deal with balloons? Balloons are an emerging art form, and that means that people really do underestimate. The expectations of what can be made out of balloons are incredibly low. I'm not joking with this, it's true. For example, if I was to make a balloon, any time I make a balloon or get the balloons out, I'll say, what would you like me to make? And if I don't specify what I can do with balloons, people will ask me to do a balloon dog challenge and make a balloon dog just behind my back, right? And that's completely acceptable. I'm not going to do it because no one's challenged me yet. That's probably the worst thing in the world that can be said. But yeah, I've made it really badly as well. Listen. When most people ask for a balloon animal, they expect a balloon dog. And that means that in my line work, or pretty much whatever I do with balloons, this is what gets asked for again and again and again. And people ask for a balloon giraffe or something along those lines, right? People are surprised by this, that this is something you can do. This is what they expect. So if you can pull something else out or make something else, they're always wowed. And it's something that's fed me for the last few years. And it's something that can change your world as well. If you start looking at balloons from a perspective of a layman, I think you guys know that term. It's the term that magicians use. It means someone who's not a magician, but in our terms, someone who's not a balloon artist. If you start looking at balloons from the thought process of just a normal, ordinary person, you soon realize that this is absolutely amazing to you. So if you can do something else, something even more impressive, you blow them away. You absolutely do. The other thing about balloons as well, which is why they're such a game changer for me especially, is that because they can completely change someone's mood. You can have someone who's the grumpiest McGrump of all time. And I hope Evie's going to translate that one. Grumpiest McGrump of all time. You can have the grumpiest person in the world, someone just sitting there stuck in their own world, and you make them a balloon. And it lightens their world. It makes them happy. Brings a certain joy to their life. And I know as balloon artists, I know the vast majority of people who are going to be watching this are balloon artists. You know that already, right? You know that when you pull out a balloon, someone's going to smile. I love that. It's something to do with the way that balloons connect to us and connect to our psyche. We start off as children. That's where we first start getting balloons. And because we get balloons as children, we associate them with that fun, that excitement of the party. Oh, isn't it going to be great? We've got balloons coming. Oh, the crowd's coming. You're coming to make us a balloon dog. Oh. That one's broken. You know, it's a really lovely thing. I mean, the other good thing about that is you can yet again completely defy someone's expectations. So, for example, if someone's expecting something fun, you could do something that makes them sad. You know, I don't know, grey heart, is that going to be sad? I don't know. But you really can. You can make them extremely sad by popping the balloon. They're a really cool thing, and it taps into us primally. The other thing is, and I noticed Ted and Betty mentioned this, and it's one of my favourite things in the world, is balloons connect to your inner child. And, you know, I've travelled the world making balloons and entertaining people, and everyone has an inner child. That's why balloons are associated with, balloon twisting is associated with children, that line work thing. Oh, do you make balloons for the kids? Well, yeah, I do. But actually, I also get paid a lot of money to make balloons for adults as well, because when I make balloons for adults, all I have to do is connect to that inner child. And when I connect to an inner child, I can really, really, really cut under the radar, you see. I can, what's the word? I can define their expectations. I can be making something with my hands. And if I'm making, because I've done this for so long now, if I'm making something with my hands, a balloon, I can make it, and generally I'm not going to be looking at what I'm doing. They're going to be watching what I'm doing, but I'm going to be talking to them about anything, and it could be anything. If it's a kid, I'm going to be telling the bad jokes like, what do you call a flying monkey? A hot air balloon. But still, I'm thinking about the next joke I'm going to tell. If it's an adult, I could be talking to them about something quite serious and still connecting with them about this balloon. I could be talking to them about what their children like, the child that they're going to take that balloon home to, because that's often the excuse of having a balloon. But yeah, I could be talking to them about their next gig. I could be making an adult joke. I could be finding out who they are. A lot of people think that entertainment is just making jokes. But in reality, entertainment is the art of engaging someone. And that's what I love about balloons and how they can completely change someone's mood in that way. Yeah, go serious, go happy, but generally be fun. The other thing is that balloons are super versatile, just like me. I can dance, I can sing, I can even crack a funny face. But listen, they're super versatile, and that means you can do anything with them. This is such an amazing emerging art form, and there really aren't any rules. Well, there are, you know, we've got the rules of design. We've got our lovely rules that you get as a CBA, if you want to be a CBA like me. You get those rules of design and what the composition and all that stuff. But the rules about making balloons are really very new. And so for a twister like me, the lovely thing is we can define the rules. We can create the rules. We can create the rules of decor. I mean, look at organic decor, for example. Organic decor, no one really saw that years ago. And suddenly, this beautiful art form has just emerged out of nowhere. So, as an artist, I just think that's spectacular. It gives us so much scope, so much stuff to play with. And that is why I'm standing here in front of you right now. You see, I didn't come about this in the way that, say, a balloon artist would normally come about this. I kind of fell into it. I wasn't intending to make balloons, to be honest. It wasn't my great career move. It wasn't what I wanted to do when I was younger. I never said to my mum or my career advisor, Mum, I'd love to make balloons when I'm older. That would be awesome. No, I didn't say that. I had something much, much more realistic. And if we go to my next slide, you'll see my more realistic career was something very, very, very normal. You see, I was an actor and I wanted to be a Hollywood bad guy. Yeah, that was it. I was going to be a bad guy. You see, I'm not just any old actor. I'm an English actor. Can we change the slide, please, Keith and Don? Yeah, I'm an English actor and I wanted to make a lot of money as an English actor. So when you're an English actor, the only way to make money is to be the baddie, right? Isn't that the truth? I wanted to be the guy who boos and sneers at and complains at on TV, but really is rolling in the money. It's a good ambition, isn't it, to be a Hollywood guy? Anthony Hopkins did it. Who else? Lots of them. Any English actor you think of who you think is successful was a Hollywood bad guy. So through school, that was my aim. I studied drama. I went to college for drama. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to be the Shakespearean bad guy. I could do a Shakespearean speech for you now. But you're probably bored of my voice already. But that wasn't the way it went. In fact, I was an actor for a while. I was very poor. And living in Ipswich in the UK, which is where I'm from, as Keith and Don said, being an actor is not the easiest thing to do. Most acting jobs, if you know anything about the UK, happen in London. So to go to an audition, I'd have to get on the train, hop to London. I couldn't drive for ages as well, right? So it cost me a lot of money to go anywhere at all. I'd go for an audition, get in there, and I wouldn't get the job because I actually wasn't a very good actor, right? But I'm sure if I was as good as Anthony Hopkins, then it would have been all right, right? I would have been an actor straight off. But no. Didn't really happen. So I ended up doing a million other jobs. I worked in factories, or as they say over in Canada, I worked in plants. Although that kind of confuses me a bit because plants are green things like trees, and I didn't work in trees. I think people would have liked me to have sat in a tree sometimes and not done any work. I actually got fired once for singing on a job. Yeah, that's actually a true story. I really did. I got fired for singing on a job. I used to go around singing every day. And if you've heard me singing, you'll realise that was actually true, yeah. But I was a singer in a band as well. You know, when you can't fulfil your dream, you go for another dream, don't you? So I decided to be a singer in a rock band. In those days, I had nice long hair. My nose was pierced. I had all these piercing leather trousers, very nice too. But I wasn't a very singer in a band, obviously. But one day, what happened was my drummer in my band had this big gig coming up, and the drummer in my band broke his arm. And I had to ask the only other drummer I knew if he'd step in. And the only other drummer I knew was my brother. And my brother was, well, he's an interesting chap as well. My brother Justin Appleyard. Yeah, he's a performer too. And at this stage in his career, he was a super cool performer. Although I didn't really see that because my brother was a clown. And in fact, if we put that slide up, you can actually see what my brother looks like because that's him. By the clown car right next to us. Do you see him right there? Look, that's him. That's him. Look at that, red nose. Yeah, so my brother, I'll tell you about this. Look, I joined the circus at the age of 29, right? So when people go, oh, you must have done this all your life to be so good as a balloon artist. No, mate, no. I started at 29, and that was joining the circus. That wasn't even twisting my first balloon. I joined the circus. I was the world's most evil ringmaster. My name's Flash. And I was the bad guy, right? I was the bad guy, and my brother was the good guy. The idea was I was all very smartly dressed, and as you can see in the picture, I was very slim in those days. And the idea was the ringmaster, he gets the chance to be the bad guy. Normally in a circus anyway, he tells the clown off, but I wasn't just that kind of bad guy. I was a real bad guy. At the beginning of the show, we'd have this bit behind the silhouette curtain. You'd see me out come out, ladies and gentlemen, this is with the deepest of pride and the greatest of pleasure. We welcome you all here tonight. And now we invite you to relax, pull up a chair. The Circus Ricardo proudly presents tonight's show. And we'd do this thing, it would be lovely, and then we'd go backstage. And we'd have the curtain. It was a silhouette curtain. My brother was brilliant, right? He came up with this idea. I have a silhouette curtain. So we'd have this thing go on behind the stage, where I'd con my brother out of his half of the circus. The story was that we owned it together. I mean, in reality, he owned it, but the story was we owned it together. And I got the circus for just one day, and during that one day, I sold it. That was the idea. I was going to sell it by the end of the day and go to Monte Carlo to play cards. Isn't that funny? And then I'd come out on stage thinking no one had seen me, and they'd all boo me, right? They'd be like, no, boo! What are you talking about? No. So Flash was this villain character. And actually, because we were playing cards and I'd cheat him at cards, that was the reason I learned magic. Because everyone else would do a little roving act at the beginning of the show. And I thought, well, I should do a roving act at the beginning of the show too. So I'd come out and I'd do a card trick. The only one card trick I knew, and my whole reason for doing the card trick would be to go, do you know how I did it? I cheated. And that would be it. We'd be setting up for this me cheating him at a game of cards. But I'll tell you something. Being the villain in a small touring circus, it's not much fun, you know. It's fun when you're on stage, don't get me wrong. But I had people thinking that was really me. I'd have people telling me that, oh, you're terrible to your brother, you're awful. This woman actually came up and shouted at me after the show. Good to meet people at the end. I'd always get my comeuppance. I mean, it was a fairy tale circus. I ended up turning into a clockwork doll at the end of the show. And my brother would fall in love with the love of his life. It was lovely. It was a really nice, magical little thing. But as the bad guy, people would be absolutely horrible. Isn't that funny? I know that I've heard that from actors, and they're walking down the street and people meet them. They go, oh, the EastEnders actors, Coronation Street's more famous around the world than EastEnders, but EastEnders actors go, oh, you Phil Mitchell, I saw what you did to your mum last night, and things like that. Well, it's true. People behave that. Some people, they can't understand the difference between make-believe and reality, or, you know, and that would happen to me. People would make me feel really, really sad that I was the villain. So what we did was, we used to have this thing in our circus that the stories you wrote came true. So the last year of me being on the circus, I got to write the story a little bit, and I had myself turned into the thing my character hated the most, which was a clown. And I became the good guy. And there's nothing better than being a good guy, right? If you're the good guy, everyone loves you, and it's lovely. And since that point, I've stayed a clown. Oh, I was going to make something here. This is something my brother showed me, actually, because that's something people don't, is that I never wanted to make balloons. I told you I was a classy thespian, a classy actor, right? My brother was the guy who made balloons, and he'd sit there. I mentioned EastEnders. I used to like watching EastEnders in the UK, and he'd squeak. Just like this, look, I'll put it near the microphone. This would be my impression of balloons. Yeah, my brother's really good at the art of public squeaking. He would squeak, 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 just like this, and I'd go, oi! I can't hear what you're saying. What's he said? What's Phil Mitchell done to his mum today? And that would be my problem. I wouldn't be able to hear anything. So I, personally, used to hate balloons. I really, really hated them. Because I was an evil ringmaster. I wasn't the clown. My brother killed me for doing that. There we are. It's one of the balloons my brother once showed me. But it's handy if you fall over, you've got an airbag strapped to your face. Now, for me, as I said, I didn't like balloons. And I saw all the books on balloons, and they just didn't do it for me, man. I was just like, no. So you can make a balloon dog. What's special about that? I just don't care. And then I saw that book. What was it? The Palancini book. I think that's what it's called, where they made Road Runners and Yosemite Sam and all these really cool characters. But I just couldn't get my head around it. How are you going to do that out of balloons, right? I don't know. I see the book, but it was all really hard for me to understand. My brain doesn't work very well with manuals, so trying to even get my head around it wasn't for me. And then one day, me and my brother were out handing tickets out around Framlingham. Hey, that's the town that Ed Sheeran's from. Ed Sheeran? I think that's his name. That's the town he's from. And we were handing balloons out for our little handing things out, flyers for our little circus, right? And I saw my brother make a balloon. Just one little balloon. Nothing special. Just something I thought was cool. And it was the balloon that absolutely changed my life. Just one thing. Now, I don't know if anyone could guess what it was. Any ideas? I can't hear you. You can just want to scream. Most people probably are shouting now or going to bed. One of the two. Was it a fish? No, it wasn't a fish. Was it intestines? Embarrassed bananas? Wieners? No. My brother, if you can hear over the squeaking, my brother made something awesome. He made something fantastic. Ow. He made something that I wasn't expecting. You see, my brother made a balloon. My brother made, I can probably guess if you're a balloon twister exactly what my brother made. My brother made something that defied my expectations, but it's something I'd actually seen him make a million times before. In fact, if we put up that slide again, you can see that my brother is even wearing it in the picture of us in that clown car, right? You look, he's wearing a big flower on his lapel. And that is what I saw him make. Oh, by the way, I just thought to mention that clown car never went anywhere. We had to lift that in and out of every picture we ever took of that thing. But look, he made a balloon flower. Lovely. And it was probably the best thing I'd ever seen him make. But it wasn't because he made a balloon flower. It was because the person he made it for, it made their day. The person he made it for was a little old lady. It wasn't a child like I expected him, like he always made balloons for children. But it was a little old lady who was just going about her daily business, doing whatever little old ladies do, really. We were handing her a flyer that said £5 to come to £5 to come into the circus. And look, here he goes. He hands her this balloon flower. And it made her day. It made her smile from ear to ear. It was probably, to be honest, guys, I get a bit teary sometimes thinking about that. It was one of the moments in my life that I think is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I can picture exactly where it happened. It was a spring day. It was a lovely thing. And this flower, this woman just took it, and it was like she was a child, 5 years old. I mean, obviously she wasn't magically 5 years old. I mean, that'd be brilliant. I'd make a fortune selling these, wouldn't I, to make you magically 5 years old? But it was incredible. And in her heart and in her head, she was 5 years old again. And that was the moment that my life changed completely. That was my moment, my perception of balloons changed completely. It was the moment they went away from being the thing that squeaks and irritates me while I'm watching TV. It was the moment that my brother went from being the clown to one of my heroes. It was the moment that I decided I'd like to make balloons. Well, I say make balloons, but in reality, that was a bit beyond me, to be honest. I wanted to be able to make a flower, a balloon flower. And because I'm human, the selfish reason I wanted to be able to make a balloon flower is because if I could do that for a little old lady, just imagine what I could do with all the young ladies. I'm a young guy in my 20s, right? I'm single. Let's make balloon flowers for everyone, and then I'll be really the luckiest 20-year-old in the world. But yeah, I wanted to make a balloon flower for that reason, just because it made people happy. And so I did. But it didn't happen quite as I expected. You know, the circus, I kind of ended up leaving the circus at that point for one reason or another. But the thing about that was, which was really awesome, was that I went into doing theatre and education for a while. I went around schools teaching people, hey, if you're of a certain age in Scotland, I probably came to your school and I was a villain in your school. I was a baddie there. Gaston, oh, you're beautiful. No, you're beautiful. Oh, you're beautiful. Gaston and Bill Sykes. I was all these horrible villains going into schools. But the next year, I came back and I saw my brother making more balloons, and I thought, that's great. Still didn't learn from him. Didn't learn from anything. But I did get a job, and that job was as Santa Claus. Actually, it's my last year on the circuit. No, year before my last one on the circuit. My job was a Santa Claus. I've been Santa Claus, or I've played Santa Claus since I was 18 years old. I've helped him, and kids watching. I do believe it's a real Santa Claus. And the funny thing was that when I was being Santa, it was in Milton Keynes. No, I tell a lie, it was near Manchester, Castleford, in fact. And it was this big indoor ski slope. And we started at the beginning of November. And you can imagine how busy it is for Santa Claus at the beginning of November. No one wants to make it if you're being Santa Claus or you're helping him. So I would sit there in this chair, and the lady who was my agent, she bought a big bag of balloons. And she said, look, if you're bored, why don't you make some balloons? It doesn't matter, there's no one here, just make whatever you want. And so I taught myself a flower. I sat there while I was bored doing nothing, and I taught myself a flower, and it wasn't quite as nice as this. I taught it to myself, right? And when you haven't got any instruction, you do it the funny way, you do it a different way. So what I did, I blew up the balloon probably like this. First few popped, and I did it each individual petal, which in some ways is a better way of doing it. And that would have happened then as well, right? And so I did it each individual petal. That's how I started. I taught myself to make a flower, so I did it. And then my brother at Christmas, I'm a single balloon. I made every single, I'm so proud of myself, every Christmas present that year had a lovely flower on the top of it, like a 5-petal or a 4-petal flower, something like this, as a ribbon, a bit like that, right? And then my brother showed me the proper way to do it, because my brother's actually a really nice guy. He showed me how to do it the way I did it before, with the rest of the bits and bobs. But that was all I could make, was a flower. And then after Christmas, well, I was really, really broke. Does my brother still work with balloons? And if so, do you guys ever do anything together? Yeah, my brother does still work with balloons occasionally. He does quite a few things. He doesn't have the circus anymore. He sold the circus eventually. And now he's a freelance clown. He also does roadieing. He's a roadie these days. Well, he is normally, but obviously with the current crisis, other things are going on for him at the moment. He's a really good clown, though. My brother actually changed my entire perception of clowning. You know, I was an actor, and I had my own ideas of how life should be and how I was going to be Shakespearean. I told you I was a villain, right? My brother, that's funny because I am dressed like a villain tonight. My brother, though, really showed me I'll admit, when I was first growing up, I was the actor type, so I was always really brilliant at performing. That was kind of my thing. And then the first time I saw my brother clowning, I went, oh my goodness, look at that. He's incredible. Because my brother can connect with children. And I learned so much from my brother. Not just balloons. I learned how to interact with people, how to interact with children. The guy's a master clown. He's incredible. Incredible. If you ever get the chance to see Justo the Clown in action, really, really, you should. He's awesome. He's stuck with simple balloons, though, right? That's his thing. Actually, he used this lovely thing that we wrote together. It was a lovely little act. He was trying to impress his girlfriend at the time, and he used to do this thing, and I always thought it was really good. He'd go, "She loves me. She loves me not. Me. She loves me not." Oh, I should have made an extra petal. Isn't that nice? Awesome clown. My brother's an awesome clown. He'd be mad at me for showing that. That's one of our secrets. Anyway, what else? Oh, yes. Let's change the slide, please, because that was when the circus kind of finished. I did a trapeze act in the circus with my girlfriend at the time. It was a clowning act. She was a green fly, and she'd go around popping these balloon flowers. But that was all. Oh, sorry, I've skipped a bit. Yeah, but that was all I can make. That was my last thing in the circus, really. I'm going to skip to there as well. But I want to talk about positivity a little bit, and I want to tell you about being broke, because that was really how I became a balloon artist. It was because I was broke. See, I can make a balloon flower, but that was all I could make. And after Christmas, well, there wasn't any work for Santa Claus except for looking after next Christmas, but helpers like me, well, we don't really work from at that point, unless you live in the North Pole. There's lots of work for elves in the North Pole. But yeah, so I was really broke, and I went to see I was staying with my brother's girlfriend at the time, who lived in Blackpool. I quite like Blackpool. It's a nice place. Off-season winter Blackpool is pretty cold. And I told you I did a bit of trapeze. Well, there's someone who'd been trying to teach me trapeze a couple of years before, and I went to see them. And that person, yet again, something very strange changed my life completely. And you see here, it says one positive action can change a person's life. Well, this person said to me, Rupert, how come you're broke? And I went, well, it's off season for the circus, right? And there's no theatre for me at the moment, and Santa Claus work isn't there. And they went, but you can make balloons. And I said, yeah, I can make a flower. And this person, his name was Jose, he said, no. He says, if you've got balloons in your pocket and you can make balloons, you should never be poor. You should always have money. And I went, yeah, but no. He said, it doesn't matter. He said, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go and see if I'm right? You've got nothing to lose. You can't even afford money for your car, right? For the gas in your car. You're struggling to eat. He said, you've got nothing to lose. Go out on the streets of Blackpool and see if you can make money. And that's what I did. The next day, I was really nervous. I was probably almost as nervous as I am right now, talking to 1,000 about my life. It was one of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever done. I went out with a little bag of qualatex balloons. Always knew quality. It was a mixed bag in those days, a bit like my career. It was a mixed bag of balloons, and I went out with one of these all. And you know what? I was giving away all my pumps. This is the only one I've got now. Silver. Never gold for me, always silver. But look, I went out with this, and I went out with a balloon with a hat. It wasn't even as glamorous as the hat is in that picture. I can't even remember that. This is a picture from later on in my busking career, but you know, it wasn't exactly glamour. And I made a whole £10 in my first day as a busker. I was out there for a few hours as well. And all I was making was flowers. But people would go, oh, can you make a balloon dog for my little boy? He loves balloon dogs. And I'd go, don't ask me for a balloon dog, I say. No. Everyone always asks for a balloon dog. But you know, so much more than that. You can make anything out of balloons, right? Now, the reason being that I used to say that, and this was from the very first day I started as a busker, is because I had no idea how to make a balloon dog, right? And I knew that all of you out there in the world know exactly what a balloon dog looks like. You know what it looks like. So if I made a balloon dog and I didn't was doing, well, you'd know I was a big fraud and all I could make was a balloon flower. So I used to ask people, I'd say, well, do you know what? You can ask me for anything and I'll do my best to make it. Balloons are so versatile. I mean, if you ask me for something, I'll make you the best thing ever, a balloon flower. But if you ask me for something else, I'll make that, right? And that's what I do. And I couldn't afford. I mean, the money started going up. That was the really interesting thing. Is the more I was challenged to make something, even if it looked dreadful at the end of it, the more people would pay me. And the money started going up and up and up, and I'd start making more and more money. It was brilliant. The other thing is that it was really cold and miserable. And what I noticed about being a busker was, I mean, sometimes it'd be snowing. It doesn't snow often in Blackpool because it's a seaside town, but if it snows and I could be there shivering like this, people would pay me more. Isn't that lovely? And not only would they pay me more, it's really hard, by the way. I don't know if you've ever tried to twist balloons when it's raining or it's snowing. It's really, really difficult. My hands would be slipping all over the place. You know, actually, it's quite good training because now when I'm in a tropical climb and when I'm balloon twisting, I sweat, right? And so you're like, ooh, this is just like twisting in the rain or the snow. But it turned it. One of the worst experiences of my life was being broke, right? And being broke and having no way of making money, not even affording gas for my car. It turned it into one of the best experiences of my life because through the struggle, through necessity of having to eat, I learned to invent balloons because I couldn't afford a tutorial. I got to create. And I got to be in a position where now, what are we talking, 16, 17 years later? 16, 17 years later, yeah. Now it's really hard to challenge me to make something and me not being able to make it because, well, imagine I was on the streets and it was the difference between me eating that night and not eating that night. The other really cool thing about that was that I started to not watch what I'm doing when I'm twisting. Okay, you see, when I make a flower or something, you might notice I'm not watching my hands, and the reason was because I couldn't really make very much. I started to not watch what I was doing. I started to let habit be the king of what I'm doing. Ooh, yeah, maybe I won't put that under my armpit. I told you that bathrobe really made me sweaty. Yeah, so I wouldn't watch what I was doing very much. I got into the habit. So if it was something that you'd asked me for a million times, I wouldn't be looking at it at all. I could talk and I could engage and I could use the one skill that I did have. And the one skill in those days that I had wasn't being a balloon artist. The one skill I had was engaging people and entertaining the children in the circus. So that would allow me to be talking and covering up the cracks in what I did. And it allowed me as well, knowing that I wasn't very good, to hone my craft. You see, when you're a busker, the good thing about being a busker, in particular being a busker, and in particular being a busker who's not a busking festival, you know, it's a slightly different matter if you're at a busking, it's a slightly different matter if you're at a busking festival. If you're just standing on the street watching people go by, the lovely thing about that is no one actually expects you to be very good, right? So if you're not good, it's no great shakes if it all goes horribly wrong. The worst thing that's going to happen is I'm not going to eat that night. And that happened a few nights, believe me. But it allowed me to get really good at what I did without the expectations being huge. If I was going to a corporate gig and I was making some of the stuff I was making in those days, believe me, I wouldn't have been working in that corporate gig and I wouldn't have eaten that day either. The other thing I was going to say as well, look at this. This is part of something bigger, right? And that's another thing as well, being a busker and actually getting out and doing something with my life, that really helped. Because suddenly I got a corporate gig from it. I got a gig for the theatre and education company that I worked around Scotland for. And I went to this award ceremony and they paid me loads of money to go there as this guy who could make balloons. And guess what? Someone said to me, "You're not very good, are you?" And I went, "Yeah, I'm great at making balloons. Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm entertaining." And they went, "No, can you make a carousel?" And I said, "No." And they said, "My friend can make a carousel. He makes £60 every time he makes a carousel." And I went, "Oh, does he, mate?" So, you know what I did? The next night, I went home and I was still staying at my brother's girlfriend's father's house. I went home and I made a carousel out of balloons. It looked like coat hangers with swans on it because I still couldn't make a dog, right? So it had it had swans on it, not horses. I couldn't make a dog. I couldn't make a horse. Couldn't make any of that. But I put it out behind me with my hat, and I noticed that my take went up that day. I made more money. And the other thing I noticed about this was I didn't actually have to be that impressive at the other things that did. The small things, the people would come along and they'd see this carousel, full coat hangers with a dog as it was. And you know what? They'd go, "What's that?" And I'd say, "It's a carousel." And they'd look, they go, and you know what they'd do? They'd go, "Oh, I see that now. Yeah, that's great. Oh, that's lovely. Can I get a balloon?" Because I'd engaged them. It gave them an excuse to break the ice and they'd come and get a balloon. And at the end of the day, I gave it away to that person or to someone else. I didn't charge for it. I always thought it's luckier just to give it away to someone. Someone went home with 4 coat hangers and a dog, or 4 coat hangers and a swan, as I said, no dogs made in those days. And the other funny thing about this as well, which I also thought was lovely, was that necessity is the mother of invention. So I realised that because I made more money because of it, well, I'd make another carousel the next day. And then I could afford a book to learn balloon dogs. So I started making balloons. I mean, we're talking before the internet, right? Well, the internet was there, but not like it is now. We didn't have a lovely Q corner convention to learn from. So I was making it up as I went along. And I really did. And I started making these carousels, and the carousels got great. It was so great that people would give me £20 for a carousel. And I'd make them, and then people would commission me for carousels. And, you know, St. George's Day came up, St. George's Day. So I made a dragon that I walked down the street with this big dragon, and people would follow me down the street. And then I got bored of making dragons. Oh, and I saw, I'd seen a balloon artist who was very good, and she made one of those Larry Moss balloonicouture faces. So I, you know what, I can do that. So I went home and I reverse engineered it. And I made this face and this pirate, and I started making people. And then I noticed that balloon people really connected. Because you see, people like people, right? They like to look at balloons and see themselves. They like to see that. Do you know what I really love, though? And the reason I'm standing in front of you right now, well, apart from the fact you're bored and you haven't gone to bed yet, the reason I'm standing in front of you right now is because of the kindness of strangers. All right? And this is the big lesson that I learned as a busker, that the world is full of kind people. If on that first day, no one had given me any money, I would have gone in. If my friend hadn't been kind and told me I could have made a fortune as a balloon artist, which I did £10, right? I would have gone in at that point. I wouldn't have continued. I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. I definitely wouldn't be in Canada. I told you. I met my wife when I was making a balloon, Angelina Jolie's face, as it goes. That's the funny thing. But yeah, it would have been a completely different world for me. But because people were kind and they'd give me money, even though I wasn't very good, well, then, yeah, I could stand and I could talk and I could perform and I could be happy and I could eat. Actually, I just want to say about this on the slide, if you don't mind keeping Dom, if you haven't fallen asleep from me waffling on all the time. This picture is quite interesting to me because that girl I'm talking about, the one was my brother's ex-girlfriend now, she's actually the lady dressed as the gorilla behind me. So this is a bit later in my career. You see, there was a thing called the Blackpool Magic Convention, and the Blackpool Magic Convention, I couldn't afford a ticket one year. Decided to hire my friend to be a gorilla, and I stood outside it and busked. Look at that, there I am. And I was so good that, as you can see, someone is walking right through my busking area, and my hat is really not full of money at all, and I've got a balloon in a place a balloon should never go. Anyway, this was, we talked about Phileas Flash. I'm just going to go off the tracks a bit. I told you my ringmaster was called Flash. That was his name. He was based on a villain from the Flashman Chronicles. Well, I had a character called Phileas Flash. It was me and a friend, and this is the original Phileas Flash. Phileas Flash with the big moustache. Yeah, there was two of us, Phileas Flash and Pandemonious Fog, and we went around the world in 80 ways. We'd have a basket, a hot air balloon, and we'd have one of those big 3-foot rounds, right? And we didn't know what to do with it. But it would be the balloon in our hot air balloon. We'd have our feet poking out from the basket underneath. And we'd be going around going, whoa, we're at the mercy of Mother Nature and Father Incompetence. We're 4 feet above the ground. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's funny. That was when we became corporate performers. But this was Phileas Flash, or Uncle Phileas, as I got to know him as. And it's quite sad, really. He was my character for the longest time, and I kind of stole his name. So if I play this character now, I've got no idea what to call him. He's been called Bernard, Jeremy, all sorts of names. I just don't know what to call him anymore. It's funny, isn't it? Should we go to the next slide? Yeah, let's do that thing. So, after busking and after the circus, I started doing corporate work. As I said, once you get a bit of skill, corporate work is where the money's at, right? So I'd have agents and they'd get me gigs here, there and everywhere, and I'd start building up a repertoire of balloons and bits of magic. Boy, as a close-up magician, people employ me as a close-up magician. I always feel really embarrassed about being a close-up magician because I know there's some really good close-up magicians out there. My main misdirection is my speaking, right, my entertainment value. But I always feel a bit nervous about it. I'm not exactly David Blaine. So I've become a corporate, and I started doing that a lot. As I said, me and my friend would do our roving out. Hello, Terry, hello. Ooh, in a hot air balloon. What else did I do? Oh, I remember being a stilt walker. I hate stilts. It's really not for me. And I really hate making balloons on stilts. It's the worst thing. One time I used to wear those plaster stilts, right? My legs fell asleep. And I was standing against the wall. I couldn't walk away. And all these kids kept coming and asking me for balloons. I'm like, you're sure? Because I can't walk. Yeah, no. I remember once actually being dressed as a policeman, an English policeman with that helmet on, with a little flashing light as a stilt walker. And you know what? There was a guy making balloons. And you know, the guy who was getting paid to make balloons, this is a funny thing actually. I'm going to show you the quality of that guy's balloons. Honestly, I saw, well, that's probably better actually than what I saw going out. Me and my mate were like, we're on stilts, and we're like, what is that? And he was being paid a lot of money to make that, right? Yeah, it's, well, that's a dog actually. Look at that, even I can't even do it at the time. But he'd make things, they'd make a snake look really complicated, yeah? I'd be like, whoa, what's that? What are you doing? Oh, so, eventually, what happened was, I split up with the girlfriend. That's the truth of it. I split up with the girlfriend, and I felt really bad about it. So I ran away. I ran away to the south of France. Most people run away to the circus. I ran away from it, and I ran away to the south of France. And when I was in the south of France, clothes maketh the man, right? Well, I didn't have a fancy costume. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, I used to go out wearing, like, really smart gear, you know, and I'd stand on the terraces in the south of France, and I'd make balloons. I got permission from this guy at a bar called Os. That's what it was called. I'd stand there and I'd make balloons, and I'd go, and believe me, I speak French. I'm really bad at that, but I'd say, gosh, I can't even remember what it was. I'd say, look, it doesn't matter what money you've got. You can pay me whatever you like for a balloon. I'm just here to entertain you. I'd rather you went away with a balloon in your hand and a smile on your face than with nothing at all. But the problem is I don't speak French. So if you want to tell me to make something, you're going to have to act it out, and I will try my hardest to understand and make it. And actually, that's how I learned lots of my non-existent French, was in that way, right? It was people telling me things like, oh, they say, oh, sapin, please. Oh, Stefan. Oh, a snake, right? things like that. They'd tell me all these things, and it would give me good French words. Oh, petit chien, petit chien. Oh, yes, there's a little doggy. I get that, I get that. And it was really funny, it was cool. But the illusion was, the funny thing about this is I was dressed like some really super cool guy, and I was actually staying in my friend's tent in his garden. Yeah, I was in a tent. I was living on the goodwill of strangers yet again, because, you know, in those days, I didn't really have much in the way of money. So I stayed in my friend's garden. And actually, at one point, I didn't even have a tent. So I'd stay in a child's bed, and his children would stay in another room, and I'd stay in one of his children's beds. Because kindness of strangers, right? I tell you, kindness is king. And this guy, his name was Gerard, and he was the loveliest man ever. And I'd make balloons for his kids. He'd accept me into his family, and every night I'd go out and I'd make a little bit as a busker. And every day I'd come back and hang out and help him with his kids. It was lovely. What a golden time of my life that was. But you know, just before I'd gone and left for the Dominican Republic, sorry, jumping ahead of myself, just before I'd left for the south of France, I'd had someone and they'd asked me something. They'd said, can you make a Statue of Liberty? I said, sure, I can make a Statue of Liberty. Of course I can. And I thought about making one of those balloonacatures or you know, the faces that Larry must. And I thought, you know, that's not right for Statue of Liberty. She's got a longer face. So I decided to try and make faces in the south of France. And that's what I did. I went home to my tent, and I practiced. It was coming up to Bastille Day in France. And that's a really huge deal. So on Bastille Day, I made a face. And I only had 260s to do it in. So it looked like one of those musculature things. You know, who's that guy, the guy who he gets bodies and takes the skin. It's not very pleasant. Takes the skin off. It looked like that, the musculature underneath. And it was huge. It was about this big, right? This face. It was huge. Everyone loved it. Again, it started bringing me more money. So people would start booking me. And I'll tell you something. Oh, those girls thought that I didn't live in a tent, right? They were all right. Hey, look, the Moon Twister, the DJs got really jealous of me. And it was awesome. So I started making faces, and I made these faces there. Taught myself how to do it. And I hadn't really ever seen anything like that at this point, because the internet wasn't really what it is now. And so I made them smaller or bigger or smaller, and they got better and better. And eventually, they were so good that I came back, and it was my friend's, my goodness, it must have been her 40th birthday, my sister's friend's 40th birthday. Tells you how long it was, a long ago. And I made her a biker, because he had got a bike, like a big Harley Davidson motorbike. And so I made her this awesome biker, and her whole body. That's the first time I'd ever made a complete person that looked like a person. And it was awesome. And you know what? I went to myself, next year, I'm going to keep the same time. I'm going to keep the same time off. And I'm going to go, and I'm going to make balloons in the south of France again, right? I was living in a truck, in a big box van at that time, on a traveller site in the UK. I was poor, right? And I was a circus performer. And the thing about that was that living in that truck was wonderful. It was great. It was a move up from the caravan I was living before that, I'll tell you. But it didn't actually move. And that was my plan. I was going to get this truck to move, and I was going to go back to the south of France. It was going to be awesome. I was going to make so much money doing that. I was going to have a whale of a time with girls in South France. Hey, hello. No. Come around to the summer, I'd left all this time off work. I hadn't taken any gigs because I was thinking I was going to go out and make money. Nothing. Nothing. Now, I don't know if you know this, but in the UK, there's a paper for actors. It's called The Stage. And I used to read this all the time, and there was never anything in it for me apart from these jobs that I couldn't get. They wanted an actor for the Shakespearean show, and I was not that good, so I didn't get them. So I'd keep buying this paper, or I'd go into the newsagent and read it on the sly, rather than I used to do in those days. If I couldn't afford to read it, we'll buy it. But one day I remember buying this one, and it had an advert for children's entertainers. Children's entertainers wanted to go to Spain. Other places like that, Spain, how was it? Spain, Mallorca, I think it was mainly Spain actually, Portugal. And I thought, you know what, that's pretty cool. I'll apply. And I did. And that job, I got this job for 6 weeks in the school holidays in the UK. And yet again, this changed my life. I went to Mallorca, I went to Fuerteventura and then Mallorca, and I started entertaining for kids there. And the lady, the producer of this particular company, was called Beverly Williamson. Why am I forgetting that? Anyway, she was wonderful. And the next year, that company, which was Thompson, got a huge contract. They became first choice, and they got this contract to go to the Dominican Republic, Egypt, all these amazing places. And it wasn't just the summer anymore. This was now an amazing time. You went for 9 months. 9 months of sun and getting paid to do stuff like make balloons. It was incredible. And you know what? I went and I did it. It was pretty cool. She said you can choose anywhere you wanted to. I'd never heard of the Dominican Republic before. It was one of those places I just honestly never heard of it. Chose it on the flip of a coin to go there. And because I chose that place to go, within 2 weeks of landing, I met a Canadian girl. Her name was Tanya. And we got together on Valentine's Day. The day after, I made Angelina Jolie's face out of balloons. It wasn't quite as beautiful as this one. And yeah. And we did a long-distance relationship for a long time. She eventually came over to live in England, and I went to live in Canada after that, because she couldn't find work in England. I discovered that I couldn't find work in Canada. We ended up going back to the Dominican Republic again. I became a tour guide for something called Outback Safari. In fact, there's a picture of Outback Safari on this slide. They're great company. And as you can see, something here that you're going to notice is all these kids. Right? All these kids here having balloons. Isn't that wonderful? Look at their faces. Aren't they all really happy and having a good time? Yeah. Well, these kids in particular that would come to Outback Safari, these kids were really underprivileged kids. This was a field trip that Outback Safari would run for children who didn't have any money, coming from very poor backgrounds. And at this stage, I didn't really even know that, but later on, I discovered that. And the one thing that you'll notice about the balloons that these kids have got is they're all something really simple. At this stage, I was pretty good, right? I was pretty good at making balloons by now. But it didn't matter to these kids. I could make a balloon sword, a balloon dog, and it was like magic to them. Whereas if I'd made a balloon for a Canadian or an English guest at the hotel, they expected something like really super, right? But these kids, butterfly rings. It's just incredible. I mean, I'm even looking at them now. I can't even tell what half those balloons are. They're that bad. But still, it was a huge deal to these kids. Another thing that in those days with the Dominican Republic, the balloons, you couldn't get good balloons there as well. And when we went back to the Dominican Republic, which we did because I couldn't find work in Canada and my wife couldn't find work in England, we went back and I worked for them as a tour guide. Isn't that funny, eh? Some English guy working as a tour guide for a company in the Dominican Republic. When I went back, the guy who hired me said, "Don't worry, we'll get you loads of really good quality balloons." And I had some supply with me. I had like a balloon bag with me. And that was all I had because he'd never got me any balloons. There used to be a party shop and I could occasionally buy a bag of mixed qualatex. And I used to love it. My wife would tell you, right? I had the same balloons in my bags for 18 months. I couldn't make anything out of the ones you'd buy from the other suppliers. They're just pop. You can make a worm. Honestly, it was just like, oh, great. A sword even, that would be difficult. I believe qualatex are out there now. Pioneer are out there in Dominican. It's been a long time since I'm there. And I'll tell you now, Dominican party suppliers and decorators are incredible. The things they can do with balloons. Unbelievable. And now they've got even better balloons in their hands. I'm sure it's incredible what they can do. But it did make me realise something. Although I've said I was poor in my life, I lived in a truck, I didn't have any money. I had a lot more than some of these kids had, right? And I'm quite a privileged guy, really, because my expectations of a balloon are pretty high. And when I said I couldn't eat, well, that was different yet again. You know, some of these kids, man, I went in some of the houses and some of the really poor kids live in the world. Well, they're quite sad, really, and that always affected me quite heavily. So it's hard when you're a busker or you're a balloon artist and you want to try and make money and you're trying to balance that out. But I always try. I like to try and make sure that even if a kid didn't have money, they would get something. Right? They'd get a balloon of some description. Right. Anyway, as we said, oh yeah, the job for Outback Safari, it went within a month. I obviously the world's best Dominican tour guide. I was dreadful, and the job disappeared. And suddenly I'm stuck in the Dominican Republic. I just found a dog like a few days before, and I had nothing. I couldn't afford to get out of the Dominican Republic. All I had was me, this dog, and my beautiful Canadian girlfriend at the time, Tanya. And yeah, we were stuck there. How are we going to get out of here? We can't get out. Like, people offer to loan us money to leave the Dominican, and I'm quite a proud guy. And I said, no, let's try and stay. My wife fell ill. She had a stomach bug, and what was lovely was that the tour guides of Outback Safari, they rode round. They got us to hospital in Igwe, and my wife was saved because of that. I will always be eternally grateful. The kindness of strangers, yet again, that's why I'm standing here. But yeah, I had to reinvent myself again, right? I had to show adversity. The thing that was really, really hard for me had to become the thing that I became a salesman. I became a travel rep. I'd sit behind the desk, and I'd sell excursions to people. I don't know if you realise this, but travel reps, normally that's how they make their money, is selling excursions. And because I knew a few magic tricks, I'd use those. My wife's from Newfoundland, so I'd sing Newfoundland songs to the people that would come by. It was awesome, to be honest. But yeah, everyone else is out enjoying themselves, and I'm out there, so I'm sitting there behind the desk, watching you all enjoy yourself, trying to get enough money to get home. We had to actually leave the Dominican at a certain point, and sunshine led to the snow, is what I would say, because we had to leave before the end of the season, because if we didn't leave before the end of the season, my poor dog would have had to have been left in the Dominican Republic, and I had two street dogs that I'd adopted off the side of the road. So we decided not to leave them there. We decided to get out of the Dominican, and we came to Canada. Let me just see what my next slide is, because I think so. Yes, and I'm running low on time, so I'm going to have to move fast. So happy endings was the next. Happy ending. I had a happy ending next. You see, but it was really a new beginning. We managed to get enough money to get out of Canada because adversity helped us do that. Yeah, we did that, and I reinvented myself. I remember making a wish before I left Canada, and I wished that instead of selling excursions, I'd be able to sell balloons and be able to make people happy again and become a children's entertainer and do what I'm good at. That's all I wanted, just build a small business again. So that's what I did. I came back, I applied for a job as an actor. The lady said, no, you're not right for this because you're not a very good actor. She didn't say that, but I knew that's what it was. And she said, listen, I'll tell you what, there's another lady, she runs an adventure farm in Edmonton. Why don't you go and see her? I've seen the pictures of the balloons you've sent. I've never seen anyone who can do that. So why don't you go and make balloons for her? And I did exactly that. And because I did that on Canada Day, which was the second time I worked for this lady actually, a TV presenter, a guy I was actually talking to today, he's lovely, Graham Neal, wonderful guy. He saw me, and I made a big Mountie balloon. And because he saw this big balloon, he went, my goodness, that's incredible. I'm going to put TV, he said. And he did. And not only did he put me on because of the balloon, I was a farmer in those days, so half the farm. And he said, all right, I'll go on TV for you, and I'll take you for a tour around the farm. And he did that. He had me doing the whole slot for him. And Graham was so wonderful. And he always say, no, Rupert, no, I didn't do that. But he did. He put me in touch with Street Festival, Edmonton Street Festival, which I've done ever since. He put me in touch with the Comedy Festival. He put me in touch with all these people, and he gave me a platform. He really helped me establish myself here in Edmonton. I even made the first ever balloon I had that went viral and got shown all over the world was a stormtrooper. Well, that was made for Graham's kid's birthday party 9 years ago. 9 years ago, something like that. No, not 9 years ago. Child's turning 9 on Friday. Must have been about 6-7 years ago. 6-7 years ago, yeah. So I made this stormtrooper for him, and I'll tell you a story about a stormtrooper another time. I'm running low on time. But the stormtrooper was great, and it went. George Takei featured it. The guy who played Sulu in Star Trek, he featured this, and I remember just that feeling of being accepted and elated that someone famous saw what I could do and thought it was worth sharing with the world. Isn't that incredible, right? And then Qualatex. Well, Qualatex saw me. And Qualatex started saying, do you want to come and teach? Convention saw me, and they said, well, do you want to come and teach? And I went, oh, you know, I've got a unique selling point. I make balloon faces, and I don't know if I do that, then I'm not going to be featured by anyone, right? And so I started thinking about this, and I was like, do I want to teach? Do I want to teach balloons? Is that what I want to do? And I'm a performer, not really a teacher. That's what I thought to myself. So I resisted. You know, Don and Keith were talking about having the manicure so they can make the balloons with those sleeves. Only once was I ever offered that chance to go to Wichita and do the sleeves thing, and I turned it down. It was right at the beginning, and I turned it down because I didn't want to teach, and I didn't know what I was going to teach. And since then, just saying, I've been asked back, but I have gone all over the world teaching. I did it because I owed someone a favour. There's a pattern coming up here. I owe everyone favours. I owed someone a favour, a guy, Steve Klein, and I said, sure, I'll come and I'll teach for you at a convention. So I went to Florida Super Jam, I taught there, and then I went to Twist and Shout and taught for qualatex. It was awesome that same year. And I was so worried about losing my unique selling point and that everyone could make faces. But do you know something? Because I went and I taught, I got more back than I ever gave out. The first time I left Florida, the first time I taught at a convention, in fact, the first 2 times, I remember being on that flight and crying all the way home. Because the balloon family is all about love, right? And I have never felt so accepted and so loved in my life by random strangers as I felt going to a convention. You guys are amazing. I just love it. I love the way that you make people feel. I've been to other conventions and that's great, isn't it? But a balloon artist, man, he rocked my world. And so I felt accepted by that. And not only that, there's a guy called Guido Bierhoff, who's a dear friend of mine, Guido Bierhoff. At Twist and Shout, he was teaching distortion technique. It was the first time I'd ever seen it. I saw Jason Sakota make something with distortion. I thought, that's cool. But Guido Bierhoff, suddenly, he was making things and he was showing how to do it. And because I'd been there, because I was teaching, I learned distortion technique. And it occurred to me, I went, this is the thing I needed. If I'd have stayed at home making the same balloon faces, I would have absolutely stayed stale. I would have got stale. My work wouldn't have continued. All right. And so that really, I found that inspiration is a very circular thing. You get back what you give in life, right? Kindness of strangers, that's one thing, but inspiration is circular, right? The next thing I'm going to say about that is, well, I got quite lucky now, right? So I've now got a little boy called Tatum. That was him crashing about upstairs. I just heard. I don't know if you can hear that. But yeah, so I've got a little boy now, and he's like three years old. So suddenly now, I used to go out on these wild adventures where I'd go to conventions just at the drop of a hat or go off and do some crazy stuff because I could afford to, right, in those days. It didn't matter. I'd go to the south of France and live in a tent. Can't do that anymore. Now, instead, I have to find that balance, right? So I don't go out necessarily. I have to find a balance when you I don't know if you know, it always seems very glamorous, all these people going off all over the world teaching. It is. It's awesome. I've been to Japan, Australia. Oh my goodness, the places I've been. It's great. And the kindness of strangers are yet again having me come to their conventions and having me perform for them and teach and do shows. Oh, so great. But while you're out there, and I don't think teachers ever talk about this, your business at home, there's no one to do it. So it kind of suffers, right? So now I have to balance that a little bit more. But last year, I got a really good chance to go to Blackpool, Balloon Bash. It's just a little convention. Because I'd learned to bake balloons in Blackpool, I thought, you know what? I should go back. And they were really generous and they were really kind. They had me there. And just as I was leaving, they said something to me. I thought, well, this guy came and found me, a guy Lee, and he goes, oh, Rupert, I'm packing the car, right? Packing the car up, trying to go. And he said, there's a guy who wants to see you. And this guy is the guy who runs Blackpool Magic Convention. Now, I don't know if you remember, but that picture of me with the gorilla was me busking outside Blackpool Magic Convention because I couldn't afford to go in. And he said, yeah, he wants you to teach. And I went, okay, I'm going to teach. And so this year, I can hear Tatum jumping up and down upstairs now. He wants to be in this, but he was in Blackpool with me the first time. So this year I got to go back and go and teach at this convention I used to busk outside of. And I have to say, it was one of the highlights of my life and the highlights of my career. I got to go and stand in a nice suit and pretend I was really serious and super cool. I went full circle, right? Full circle. And because I went full circle, there were some things that I learned and some things that changed my world, and I want to tell you about them now before time, because I am running low, about things that changed my world, and I hope if you listen to what I'm saying could change yours as well. All right. Sometimes, maybe we'll switch to a slide so I can rattle through these. Okay. Struggling. I know at the moment there's a lot of us struggling. A lot of us are looking to see what the future holds. It's an uncertain time for everyone in the world, not just us. All right, not just balloon artists. It's uncertain for everyone. But struggling, I've always discovered, can make you much stronger. Not always, but a lot of times when you struggle, that's when the real beauty comes out. All right. If I'd had loads of money, the last thing I would have done would be standing out making balloons on the side of the street. I would have been, I don't know, sitting playing PlayStation like I was at the beginning, right? I didn't have to. Struggling makes you more beautiful. Makes you more beautiful. Don't make you more beautiful. Look at this, makes you more lined. The second thing I'm going to tell you is this: if I can do it, so can you. Right? I'm a clown. I'm a clown. I wasn't even a clown to begin with. I was a villain. I was the bad guy. But if I can do it, why can't you do it? I can go out on the streets and make 10 quid a day, and it can encourage me to go out. You can do stuff like that too, right? If I can make balloon faces like this Van Gogh, you can make that too. Look at my beginnings. I couldn't make anything but a flower at 29, 30. It was 30, 31 by the time I could do that. Oh, another thing. Notice, even this one, I am looking at this. It's a little bit more difficult. It's not going particularly well, to be honest. But yeah, habit. The power of habit and repetition. This is why we get good as a balloon artist. If you get good, you don't have to look at your hands anymore. If you don't look at your hands, you can entertain while you're doing it. And you can... well, in this case, maybe not. But you can do... Popeye, did you see that? Oh! The eye went under the chair! I can't even get to it now! Come here! I'll keep an eye out for you. Ooh, a little bit of dirt in my eye there. I knew I should have vacuumed. But look, yeah, habit and repetition. It means that I can engage you and do a long lecture, almost over an hour now I've been talking to you, and I still managed to make a balloon face without even really concentrating on it. That's why it's not that good. Get good at stuff. Get good, do it again and again and again until it gets in your brain. And that's where you start making lots of money, right? Oh, this is my favourite. Balloons bring people into the moment. And I haven't got long, I've got about 10 minutes left, but I'm going to tell you now, that's my favourite thing in the world. You know, the world's a dark place sometimes, and people get really upset about stuff, politics. We've all been forced into opposing groups about stuff, and you know what, I'm not all about that. I'm about the middle ground, finding that. I found something really interesting. People forget about all that when you make them a balloon. They just want to be happy, right? We all just want to be happy. We're all just thinking about our families at the end of the day. We're thinking about love, thinking about the best way to look after our family, whatever side of the political spectrum you might be on. Yeah? And I know that a lot of you have got a political view. I see it all the time. I'm not going to tell you mine. I mean, you probably guess. But I do know this. People are people the world over. I've been all over the world, and all I see is lovely people. Lovely, wonderful people. And wonderful people, we all have this wonderful story, and it's all generally about family, right? We're trying to do the best for our family. We're trying to look after them in the way we think is best. And that's coming into the moment. You can really bring people into the moment, yeah? Goodness, balloons are goodness, in my opinion. They're a lovely thing. Oh, this one's important. No man is self-made. We are all connected. This is one of my huge points that I love, right? I didn't talk about it earlier, but there was this thing, tiny pebbles. I put it in one of my slides earlier. Tiny pebbles, right? Actually, Arnold Schwarzenegger, I saw a speech with Arnold Schwarzenegger the other day, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was saying, we are all connected. I am not a self-made man. I'm made up of inspiration and random acts of kindness by people. That guy who put me up in his house, his name was Steve King, and he was a king amongst men. He put me up in his house, and by doing that, he threw a tiny pebble into a lake, and that pebble made ripples. The guy who said you can make a balloon, right? Make money making balloons. Yet again, one tiny pebble of kindness from that man, and the ripples are spread out. The ripples are spread out so far now that you've been listening to me for over an hour. And those ripples are hopefully going to spread out further. They're going to help you make other people happy. Maybe you've seen the face. Maybe you'll go back and you'll rewind this and watch how I made it, right? Maybe you'll make someone happy because of that. Maybe you'll make a smile, all right? Ripples, tiny pebbles. You don't know the big difference that one small thing you do can have, that change it can have on someone's life. So it's so important. Make those things worthwhile. Make them kind. Make them positive. Be kind. That's one of my big things, man. Be kind. We can all be horrible. I could be horrible. But no, be kind. In my life, the best things that have ever happened haven't been money. They've been kindness. They've been people being lovely and helping me when no one else did, right? And I also noticed people who weren't very nice, when they fell, there wasn't generally as many people to pick them up as when I fell, because I was always trying to be kind and be nice to people, right? Final point of how my story can help me change the world. Really important right now. When times are dark, art shines brighter, in my opinion. All right? Everyone here who's watching this, we're artists, we're entertainers, right? Right now, I'm not suggesting go outside. I'm going to say stay inside, stay safe, stay positive. But lots of ordinary people are hiding right now. Okay, millions of ordinary people all over the world are hiding. Balloon artists are extraordinary, though, right? We can make vibrant rainbows of colour that dispel the darkness, and we can make see that life is worth living. So now is the time to show those true colours, right? The world is really dark right now. Show your true colours. Show you want to help. Show that you care. Okay. And we're almost at the end, all right? We're almost at the end. I know you want to go. You've probably seen enough of me by now. I'm going to go to the next slide. The next slide is, if you want to learn balloons from me, this is my sales pitch, shameless sales pitch. There are different ways of learning from me right now. You can go to my shop. You can buy the Face of Things to Come 5th anniversary edition. I've got that on, it's the normal price. I haven't put it on sale because I realise that money's tight and I don't think anyone's going to buy it from me right now, to be honest. Blatant truth. The other place you can go, and I'm going to give a big shout out to Ziv Raviv from Israel, balloonartistcollege.com. Balloonartistcollege.com, he's got my back catalogue of Face Things to Come 1, the Face Things Come 2, and the Face Things Come, the Face Things Come 2.5, right? He streams those, you can buy those if you want, but what Ziv's been doing this last month has been wonderful. He's been making all his online live webinars free. So I did one for him on Monday. We talked about line work, and it was awesome. I've got another one coming up next month on St. George's Day. I think I talked about St. George's Day, and I'm going to let people choose whatever they want. There's a choice. I think it's Dragons, Knights in Arms, something like that. He'll tell you more, and we're going to decide that. And then I've got a really special last webinar that I'll be teaching as well. And yeah. So you can go and get my streaming content there. He's got that available for people. Oh, and what's the other one? Oh, yeah, we're going to get to my last slide because I am running low on time. And this is really my big thing right now. And if we could put this up on the screen fully, you don't need to see my face anymore. This is a group I started 14 years ago. No, I didn't. I started it 6 years ago with a lady called Zany Jamie. That's it, Zany Jamie. And yeah, it's awesome. It's called Random Balloon Artistry. And when I was I let it drop down and did nothing for a long time. You know, you get busy, right? And I got busy. I went off teaching how to kid, and I let this little group, basically fizzle out, and I forgot about it for a bit. And then I was in Blackpool this year, and I remembered a friend of mine, Deborah Feldman, and I remembered her green balloon dog that was her symbol, and how that was a symbol of community. And I saw in the UK that there were lots of people who were really upset about politics. And I saw a lot of people looking really sad. And so I decided with my friend DJ Rixie, who just had a kid this week, woo woo, I decided that we'd reinvent this group. And while I was in Blackpool, in the biggest gig of my life, I went online and I found 2 other administrators who helped me get this back up and running. And they were Luke Patron, CBA, and Pip Milford Hughes. And they helped me get this group back up online, and I am so glad they did. You see, it's about kindness, it's about love, and it's about generosity, and it's about being a balloon artist. You see, balloon artists are wonderful things. We have the biggest parts in the world, and that's what this is about. The idea is, he's trying to wrestle a balloon in these last couple of minutes. The idea is this: you make a balloon. Now, the original idea was you made a balloon, you left it somewhere, and you just made people smile, right? Ooh, like that. The thing about this is that in today's day and age, I don't want to make necessarily just doing balloon graffiti. It's not necessarily good for the environment. So I kind of changed it a little bit. We changed it so that the idea of this group now is just to make people happy. We run competitions on there as well. And the main thing that we were doing was giving balloons to people like servers or people who looked like they weren't having a good day. That's what we were doing. So cool and wonderful. Now, obviously, COVID-19 has come along, and that's made that quite difficult. But just over a week ago, one of my friends from college shared something on my page. She shared a group that she'd come up with. And then after I finished making my fairy finding video a day later, someone else shared something on my page, which was another group that featured these things, rainbows. And so what we've been encouraging people to do over the last week or so is make rainbows, balloon rainbows, and put them in your window. Show the world that you care. I mean, these groups make rainbows all over the place, all over. I mean, it actually started, as far as I'm aware, in Ipswich, my hometown. Isn't that cool, right? Isn't that cool? And people are making rainbows, and the idea is that kids are going out in their cars and seeing rainbows in people's windows, and that's making them feel that their community still care for them. Isn't that cool? And so my little group of 300 ballooning artists all over the world have been doing that for the last week or so. We've been making these rainbows, and look, I've got some here who've volunteered to, who've said that they can show them their photo. Now, the nice thing is that we have two different ways of doing this. There's a nice group you can join up to, Random Balloon Artistry Group, and there's a page. And if you go on our page, and when you do share a balloon in the group, I'll do my best to give you credit, or I am running a long time. So you see these balloons here? Look, I want to give credit to the people quickly who made them. I've got Paul Armar, Christopher Lyle, Judy Volkman, Helen Budinger, Jane Lashner, Diana Haverstock, Bill Torgensen, Luke Bertrand. Now look at this bear. I'll show the picture up. Can you see that bear there? That bear, Luke made that. And Luke not only made that, but he also, in his utter kindness, because also people are doing bear trails, he's got that as a file that you can download for free from Random Balloon Artistry Group, right? Yeah, so you can go in our group. If you join up, you have to answer a simple question. What's a 160? You can join up, you can learn to make that bear, you can make it for your very self. Who else have I got? DJ Morrow, Dappy Dylan McCulloch. Oh, she makes some really cool stuff. Billy Damon. I love Billy Damon. Can you see? Look at him there. He made this one today. I had to get it in the last minute. Thank you, healthcare and frontline, our true heroes. He's showing them how much he cares about what they're doing right now. And believe me, that when you're out doing a job like that, every little bit helps. You want people to realise how special you are, and those people are heroes. Mary Dickinson, she made this lovely balloon rainbow with a pot of gold. How cool is that? I've never seen that technique before. Carol Bain Linda, Judy Volkman. There was also a couple more that I didn't even get a chance to put their balloons in. Heather Griffin. Heather Griffin's in Newfoundland. She's been making balloon rainbows and putting them in a window. Do you want to know what? She just got back from a trip, a really, really hard trip home from the United States. She's still making balloons, rainbows, to make people realise that they're loved. Isn't that cool? So if you wouldn't mind, as a balloon artist, maybe you could come and join our little group, our little merry band, and we can make rainbows, and then I can share them to some of these rainbow groups all over the world, and people can see our work and see that balloon artists really do care. We have big hearts. As I said, now is the time to care and show that, and do it from the safety of your own home. Oh yes, one more thing that's on there, maybe not with the mask. Hang on, I've got to get rid of this now. But I took a leap of faith in you guys. I really did. I said there's other ways you can learn. You can go to my website. You can download the ways to make faces. But yeah, in the file section in Random Balloon Artistry in the group, there's a lovely file called The Face of Things to Come PDF Basic Edition. And that's my greatest secret. And I'm giving it to you for free because I want you guys to go out and do something amazing. Go out and have a wonderful time. Well, don't go out at the moment. Stay inside. Stay safe. Most importantly, though, stay positive. I've been Rupert Appleyard, and you guys are fantastic. Thank you for listening to the end. Do a dance while I wait for Keith and Dom to wake up. I was talking a long time.
Hello.
Hello. We went nowhere.
Hello.
We were right here the entire trip, my friend.
That was fantastic, Rupert.
It was a great story, buddy. The amount of positive comments that we've had through this has been fantastic. We've got to share a few with you.
Thank you.
But it really has. I mean, somebody's just saying there. I mean, it's saying, "Change my night. Thanks to remind me to always be kind. That's the key. Thanks for the lovely lecture. Very inspiring journey. I'm so inspired." There's just tons. I mean, we could spend probably the next 120 hours going through all of these fantastic comments about it.
I was quite scared, Dom, to be honest, and Keith. I was quite scared, guys.
Why?
That's quite a weird thing to come on and do that for this kind of convention, right? You expected me to show you how to twist, and I thought I'll do my TED talk instead.
Yeah, we get that, you know.
I think there was a few people that did expect you to come out and twist as well, but I think you gave us far more than that, buddy.
Yeah.
I think
Thank you.
You really are an inspiration. It was such a wonderful story from busking because you had nothing to where you stand today, which is a true testament to you and your positivity.
Exactly. Yes. It's
we've been there. We've done the busking. We've been there. We've done the standing in Durham and Newcastle where you're wearing fingerless gloves just to try to keep some warmth in your hands while you're working and things. We've been there. We've done it.
We totally have. You know, we appreciate that. It's very easy. I think sometimes, you know, people come into the industry and they say, oh, there's Phileas Flash, as you were, you know, Rupert Appleyard. Wow, look at him.
Time twister.
Yeah, it's so easy for him. He's so good. You know, and they don't know where you've come from. You know, it's that, you know, how many times have you failed to get to that point where you are now? And I think it's such a fact that you've opened up, you know, that story for people. I think that's such a brave thing to do, to share that information, because it's on a little platform. You know, we always say everything we've done has been a stepping stone to where we are today. So we'd never take anything away. We would never necessarily change anything. We just learn from those, you know, good things, bad things, and put into practice the lessons we've learned, and, you know, and never be afraid to maybe go backwards a step before we move forward as well. So, you know, I think a lot of what you said, you know, it really, really hits home with us as well. Absolutely. So appreciate that. Thank you very much.
It's so important to see there's a human, right? That's the thing. We're all humans. Yeah, even me. Look.
Scooby-Doo engine. You know?
So
guy. There's somebody just put in the chat that it's so perfectly timed, this lecture, with what's going on in the world today. So, you know, well done to you, sir. Well done.
And
no, thank you. Honestly,
to come on first.
It just, I mean, I don't know if we've got time to go back, but I know you've got another. Oh God, you've got another lecture coming up. I'll show you another time. But there was a picture in the last one of this guy called Mike, and I followed my feet and I made him out balloons.
Sorry, I've already deleted your files. Sorry, buddy.
Good, I would.
I've closed them down. I didn't expect you to do that to me, buddy.
No, and he was, no, don't worry about it. But people go back and they can see on my
make sure you
picture,
hashtag it. Hashtag it with the Q Corner Convention.
Yeah.
And then
Which one?
I will. Mike, in that last one, Random Balloon Artistry, in there's a guy called Mike, and when I was at Blackpool Magic Convention, I had a day off. There he is in the bottom there. I had a day off, and he was running a charity stand called Nerve Tumours UK, right? And he said he suffers from it. He's got like half his face is basically gone. And he said, make me a balloon of me, right? And the one thing he said to me was the only thing I care about. He said, what's and all? He said, make me smile.
Oh.
And do you know what? That affected me.
Yeah.
That really, really affected me. And that was really one of the main things why Luke, Kip and me, and now Trish, Sam Cremens and Craig Cash, why we are so passionate about this particular movement, Random Balloon Artistry, and making a difference through the art of balloons.
Yeah,
right?
It's that underlying message that we all have. You know, yes, we have to go and make a living, but we can still spread those smiles, because that's what we're in the business of.
Absolutely.
Business of smiles. So yes, we want to thank you so much. Sorry?
Smiles are rainbows.
Smiles are rainbows, yes.
Smiles and rainbows, man. Can I go back to playing PlayStation now? Are we done?
Yep. You can go back and you can go back and play your Minecraft.
I ain't going nowhere. These next few tutors are really awesome, by the way. I'm going to be listening in. I'm even going to wait to watch Westworld until you guys fall asleep.
Well, the thing is that at some point we were supposed to be grabbing power naps here and there, but looking at the list, I don't know when I'm going to get time to do a power nap, because it's like it's absolutely filled full of stuff that I really want to see.
Not going to happen.
Oh, incredible.
Thank you for going first.
End of the week, boy.
Yes, enjoyed the rest of the convention, and once again, thank you so much from us here at the Q Corner Studio and all of the Pioneer team. I know they appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so we'll finish with that one at the end there by Richard Hernandez. I love his energy. Absolutely. We love your energy, and we'll see you again soon, Rupert. Happy to call you a friend, my friend.
Yeah, back at you, man. Back at you. Thank you for all you're doing. This is awesome.
Bye for now, sir.
Love you.
You need to let that chap go. Thank you.
Get me off here.
Right. Wow. How good was that, people?
How are we going to follow that?
Yes.
And I'm pleased somebody said as well is that, yes, they could have gone on there and shown us how to twist a few things or whatever, but I think what he did on there was far more powerful. His story is such a powerful one, and it's very inspirational for anybody, not just people within the balloon industry, but people that have a passion to do something or just a drive to keep pushing things forward, right? You saw how many times he got knocked down, and you know the reason that we fall down is so we can learn how to pick ourselves back up. That's, you know, it sounds like a corny phrase. I get that, but it's true. We fall down so we can pick ourselves back up and dust ourselves off, grow stronger, keep moving. So that's brilliant. So what have we got to move on to next, Dom?
Guys, legendary moment. I just want to take this 3 seconds while I can. We're still on time.
We're still on time. We are still on time.
I don't want to dwell on that too long, otherwise we'll lose that time. However, right now we are on time, on target, and doing our utmost. So, and thank you, Rupert, for, you know, he squeezed so much information into that time frame, and we very much appreciate that. You know, sometimes you're on that flow and you want to go. We are like that.
There was somebody that was actually trying to catch up, and he was trying to actually work alongside and make the face at the same time, and he stopped when he got to the eyes. But well done for trying. We appreciate it.
I think it's just a relaxing thing for Rupert, though, isn't it? Now he can just chat and twist. Yeah. It's brilliant to see. So much fun to watch, but so much energy, that guy. So yes, I am just queuing up.
A celebratory no touch pat on the back. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, is Eric and Josh up next? The classes run between 1.5 hours and 1 hour or 1 hour to 1.5 hours, depending on which class it is. There's Phileas in the chat. If you have anything to ask him, now's the time. He's right there. He can't go anywhere. He can answer, and tell him how much you loved it, because it really means a lot. He really did open himself up and made himself very vulnerable to it. So next, I get to press this one. This is a legend of the balloon industry. One of the first things we got to see him make was for the, in person anyway, it was 2016. He made the Grand Gala decor for the World Balloon Convention 2016 in New Orleans, which absolutely blew our minds. We were actually there a little bit behind the scenes watching keep on picking our jaws back up.
I know.
As
you
we
find
saw
yourself
this thing
just
go
stand
together.
staring, isn't it? It's like,
Here he is, the guy himself, all the way from Brazil. We have our next instructor, which is Mr. Luis Carlos. Now, Luis Carlos' project is going to be in Portuguese. I believe that there are some parts in English as well, so
I believe so.
Follow along. And it's projects in PowerPoint. What have we got? Balloon projects, how to do projects with PowerPoint. If you want to learn from one of the best in the industry, there's no better than Luis Carlos. Okay,
Still never fails to amaze me, this guy.
Sit back and relax and please enjoy.
Let me bring this over for everybody. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Here we go.
Olá, meu nome é Luis Carlos.
Olá, hello, my name is Rafael and I'm here to do some translation for you guys.
E hoje a gente vai aprender como fazer projetos, coisas básicas, projetos com PowerPoint.
And today we're going to learn how to do some simple projects with the PowerPoint.
E agora eu vou compartilhar minha tela com você e aí a partir disso você vai começar a ver como a gente inicia o nosso processo.
And now we're going to be sharing our screen with you so you can see how we start the process.
Vamos lá?
Let's go.
Bom, muito bem. Agora você já está vendo a tela do PowerPoint.
Well, now you can already see the PowerPoint screen.
E em primeiro lugar eu queria agradecer a Qualatex por organizar esse evento.
First thing, I'd like to thank qualatex to provide this event for us.
E os irmãos da Kickoff por ter conseguido juntar todas essas pessoas para fazer esse evento incrível.
And the brothers from Kickoff to get people together for this event.
Ok, então essa aula vai ser sobre projetos para PowerPoint.
And this class will be for PowerPoint projects.
E aqui, quando você abrir a sua primeira tela de PowerPoint, você vai ter uma tela mais ou menos como essa, toda em branco.
So right when you open your PowerPoint, this is basically what you're going to see.
Claro que hoje nós estamos usando um modelo da convenção, mas você vai ter uma tela totalmente em branco quando você abrir seu PowerPoint.
Of course, I'm already using a model for the event, but when you open up, you're going to see a blank page.
Ok, nosso primeiro passo vai ser vir aqui nesse botão inserir.
So the first thing, we're going to go into the little button there on the screen that says Insert.
Clicamos.
Click on it.
E vamos em Formas.
And then we're going to go into Forms.
Clicamos em Formas. E aí nós vamos buscar uma imagem ou uma forma arredondada. Clicamos em cima.
So we're going to choose some sort of a circle form.
Agora nós vamos apertar as duas teclas Shift e Ctrl juntas.
And now you're going to press Ctrl and Shift together on the keyboard.
E aí nós vamos abrir o nosso círculo 100% perfeito, 100% redondo.
And you're going to open up your circle 100% round.
E aqui eu posso movimentá-lo para onde eu quiser.
And I can move it anywhere I want.
E se eu apertar Ctrl Shift novamente, eu posso diminuir o tamanho e ainda assim ele vai ficar 100% redondo.
And if I press Ctrl Shift again, I can change sizes and it's going to be 100% circle.
Então, toda vez que você precisar de um círculo 100% redondo, você pode apertar Ctrl Shift e pode aumentar o tamanho ou diminuir o tamanho. Nesse caso, a gente vai diminuir um pouco.
So whenever you need a circle form that is a 100% circle, you can just press Ctrl Shift together and make it bigger or smaller, it doesn't matter. It's going to be perfect.
Ok, esse vai ser o nosso primeiro balão.
And this is going to be our first balloon.
Agora a gente vai lá em página inicial novamente. Vamos copiar e colar esse balão.
There you go. We're going to go on to home again, and then we're going to copy and paste this balloon.
Para facilitar, eu vou aqui na parte inferior e vou ampliar um pouco a tela para ficar mais fácil a gente enxergar.
On the right bottom of the screen, I'm just going to use the zoom button there to amplify the page.
E agora a gente vai colocar um balão ao lado do outro.
We're going to put one balloon next to each other.
E esse aqui vai ser o nosso primeiro cluster de balões.
And this is going to be our first balloon cluster.
É claro que você sabe que nós vamos trabalhar com um cluster de 4 balões, mas num projeto você só vê os 2 balões que estão à frente. Por isso, quando você estiver vendo 2 balões aqui, significa que nós temos mais 2 balões atrás.
As you may know, we use for a cluster of 4 balloons. But here, when you see 2 balloons like that in the screen, that means that it's 4 balloons.
Ok, agora eu vou marcar esses 2 balões. Depois eu vou clicar com o lado direito do mouse E aí eu vou em agrupar para deixar os dois como uma única imagem.
Okay, so now I'm going to select both balloons. I'm going to click with the right button with the mouse, and then I'm going to group the figure itself.
Okay. O próximo passo é copiar e colar uma desses balões.
So the next step, we're going to copy and paste one of those balloons again.
E colocá-lo exatamente na parte superior dos outros dois, bem no centro.
And place it right on top of the other two balloons, right in the middle, just like this.
Vamos copiar e colar novamente.
Copy and paste one more time.
E agora a gente vai colocar ele ao lado do balão de cima e de modo que ele fique com essas linhas vermelhas, você sabe que ele está exatamente no lugar que você quer.
So now I'm going to place right next to the balloon on top, but making sure that is on the same place, aligned with the balloons underneath, right in this perfect spot that I want.
Agora nós vamos clicar com o mouse do lado direito.
Now click with the right button again with the mouse.
E vamos enviar essa figura para trás.
And we're going to send that picture backwards.
Ok. Vamos copiar e colar novamente.
Copy and paste again.
Levar para o lado oposto.
Take it to the other side, the same way we did it before.
Sempre a gente usa as linhas vermelhas para saber que ele está exatamente onde nós queremos.
We always use these red little lines to make sure it's in the right spot.
E agora a gente vai clicar com o lado direito do mouse novamente e mais uma vez enviar para trás.
And we're going to click with the right button of the mouse again and send it backwards.
Ok. Agora nós vamos marcar esses 3 balões que estão na parte de cima.
Now we'll select the 3 balloons on the top.
Clicar com o mouse do lado direito.
Right button with the mouse again.
E agrupar essa imagem.
And group them again.
E agora nós vamos clicar na imagem de baixo, clicar com o mouse do lado direito e trazer para frente.
Now we're going to click on the picture underneath and bring it forward.
Agora nós temos 2 clusters de balões, os 2 clusters com 4 balões.
Now we have 2 clusters, both of them with 4 balloons.
Essa dupla vermelha, você só está enxergando 2 balões, mas tem mais 2 balões vermelhos atrás dela.
So these red double, you can only see 2 balloons, but that means there are other 2 balloons right behind.
Aqui em cima nós temos 3 balões amarelos, você está enxergando 3 balões amarelos, mas você sabe que atrás desse balão que está no centro existe um outro, então a gente tem também 4 balões.
And here at the top you can see 3 balloons, but you can you know that in the right behind the balloon in the middle, there's another balloon in the back, so 4 balloons total.
Ok, agora vamos retornar um pouco com essa seta aqui para manter os balões todos brancos.
I'm going to go backwards a little bit just to make those balloons white again.
Vamos marcar todos eles.
We'll select them all.
Eu posso vir aqui em contorno e escolher a cor do contorno. Agora eu quero que o contorno seja preto.
And I want the lines to be black.
Okay. Agora eu posso juntar todos eles, posso marcar todos eles.
Now I can select them all.
Clicar com o mouse do lado direito.
Right button with the mouse again.
E agrupar.
And group them all one more time.
Vou diminuir um pouco o tamanho da tela.
I'm gonna zoom out the screen a little bit.
E agora eu posso arrastar a imagem para onde eu quero.
Now I can just place the picture anywhere I want.
E agora eu vou copiar essa imagem e colar.
And just copy and paste this same picture again.
Depois de colado, eu posso carregar para a parte superior e encaixar exatamente onde eu quero.
After that, I can drag the picture on top of the other one and just place it anywhere I want.
Para subir ou descer, ou para ir para os lados, você pode usar o próprio mouse ou as setas.
You can use the mouse to go up and down, or even the arrows in the keyboard.
E agora você pode copiar todos eles, colar.
Copy and paste them all. And drag.
E carregar para cima.
And drag it up again.
E assim você consegue começar a fazer uma primeira coluna de balões.
So like that, you have your first balloon column.
Como nós sempre sugerimos que você trabalhe com números ímpares, eu vou primeiro desagrupar essas primeiras duas duplas.
As we always recommend to work with odd numbers here, I'm going to disgroup the first picture right there at the bottom.
Vou selecionar só esses primeiros dois balões.
I'm just going to select the two balloons at the bottom.
Copiar, colar.
Copy and paste again.
E colocar na parte superior.
And place it at the top.
Agora nós temos 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 clusters de balões.
And now we have 9 balloon clusters.
É sempre recomendado que qualquer trabalho de balões sempre tenha um número ímpar. Isso vai te dar um equilíbrio simétrico mais adequado.
That's so it's always highly recommended to have an odd number of the clusters for the columns. That is going to give you a better picture of the balloon itself, the thing that you want to do.
E agora nós já temos duas colunas prontas aqui na próxima tela e eu posso simplesmente marcar, eu posso agrupar ou desagrupar.
So now I already have two columns set here on the next page, which I can group and disgroup how I like it.
Posso marcar todas elas.
I can select them all.
E eu posso escolher que cor eu quero. Eu venho aqui em preenchimento e escolho a cor para preencher cada balão.
And then I can choose the color that I want to fill each balloon.
Eu posso copiar a coluna inteira e colar.
I can copy and paste the whole column.
E produzir quantas eu quiser a partir daqui.
And create as many as I like from here.
Ok, nessa próxima tela nós temos então uma coluna totalmente branca que pode ser transformada em qualquer cor.
Okay, so in this next page right here, I have a totally white column that I can make any color I wish.
E a partir de agora a gente pode desenhar espiral, por exemplo, com duas cores.
And from now on, I can draw a spiral, for example.
Então dessa vez eu vou usar vermelho e amarelo.
And I'm going to use two colors. I'm going to use yellow and red.
Primeiro eu pinto toda a coluna de amarelo.
First, I paint it all as yellow.
E depois eu vou marcando cada dos balões que eu quero pintar.
And then I select each of the balloons I want to paint.
E vou pintando cada deles.
And I paint them in a row.
Vou aumentar um pouco mais a tela.
Just going to zoom in a little bit.
E agora eu vou apertar Shift e vou marcando os balões que eu quero selecionar e pintar.
Now I press Shift first, and then I select the balloons that I want to paint.
E vou repetindo isso quantas vezes eu desejar e pintar quantos balões eu desejar.
And I repeat this as many times as I need.
Sempre apertando Shift, você consegue selecionar todos os balões que você quiser.
Always remember to press Shift, because you can select each of the balloons you want.
Ok. E agora eu vou mostrar como a gente coloca essa figura, essa imagem debaixo da coluna.
Now I'm going to show you how I put that picture underneath the column at the page.
Nós vamos em Inserir.
I'm going to go into Insert again in the menu upstairs.
Formas.
Forms one more time.
E vamos encontrar esse trapézio.
And we're going to find this square here.
Você pode esticar até onde você quiser, até o final da página.
You can stretch it all the way down the page.
Pode esticar um pouco mais essa imagem. Não sei por que ela não está obedecendo agora.
I don't know why it's coming up right now. It's not obeying me.
Ok. Podemos clicar do lado direito do mouse e enviar para trás.
So click with the mouse, with the right side, with the right button of the mouse, and send it backwards again.
E assim eu posso movimentar a coluna e deixar como se ela estivesse sobre piso.
There you go. So then I can move the column, and so it can look like it's over a floor or something like that.
Essa imagem eu também posso pintar de alguma cor que eu prefira.
I can also paint this picture with a color that I like.
E o contorno também eu posso mudar de cor como eu preferir.
And the lines I can change colors as I like as well.
Ok. Uma vez que isso está pronto, eu posso copiar essa coluna, copiar e colar.
Once this is ready, I can copy and paste the column again
E posso arrastar para qualquer lugar que eu queira.
and drag to the other side of the page or anywhere I want, basically.
Arrastar isso para cá. Se eu quiser, eu posso vir aqui em formato.
Okay, I can go to the shapes,
Girar
turn,
e inverter horizontalmente.
and put it in the opposite sides.
Dessa forma, eu tenho duas colunas absolutamente simétricas.
So now I have two symmetrical columns in each side.
Certo. Eu também posso pegar aquela mesma coluna que estava em branco e transformá-la em apenas duas cores.
So I can also pick up the white column that I had previously, and I make it into two colors like this. So I'm there like in blue and yellow.
Para fazer isso, eu vou desagrupar,
I would have to disgroup the picture again.
marcar a parte inferior
I'll select the underneath part, the bottom part,
e pintá-la de azul, por exemplo.
and paint it with blue, for example.
Na parte de cima, eu marco novamente todos os balões que eu quero
And on top, I'll select the balloons I want,
e pinto de amarelo.
and I'll paint it as yellow.
E depois disso, eu posso agrupar novamente.
And then I'll regroup them into one single picture
E se eu quiser, eu posso copiar e colar.
and copy and paste.
Eu sei que você sabe disso, mas vale sempre a pena dizer que nós usamos a cor azul embaixo porque é mais escura e por questão de peso visual, a cor escura sempre deve estar na parte inferior das colunas.
I know you already know that, but it's always good to remind you that we're using the blue color at the bottom because the darker color always has to be at the bottom, just to give the symmetric to the picture.
Ok. E agora a gente vai criar o nosso primeiro arco de balões.
And now we're gonna create the first arc.
Eu vou acrescentar mais, vou duplicar essa imagem, vou tirar isso daqui primeiro,
I'm gonna duplicate this image and take it away from here,
para que possamos começar do zero.
so we can start from zero, from scratch.
Vamos inserir novamente formas,
Let's go into insert forms one more time.
vamos buscar essa imagem semicírculo,
We're gonna go to this semi-circle image.
nós podemos usar esses botões amarelos para deixá-la o mais estreito possível, mais estreito possível.
We're gonna use this little yellow orange buttons at the bottom right there to make the picture as narrow as possible.
E você pode aumentar ou diminuir o seu arco do tamanho que você desejar.
And you can make it bigger or smaller, however you like.
E agora nós vamos voltar aqui em cima para pegar uma parte. Nós vamos precisar de dois clusters, então eu vou copiá-los.
Now I go back up there to the first page to grab the two clusters that I'm gonna need. I'm just gonna copy and paste two of them.
E vou colar aqui.
And I'm going to paste over here.
Então eu vou colocar cada cluster no seu devido lugar.
And I will place every cluster in their own place.
Primeiro, o segundo.
First and then second.
E o segundo, a partir do segundo, eu já tenho que começar a inclinar um pouquinho cada um deles para que fique exatamente no meio do arco.
And from the second cluster on, I already have to tilt them a little bit so they can have their right shape for the arc.
E agora eu vou repetindo isso um a um,
And now I'll repeat these one by one,
inclinando sempre,
always tilting a little bit to the side,
fazendo com que os balões fiquem exatamente no meio do cano.
making sure that the balloons are always at the center of the arc,
E vamos repetindo.
and just keep repeating it.
Eu recomendo que sempre que você tenha a imagem de dois balões, você vá sempre trazendo eles para frente.
And I always recommend that whenever you have the cluster showing you two balloons only, you always bring them forward.
É a maneira mais fácil de você organizar e enxergar de maneira adequada o seu projeto.
It's easier to organize the project like that.
Bom, aqui a gente já tem a imagem um pouco mais adiantada.
And here I already have the image a little bit.
E agora a gente está chegando no meio do nosso arco.
Now we're about in the middle of the arc already.
Você não precisa fazer o arco até o final,
You don't have to do it to the end,
porque agora nós podemos simplesmente marcar até esse ponto.
because we can select up until this point,
Nós podemos copiar e colar.
do a copy and paste.
E essa segunda parte nós podemos vir aqui em formato,
We're just going to go into shapes again.
girar,
We're going to turn it
girar horizontalmente
horizontally
e colocar no ponto exato.
and place it in the exact point.
E aí está, seu arco agora já está pronto.
There you go, your arc's ready.
De novo, nós vamos pegar esse cluster maior e trazer para frente.
Once again, we're going to get the bigger cluster and bring it forward.
E assim a gente tem um arco perfeito, absolutamente simétrico.
There we have a perfect arc. It's perfect symmetrical.
Se você quiser, você pode trazer essa imagem que é o cano para frente também.
And you can get the pipe and bring it forward too if you like,
Assim você confere se está tudo passando exatamente no meio dos nós dos balões.
because you can check if it's exactly in the middle.
Ok. Nossa próxima figura vai mostrar que agora, depois de um arco pronto, você pode escolher qualquer cor e pintar todo ele.
Now our next page is going to show you that with the arc ready, you can choose any color you like to use in it.
E você pode pintar todos os balões de uma única vez,
You can paint all the balloons at once,
ou pode pintá-los fazendo uma espiral exatamente como nós fizemos com a nossa coluna.
or making or painting as a spiral, just like we did it at the column.
E aí nós vamos ter uma figura como essa.
And then we're going to have a picture just like this one.
Vamos ver como funciona?
Let's see how it works.
Ok. Vou aumentar um pouquinho aqui porque é mais fácil.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit because it makes our job easier.
Apertamos Shift e vamos marcando os balões que queremos pintar.
Press and shift, and then select the balloons we want to paint.
E basta ir repetindo essa operação até o final.
And you just keep doing that all the way to the end.
Continuamos com a tecla Shift apertada, clicando apenas em cima dos balões que nós queremos pintar.
Just keep the shift pressed on the balloons you want to paint. Great.
Esse aqui está errado, a gente vai voltar para o vermelho.
This one is wrong. I'll just paint it as red again.
E agora continuamos por aqui.
And now we keep going.
E a partir desse momento é onde a gente inverte a forma como nós estamos girando esse arco. Até aqui a gente estava girando de forma no sentido horário e a partir de aqui a gente vai girar no sentido anti-horário.
So from this point on is where we're going to make the spiral go opposite. So first we came it as in a way that it was clockwise for the spiral, and now we're going to go counterclockwise with the spiral.
Então nós vamos pintar esse balão que está exatamente no meio de amarelo.
So we're going to paint the balloon exactly the one in the middle yellow.
E ao invés de continuar aqui,
And instead of keep going like this,
nós vamos continuar para cá.
we're going to start from here.
E assim, basta ir seguindo até o final.
And then you follow that pattern all the way to the end.
Eu sei que você sabe, mas, de novo, isso é quase obrigatório para que você tenha um arco absolutamente simétrico.
I know that you already know. Just to remind you, this is mandatory if you want to have a symmetrical arc.
Então agora nós temos um arco que começa vermelho do lado esquerdo e vermelho do lado de fora e vermelho do lado de fora também.
So now I have an arc that starts with a red balloon on the outside there and ends with a red balloon on the other outside there.
Na parte de dentro é amarelo, no outro lado da parte de dentro também é amarelo.
And on the inside it's yellow, as you can see.
No meio do arco nós invertemos a forma como nós estávamos girando. Do lado do sentido horário a gente foi para o sentido anti-horário.
Right in the middle of the arc, we went from the clockwise way to the counterclockwise way.
E aí está um arco absolutamente simétrico.
And there you have an absolutely symmetrical arc.
É claro que você pode fazer de qualquer cor que você desejar.
But yeah, you can make it in colors like.
Ok, agora que você já sabe fazer colunas e arcos, nós vamos aprender a fazer também uma parede de balões.
Now that you already know how to do columns and arcs, we're going to learn how to do a balloon wall.
Eu vou apagar isso tudo.
I'm going to erase this.
Aliás, eu vou retornar um pouquinho.
Actually, I'm going to bring that back.
Vamos excluir isso tudo daqui.
Just going to delete these.
E agora nós vamos desagrupar essas figuras.
This group, these figures, these pictures, I'm sorry.
A diferença é que agora nós vamos ter balões de dois tamanhos diferentes.
So now the thing is we're going to have balloons with different sizes.
Eu vou desagrupar todas as figuras para você entender desde o início.
I'm going to dismantle all the pictures so you can see from the beginning.
Então esse balão está com aproximadamente 1,0 centímetros de diâmetro.
So these balloons approximately 1 centimeter.
E esse outro balão está com aproximadamente 0,85 centímetros.
And the other one, the smaller one, 0.85.
Ok, você já percebeu então que cada balão agora tem tamanhos diferentes.
So now you can see that they have different sizes.
Esses dois nós vamos agrupar, que são um pouco maior.
These two, we're going to group them again.
Esses três também nós vamos agrupar, que são um pouco menores.
Same thing with those three.
Ok. Se você desejar, você pode voltar e fazer do tamanho do balão que você vai querer inflar. Então, você pode decidir que esse balão vai ter, por exemplo, 9 polegadas. Aqui eu vou colocar em centímetros.
You can go back and make the balloon the sizes you like to have it in real life. Let's say 9 inches. I'm going to represent this in 9 centimeters here in the computer.
E esse balão de cima, nós podemos querer que ele tenha 7 centímetros.
And the one on the top, let's say 7 centimeters.
Então, agora sim, nós temos um balão de 9 polegadas e um balão de 7 polegadas.
So there you have a 9-inch balloon and a 7-inch balloon.
Eu vou aumentar um pouco o tamanho da tela para facilitar.
I'm going to zoom in on the screen again to make it easier.
Eu não falei antes, mas é claro que se você usa CorelDRAW, se você usa Illustrator, você pode criar isso também nessas ferramentas e com o tamanho que você desejar. As ferramentas te dão mais possibilidades do que o próprio PowerPoint.
I didn't say that before, but if you use like CorelDRAW or Illustrator, you can do the same thing as we're doing right here, the same size that you would like.
Ok, agora nós temos um balão de 9. Eu vou copiar e colar.
Now I'm going to get the 9-inch balloon and copy and paste.
Vou agrupar esses dois balões, que é o nosso primeiro cluster.
I'm going to group them because that's going to be our first cluster again.
Agora eu vou pegar um balão de 7 polegadas, vou colocar aqui embaixo.
Now the 7-inch balloon, and I'm going to place it at the top.
Copiar e colar.
Just copy and paste one more time.
Exatamente como fizemos no primeiro passo lá em cima.
Just like we did at our first step, the first page.
Mas agora ele não vai vir até o final, ele vai ficar no meio do outro balão.
Now I'm not going to push it all the way to the edge. It's going to be right in the middle of the other balloon.
Vou copiar e colar novamente.
Copy and paste one more time.
Mais uma vez, centralizar.
One more time, put it at the center.
E esses dois balões eu vou enviar para trás.
And these two balloons, I'm going to send it backwards.
E agora sim nós temos a imagem que nós queremos.
And there we have the picture we wanted.
Agrupamos.
Group them all.
Muito bem. O mural de balões, ele tem o nome de mural de guirlandas alternadas porque ele trabalha com dois tamanhos de balões diferentes.
So the balloon wall has a name that it says alternated balloon columns, but because they have different sizes of balloon.
E é exatamente o que nós temos agora. Então, o primeiro cluster com balões maiores e o segundo cluster com balões menores.
Which is exactly what we have here. The first cluster with bigger balloons and the second cluster with smaller balloons.
Vamos marcar todos eles.
I'm gonna select them all.
Clicar com o mouse do lado direito.
Right button with the mouse.
E agrupar a imagem.
And let's group them.
E agora sim podemos movimentar para qualquer lado.
You can drag it anywhere we like.
Copiar e colar.
Copy and paste.
E colocamos na parte superior.
And just place it at the top.
Copiamos novamente.
Copy one more time.
Agora todos eles.
All of them together.
E vamos repetindo esse processo.
Just do it over again.
E aí está. Você sempre, uma coisa que é bem importante a gente falar agora é que sempre que a gente inicia um projeto de mural de balões, os balões que estão na parte inferior, os balões de baixo, a primeira coluna tem que ser com balões grandes.
And just to let you know, the project, the first balloon and the first column, they have to be the bigger ones.
E sempre vamos terminar na parte superior com balões grandes também.
And we're going to finish the column with the bigger balloons as well.
Então vou copiar e colar esses dois balões e vou levar para a parte superior.
Just copy and paste those two and place it at the top again.
Isso é muito importante porque no mural de balões é dessa forma que você vai conseguir fazer com que ele realmente fique simétrico.
So this is very important because when you're creating a balloon wall, this is how you make it symmetrical.
Vou diminuir um pouco a tela e aqui a gente já vai ver a nossa coluna um pouco maior e você pode criar a sua matriz em branco com a quantidade de clusters que você preferir.
Yeah, here I'm going to zoom up a little bit so you can see the column already done and you can create your own sketch the way you like.
Essa, por exemplo, tem 23 clusters.
This one, for example, has 23 clusters.
E é muito importante que você compreenda que você sempre vai trabalhar com números ímpares.
And just to let you know again, make sure you're always going to be working with odd numbers.
Agora que nós temos a nossa primeira coluna pronta, nós vamos copiar e colar.
Now that we have our first column, we're going to copy and paste.
E você vai perceber que elas são exatamente iguais, porém elas não podem permanecer assim.
And you're going to see that they're exactly identical, but they cannot stay like that.
Então nós vamos desagrupar.
So we're going to desgroup them, dismantle.
Vamos eliminar esse último cluster.
We're going to eliminate the last cluster there.
Vamos colocar na mesma altura da outra coluna.
Put it the same height as the other column.
Vamos copiar esse último cluster pequeno.
Copy and paste the smaller cluster at the top there.
E colocar na parte inferior.
And bring it all the way down to the bottom.
Vou levar ele para trás.
Send it backwards.
E agora nós vamos selecionar todos eles.
So we're going to select the whole column.
Vamos agrupar.
Group them.
E agora vamos colocar uma ao lado da outra.
And we're going to place them next to each other.
Mais uma vez, essa é uma guirlanda, um mural de guirlandas alternada, porque além dos clusters serem de tamanhos alternados, as colunas também são alternadas.
So this is a wall with the alternated columns because the sizes of the column, of the balloons are different, and the sizes that the column starts are also different.
E para que ela fique mais unida, você pode aumentar o tamanho da sua tela, o máximo que for possível.
Zoom in the screen again so you can type the columns together, like really together.
E aí é mais fácil para que você possa mover e deixar exatamente onde você quiser.
So it's easier for you to see and move and make sure it's at the place that you want.
Você também pode usar as setas para poder mover.
You can also use the arrows on the keyboard to move them.
Vamos diminuir de novo a nossa tela.
Let's zoom out the screen again.
E aí a gente tem as nossas duas primeiras colunas
Now we have our two first columns.
E agora nós vamos marcar as duas e agrupar.
So select both of them and group them.
Copiar e colar.
Copy and paste.
E de novo ajustar no lugar.
And again, just place them place them where you like.
E nós vamos repetindo isso várias vezes,
And we just repeat that over and over
até que nós tenhamos o tamanho da parede que nós desejarmos.
until we have the size of the wall that we want.
Eu sugiro que você faça uma primeira vez uma matriz bem grande para que você possa fazer esse trabalho apenas a primeira vez.
I suggest you do this the first time you sketch a very big one, just the first time, so it's easier for you to work on it.
Se você fizer isso, toda vez que você precisar criar um projeto novo, basta abrir a sua matriz, clicar em salvar como e iniciar um novo projeto.
So every time you want to do a new project, you can use that same sketch. Just open it, save as, and start working from there. Smaller, bigger, just how you like.
É muito importante que você preste muita atenção nisso, porque praticamente todos os projetos, ou a grande maioria dos projetos, precisam trabalhar com números ímpares.
And make sure you pay really close attention to these, because most of the projects they have to use odd numbers.
Então aqui a quantidade de clusters é um número ímpar.
So the amount of clusters it's odd.
Eu tenho certeza disso porque ele começou com balões grandes e também terminou com os balões grandes.
I know that because it started with large balloons and ended with large balloons as well.
E a quantidade de colunas também é um número ímpar. E eu tenho certeza disso porque, da mesma forma, começou com um número com balão grande e terminou com balão grande.
The amount of columns are also a non-number because I know, because they started with a large balloon and they ended with a large balloon as well.
É importante que todos os cantos tenham o mesmo tamanho e sejam balões grandes.
It's important that all the corners have the same size and the same balloons right there.
Entre outros motivos, é porque nesses lugares nós também vamos colocar as bases e os canos que vão ficar mais escondidos se estiverem abaixo dos balões grandes e não abaixo dos balões pequenos.
Also, this is where we're going to place the base plates, the metal base plates, and they're going to hide the base plates as well.
Muito bem, a partir de agora, toda vez que você encontrar um projeto de mural de guirlandas alternadas, você vai ter uma facilidade muito grande. Você vai saber que quando você enxerga dois balões, são os balões maiores.
Now, every time you see a sketch like this with a balloon wall, every time you see the bigger balloons, you know they're 4-cluster balloon, large balloons.
E quando você enxerga 3 balões, eu vou aumentar um pouco a imagem para você ver melhor. Quando você enxerga 3 balões, você sabe que são os balões menores.
So whenever you see 2 balloons, larger balloons. Whenever you see 3 balloons, smaller balloons. Every time.
Ok. E agora a gente vai mostrar como fazer um desenho, um projeto a partir do nosso mural de balões.
Now I'm going to show you how to make a draw out of this column.
Uma das formas é você pode pintar todos eles, basta clicar em cima da imagem.
So one way you can paint them all is just click on top of the picture.
E escolher uma cor.
Then choose a color.
Você pode trocar de cor como você preferir.
Just any color you like.
Você também pode desagrupar toda essa imagem.
And you can dismantle the image. And group them back again as you like.
E assim você pode pintar um balão de cada vez onde você preferir.
And you can paint one balloon at a time, just how you like.
Você pode pintar uma coluna.
You can paint a whole column.
Você pode pintar na horizontal também.
You can paint them horizontally.
Mas nesse projeto você não consegue pintar de maneira diagonal.
But you can paint it diagonal.
Para fazer isso, você precisa clicar em Shift.
To do that, you're going to have to click on Shift.
E ir marcando os balões que você desejar.
And select each balloon you wish.
Ok. Agora eu vou mostrar como nós vamos criar um desenho nesse mural. Nós vamos pegar, vou duplicar essa imagem.
Now I'm going to show you how we're going to put in a image into the picture.
Então nós temos um mural em branco por enquanto.
So we have these white sketch for now.
Você pode buscar qualquer imagem na internet que você queira.
You can search any image online you like, the picture.
Hoje eu peguei uma bandeira do Brasil.
Today I chose the Brazilian flag.
Não é possível reproduzir fielmente esta bandeira.
Of course, we cannot just reproduce that exactly like it is.
Mas nós vamos fazer uma figura que lembre bastante essa bandeira.
But we're going to make something that really resembles the flag.
Então, o primeiro passo é buscar uma imagem na internet.
So the first thing is to go online and look for a picture.
Preferencialmente em PNG.
Preferably PNG.
Colar em cima da sua matriz.
So paste on top of your sketch there.
E agora você vai com o mouse do lado direito clicar e enviar essa figura para trás.
And with your mouse with the right button, you're going to send the picture backwards.
E agora você vai clicar em cima da sua matriz em branco.
Click on top of the sketch there.
Vai em preenchimento.
You're going to go into fill in the form shape.
Vai clicar em mais cores e preenchimento.
More colors.
E nessa área você vai escolher uma quantidade de transparência, normalmente 50%.
And right here in this area, you're going to choose a transparency around 50%.
Clique em OK.
Click on OK.
E agora a sua matriz está praticamente 50% transparente e você consegue enxergar o desenho lá atrás.
And now you can see the drawing, the picture that you chose on the back there.
Eu vou aumentar de novo a nossa tela para facilitar.
I'm going to zoom in this again.
E agora você vai olhando os balões que você precisa pintar de verde, pintar de amarelo, pintar de azul.
And now you can see exactly which balloons you need to paint in green, yellow, and blue.
Vou diminuir de novo a tela.
And zooming out again.
Como a maioria dos balões serão verdes, eu vou pintar todos eles de verde.
As most balloons are going to be green, I'm going to paint the whole wall as green.
Vou escolher uma cor mais parecida com a nossa bandeira.
I'm going to go for a color that looks more like our flag. That's too dark.
E agora eu vou aumentar novamente a nossa tela.
There you go. It's going to zoom in again.
E vou iniciar a pintura de cada um dos balões, apertando o Shift.
And then I'm going to paint each balloon that I want, pressing Shift again.
E escolher a cor que eu quero.
And choose the color I want, which would be yellow right now.
E assim eu vou repetindo.
And like that, I'll just keep repeating it and doing it over and over.
E é dessa forma, passo a passo, que você pode desenhar quase tudo dentro de um mural de balões.
And that's the step by step how you can draw anything into your balloon column.
É claro que alguns desenhos são praticamente impossíveis de reproduzir com fidelidade.
Of course, some pictures are almost impossible to copy them like as they are, but you can do a pretty good sketch.
No caso dessa bandeira, por exemplo, a gente consegue fazer um desenho bastante razoável.
In the case of the flag, we can do a pretty draw that is very close to the real one.
E aqui mais uma dica, você pode retirar essa parte toda, deixando só uma coluna central e uma lateral.
So here is another tip. You can remove this whole side here.
Porque quando você acabar de pintar uma das laterais, você pode copiar e colar para o outro lado.
Because when you finish painting one side, you can just copy and paste the other side.
É o que estamos fazendo aqui.
Which is what I'm doing right now.
Agora nós fizemos algumas adaptações para que ele fique mais simétrico.
We made a few adaptations so the drawing could be more symmetrical.
E quando nós chegamos nesse ponto, a gente pode copiar até aqui.
And then when we get to this point, we just copy up until here.
Primeiro eu vou agrupar para ficar mais leve.
First, I'll group them.
Copiar e colar.
Copy and paste.
E agora eu vou de novo lá em formato.
Here we go. And then we're going to turn it again.
Girar. Inverter horizontalmente.
And there you go.
E aí está.
And there you go. We have our flag.
Basta fazer alguns ajustes.
All you got to do is do adjustments.
Aumentamos novamente a nossa tela.
Zoom in the screen again.
Isso facilita que a gente possa colocar no lugar exato.
Makes it easier to put it in the right place.
Vamos desagrupar.
I'm going to dismantle the picture again.
Desagrupamos aqui também.
Also on the other side.
E toda vez que você faz esse processo, alguns balões que deveriam estar para frente acabam estando lá para trás.
Because every time we do this, some balloons that should be backwards, they're forward, and you have to correct this.
A gente vai aumentar novamente a nossa tela.
Just zoom in one more time.
Vamos marcar os balões grandes.
Choose the bigger balloons.
E com o mouse do lado direito, nós vamos trazê-los para frente.
And we're going to bring them forward again.
E vamos repetir isso em todos os balões grandes.
And we're going to repeat that in all the larger balloons.
Ok. Quando estiver pronto, você vai ter uma imagem parecida com essa.
And when it's ready, you're going to be able to see something like this.
De novo, basta lembrar que aqui a gente tem os balões grandes iniciando e terminando.
Again, just to remind you, we have the bigger balloons at the beginning and at the end as well.
Na parte de baixo e também na parte de cima.
At the bottom and at the top.
E agora eu vou desagrupar isso.
There we go. So I'm just going to descript this again.
E vou te mostrar que se nós não tivéssemos essa coluna, ela não seria simétrica.
And we're going to show that if we didn't have that column there at the end, the picture wouldn't be symmetrical.
E esse acabamento de cima é diferente desse acabamento daqui.
Because the ending there at the top is different from the other side.
É claro que eu poderia fazer isso.
Of course, I could have done that as well.
Mas eu não teria um ângulo reto na parte superior, ela não teria um acabamento tão perfeito.
But I wouldn't have a 90-degree angle at the end there, so it wouldn't be perfect.
E se eu precisasse colocar uma base aqui de baixo,
If I need to put in a base plate at the bottom,
ela ficaria muito visível.
it wouldn't be exposed.
Então eu recomendo fortemente que você sempre faça seus projetos considerando manter os balões grandes iniciando e terminando cada um deles.
So I strongly recommend whenever you're going to do a project, start with the larger balloons and end it with the larger balloons again.
Ok, vamos para um próximo projeto.
Next project.
Agora a gente vai criar um portal bastante simples de ser feito e com um resultado visual bastante impactante também.
Now I'm going to create a very simple portal that gives you a very nice effect and very simple.
Ok, isso aqui vai ser um portal de circo.
This is going to be a circle portal.
Essa área eu já deixei marcada, que vai ser a porta do circo, do nosso portal.
I've already left these marks. This is going to be our door.
Eu poderia pintar de qualquer cor que eu quisesse, mas na verdade essa parte ela simplesmente vai desaparecer porque é a nossa porta.
I could have painted any color I wanted, but this part's going to be gone because this is going to be the door.
Nós vamos deletar isso.
So I'll just delete it.
E aqui mais uma coisa importante.
So one more important thing.
Nós vamos continuar trabalhando com números ímpares.
Again, working with the odd numbers.
Então a quantidade de colunas que nós vamos tirar foram 3.
So we took out 3 columns.
E a quantidade de cluster que nós retiramos também é ímpar, são 13 clusters.
And we also took off number of odd clusters as well, which was 13.
Nós usamos isso normalmente como um padrão.
We use that as a pattern.
Dessa forma, nós temos uma porta de 1,20 m de largura aproximadamente.
That way, we have a door that has 1.20 meters wide
E uma porta com aproximadamente 2 metros de altura.
and 2 meters high.
Ok. Agora nós vamos marcar até aqui. Antes disso, eu vou retirar a metade.
So before I mark there, I'm going to remove half of it.
Não exatamente a metade, mas a lateral direita, deixando apenas até aqui.
Not exactly half, but just the right side.
Então aqui é o meio do nosso projeto.
This is the middle of the project right there.
E agora eu vou começar a retirar esta linha.
Now I'm going to remove that line.
Vou marcar e tirar a segunda linha.
I'm going to remove the second one.
Eu sempre uso o mouse,
I
clico,
always use the mouse,
seleciono
select,
e deleto.
and delete.
E vou repetindo isso,
And I'll do that over and over,
criando um degrau de cada vez.
creating steps.
Ok. Depois disso eu posso mudar as cores.
And right after that, I can change the colors.
Como nós vamos ter um círculo, vamos usar as 3 cores primárias.
As we're going to have a circle, we're going to use the 3 primary colors.
Azul, vermelho e amarelo.
Red, yellow, and blue.
Vamos marcar aqui essa coluna.
Let's just select this column,
Pintamos de azul.
paint it as blue,
Essa aqui também.
this one as well.
É claro que você pode pintar das cores que você preferir.
Sure, you can paint it with the color you like.
E essa aqui nós vamos pintar de amarelo.
And this one's going to be the yellow one.
Muito bem. Agora nós podemos marcar todos esses balões.
We select them all again.
Clicamos com o mouse do lado direito e
Right
agrupamos.
button with the mouse.
Copiar e colar.
Copy and paste.
Forma, girar,
There we go. We're going to turn it again.
inverter. Vamos desagrupar.
We have to group it again.
Nós não precisamos dessa parte.
We don't need the middle column because it's the middle.
Agora sim, agrupamos novamente.
Now let's group it again.
E agora sim temos o portal.
And there we go. We have our portal.
Desagrupamos.
Just group them all.
E de novo desagrupamos essa parte também.
Let's group the other side as well.
E de novo, vou aumentar a tela.
Let's zoom in again.
Trazer os balões maiores para frente.
And bring the larger balloons forward.
Um a um.
One by one.
De novo, diminuir nossa tela.
Let's
Para você acompanhar um pouco do processo, passo a passo.
As you can see the process step by step right there.
Até chegar ao nosso portal prontinho.
Until you have it right there, ready.
E aqui nós, de novo, incluímos o nosso trapézio.
We put in the little square underneath again.
Você pode aumentar ou diminuir essa imagem.
You can make it larger or bigger, whatever you like. Smaller, actually. I'm sorry.
Dessa forma, fica mais fácil de você enxergar e visualizar como ele vai ficar realmente.
That way it's easier to visualize how it's going to be when you take it to the bank or something like that.
Muito bem. Vou duplicar aqui só para explicar como a gente fez isso. Então, nós vamos deletar esse.
Just going to duplicate them just to explain how I did that.
Nós vamos inserir o Word Art.
I'm going to insert word art.
Clicar aqui e escrever o que você quiser.
Just write down whatever you like. Surface.
Você ainda pode marcar essas letras e escolher o tamanho que você quer.
And you can select the letters and choose the size that you would like.
E levar para o lugar onde você desejar.
And place them at the top there or wherever you like.
Dessa forma, você pode mostrar para o seu cliente como vai ficar o seu projeto antes mesmo de você executá-lo.
That way, you can show your client or customer how the project is going to look like even before you do it.
Ok. Depois desse projeto pronto, nós normalmente duplicamos,
After that being ready, I just duplicate that.
retiramos essa parte,
I'll remove the bottom part right there.
retiramos também as letras.
Remove the letters.
Vou aumentar um pouco a tela.
Just zoom in.
Vamos clicar com o mouse do lado direito e desagrupar.
Let's just group them again.
E agora eu vou separar cada uma das colunas.
And now I'm going to separate each column.
Com a ajuda das setas, eu vou separando.
With the help of the arrows, I'll separate.
E vou fazer isso em todas elas,
And I'm going to do that in all the columns.
porque vai ser dessa forma que eu vou entregar o projeto para a minha equipe poder produzir.
Because this is how I'm going to deliver the project to my team so we can start production.
Claro, ou para você mesmo poder produzir.
Or for yourself, start doing the production.
E agora é a imagem com as colunas todas separadas, o que vai ficar bem fácil para qualquer pessoa que sabe ler um projeto poder executar.
This is how the image will look like apart, so any person can read easily how the project's done.
Ok, como padrão, nós costumamos usar dentro da nossa empresa os balões a 9 polegadas e 7,5 polegadas para fazer esses projetos.
So as our own pattern inside our company, we usually use balloons of 9-inch and 7-inch.
Mas eu sugiro fortemente que você inicie fazendo com 9 e 7 polegadas.
But I strongly suggest that you begin working with 9 and 7 instead.
Isso vai fazer com que os balões se encaixem com mais facilidade.
That'll make it easier to have the balloons fit and match each other.
É claro que balões de inflados a 9, nós usamos os balões de 11 polegadas.
Of course, the balloons we inflate to 9-inch. We use the 11-inch balloon.
E quando nós usamos balões inflados a 7 polegadas, usamos os balões de 9 polegadas.
And we use 9-inch balloons to inflate them at 7-inch.
Ok. E agora mais um pequeno truque.
Just another trick.
Nós podemos colocar esse circo, esse mural, esse projeto num lugar real.
We can use the portal or the circus that we did there and place it into a real picture of the real place that you're going to do the events.
Para isso eu preciso ter uma foto do lugar.
So I need to have a picture of the place, of course.
Hoje a gente está usando a nossa própria loja.
Today we're using our own shop.
Colocamos o nosso projeto, vamos copiar isso aqui.
Just copy and paste our
Copiamos todo o
sketch
projeto
there
e colamos diretamente em cima da nossa foto.
and just paste it over the picture of the front of the store that we have here.
E quando ele está aqui, eu posso aumentar
And I can amplify
ou diminuir o seu tamanho.
or make it smaller.
Muito bem, eu sei que esse projeto tem aproximadamente 5 metros de largura.
So I know this project has almost 5 meters wide.
Eu também sei que a nossa loja tem mais ou menos 5 metros de largura.
I also know that the store has almost 5 meters wide.
Então é fácil de mencionar.
So easy to make to measure it.
E para finalizar esse passo, a gente precisa entender como é que a gente faz esse cálculo.
And to finish this, we have to understand how we calculate this.
Ok, então, considerando que eu estou usando balões de 9 polegadas e 7 polegadas,
So considering that I'm using 9-inch balloon and 7-inch balloon,
eu sei que, na média, cada um desses clusters mede aproximadamente 17 centímetros.
so in average, I know that each cluster like this will measure 17 centimeters.
Então, se eu contar quantos clusters eu tenho aqui
So if I count the number of clusters
e multiplicar por 0,17 centímetros,
and multiply by 0.17 centimeters,
eu vou ter a altura dessa coluna.
I'm going to have the height of the column.
Ainda considerando que os balões são a 9 e 7 polegadas,
Still considering that they are 9 and 7-inch,
eu sei que cada coluna dessa mede aproximadamente 38 centímetros.
I know that each column like this measures approximately 38 centimeters.
Então, basta contar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
So I'll just count 13 columns right there,
E multiplicar isso por 0,38 centímetros.
and I'll multiply them by 0.38.
Você vai ter um número perto de 5 metros de largura.
You're going to have something close to 5 meter wide.
É dessa forma que você vai calcular os seus projetos e quantos balões você vai precisar.
This is how you're going to calculate the measurement of the project and how many balloons you're going to need it as well.
Ok, agora vamos olhar mais um projeto, bastante parecido com esse, mas com um resultado final diferente.
Now let's just look at another project, just very, very similar to that one, with just the end picture a little bit.
Esse é um pequeno castelo também com 5 metros de largura.
It's a little castle, also with about 5 meter wide measurement.
Ele foi construído exatamente da mesma forma que o projeto do circo,
It was done exactly the same way as the circus project,
mas as janelas nós deixamos sem balões.
but we took the balloons out of the windows.
A gente também vai copiar apenas até aqui,
We're also going to copy just up until that point,
copiar e colar.
copy and paste,
Agrupamos, porque não está agrupado ainda.
group them again,
Vamos em formato,
go into forms and shapes,
girar horizontalmente
so spin it,
e aí está.
there we go, there it is.
De novo, nós temos 3 colunas de abertura com 1,20 m.
One more time, we have 3 open columns right there, about 1.20 meters wide.
A altura principal tem mais ou menos 2 metros de porta.
The door itself has 2 meter, it's a 2 meter height.
E de novo, nós temos um número ímpar de colunas aqui. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And again, we have the number of columns right there, 5.
Ok. Agora a gente vai mostrar como a gente fez essas torres.
Now it's going to show you how I've done those towers, those little towers.
Vamos aumentar um pouco o tamanho.
Let's just zoom in again.
Desagrupar.
Let's just group them.
Ok, agora todos estão desagrupados.
So now we're all grouped.
E o que nós fizemos foi pegar os mesmos clusters que nós usamos até agora.
And all we did, we just took the same clusters we've been using so far.
E com Ctrl Shift, nós aumentamos ou diminuímos o seu tamanho.
And pressing Ctrl and Shift together, we just make it bigger or smaller.
E a cada um que nós vamos colocando, nós vamos aumentando ou diminuindo o tamanho.
And each cluster, we just make bigger and smaller, bigger and smaller.
Para que fique do tamanho que nós queremos.
And we adjust to the size that we want.
De verdade é bem simples.
It's actually very simple.
Essa parte são balões inflados a 4 polegadas, por exemplo, que vai aqui embaixo.
This bottom part right here, we use balloons inflated to 4 inch.
E depois a gente vai diminuindo aproximadamente 1 polegada ou meia polegada em cada uma dos próximos clusters.
And then each cluster above there, we're gonna make either 1 inch or a half inch smaller than the last.
O último é apenas um balão para fazer um acabamento e deixar ele com um formato de ponta.
And the last one is actually just one single balloon, just to make it simple.
Você também pode colocar onde vão ser colocadas os canos e as bases.
You can also picture where the base plates and the aluminum pipes are going to go in the middle of it.
E você também pode criar isso. Você vem aqui em inserir.
You can insert this.
Formas.
Shapes again.
Pode desenhar um pequeno quadrado.
You can draw a little square.
Aumentar um pouco. Página inicial, preenchimento, preto.
Black.
Inserir novamente.
Insert one more time.
Formas.
Shapes again.
Coloca bem no centro.
Place it in the middle.
Marca os dois.
Select them both.
Agrupa.
Regroup.
E agora com Ctrl Shift você pode diminuir um pouco o tamanho.
And with Ctrl Shift you can diminish it.
E aqui vai ser a sua base.
And there you're going to place your base.
Claro que nós sempre vamos sugerir que a base tenha a mesma cor do seu castelo.
Of course, we're always going to suggest that the base plates have the same color as the castle.
E depois você pode inserir novamente essa figura como se fosse o cano que vai dentro.
And you can insert this same shape as the pipe or the aluminum rod or whatever you're going to put it in the middle.
Ok, basta repetir isso quantas vezes você achar necessário.
You can just do that over and over again.
Eu vou aumentar de novo a nossa tela.
Just zoom in one more time.
Normalmente nós fazemos cano até aqui.
We usually make the pipe up until this point.
E daqui até lá em cima, normalmente nós colocamos só um vergalhão de alumínio.
And from that point on to very small aluminum rods.
Ou um cano bem mais fino para que ele não fique aparente por aqui.
Or a very, very thin pipe.
É isso. Agora a gente vai diminuir de novo a nossa tela.
Let's zoom out again.
Só mais um minuto.
Just another minute.
Agora sim, nós temos o castelo praticamente pronto e com as bases onde elas vão ser utilizadas.
Now we have the castle basically ready and with the base plates for right where we want them.
Como padrão, eu já disse, nós usamos 9,7,5, mas eu recomendo que você use 9,7.
As a pattern, we use 9 inch and 7 inch, but as I recommended, it's better for you to use 9 and 7.
Simplesmente porque é mais fácil o encaixe dos balões nesses casos.
Simply because it's easier to fit and match to each other.
E aqui você tem a largura e a altura aproximada desse projeto.
And here I have the size of the project approximately.
Bom, muito bem. Agora eu vou te mostrar como a gente consegue fazer esses ângulos nas laterais e a parte de cima também.
Now I'm going to show you how we can make those angles on inside and on the outside.
É bem simples, mas se você nunca fez isso antes, talvez você não consiga entender como é que esse projeto pode ter essa configuração.
It's actually pretty simple, but if you've never done this before, you might not understand how this project has this configuration.
Então agora nós vamos pegar essa parte e vamos ampliar.
So we're gonna pick up this little part right here and zoom in.
E aqui está.
And there it is.
Aqui era um cluster de 9 polegadas, mas nós temos apenas 2 balões de 9 polegadas e 2 balões a 4 polegadas.
So in here, we used to have a 9-inch cluster, but now it's only 2 9-inch balloons and 2 4-inch balloons together.
Aqui teríamos um cluster de 7 polegadas, mas nós temos apenas 3 balões a 7 polegadas e mais uma dupla a 4 polegadas.
Here we used to have a full 7-inch cluster, but now we have 3 7-inch balloons and a double 4-inch.
Dessa forma, nós conseguimos fazer um ângulo e os balões menores servem para apoiar e não deixar que esses balões saiam do lugar.
This way, we can create an angle, and these smaller balloons will fix the other cluster so that it won't just be loose.
É assim que nós conseguimos fazer a porta do castelo com esse formato.
That's how we make the door with this format.
E da mesma forma, lá em cima do castelo, nós também criamos esse ângulo mais fechado, mais agudo.
And we do exactly the same thing at the top for the outside, creating the same angle.
E para encerrar, o nosso castelo totalmente pronto.
There you go, to finish our castle. There you go, good and ready.
E aqui você tem os tamanhos de cada um dos balões. Então, a 9 polegadas, 8 polegadas, 7 polegadas, 6 polegadas.
And here you go, you have all the size of balloons that we want, 9-inch, 8-inch, 7-inch, 6-inch.
Sempre com 4 balões em cada cluster, por isso esse número 4 aqui.
Always 4 balloons in each cluster, that's why you're seeing number 4 in front of the
Tá aí o nosso projeto, eu espero que você tenha gostado bastante da nossa aula.
There you go, here's our project. I hope you enjoyed our class.
Eu sou o Luiz, da Cenário Balões.
I'm Rafael from CeremoniesLorenis, and I hope my English wasn't too rusty. Thank you.
E para encerrar, eu vou deixar os meus contatos aqui. Se você ainda não segue a gente no Instagram.
And just to let you know, I'm going to leave my contacts, email address, and stuff like that if you don't follow us on Instagram yet.
Nós temos 2 contas que eu sugiro que você possa seguir, Cenário Balões e @LuizCarlosCenário.
We have those 2 accounts that I recommend you to follow.
A Cenário Balões você já conhece, é o nosso Instagram das nossas decorações.
CeremoniesLorenis you probably already know because that's where we put in our decor and stuff like that.
E Luiz Carlos Cenário é uma conta nova de Instagram onde nós temos alguns cursos online para você também.
And the Luis Carlos account one is the new account where we have few courses that I'm doing online.
Ok, é isso por hoje. Muito obrigado.
Okay, that's it for today. Thank you.
Espero que você tenha curtido e de novo agradecer a Qualatex e aos irmãos Key Corner por ter possibilitado essa oportunidade para todos nós. Nos vemos em breve. Obrigado.
Bye-bye. I hope you enjoyed this. Just want to say thank you to these qualatex and the crew members are there to make all this possible. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Wow, wow, wow.
And we are back. That was fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Luis Carlos and Rafael, for the translation. We really appreciate it, guys. Look at the chat. The chat just exploded again.
Busy again. It reminded me of the few words that I learnt there from Brazil. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Yep. Oi.
Yeah. Well, what else was there? You had another one.
Oh, I
as
did.
well.
It pushed the other one out. What was it?
Oh,
Obrigado.
I don't
Oi.
know. We'll have to go back and learn some more. There's only one thing.
Toot the bang.
Toot the bang.
There we
So
go.
the
Don't know what
other
it means
thing as
now.
well, the other fantastic thing that we learned when we were in Brazil is we've been using our phones incorrectly.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes.
For all of our lives. We've been using our mobile
Who knew?
phones the wrong way for all of our lives. Who knew? Because apparently, although they're designed to go like this, and
So
use
we could
the
have a
phone-
conversation like this. I could be high
I
key.
could- yeah, hi,
Oh,
Dom.
hello, hello,
Yeah,
hello,
because
hello.
you can listen here and you can talk there. That's
That's
what
wrong,
we learned.
apparently. It's wrong.
But apparently, that's not the way that you do it.
No.
What you actually do is you go blah, 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 blah.
Then I would listen. Then respond.
And then you listen. I don't understand, but you guys do this with WhatsApp. It's absolutely crazy. But thank you very much,
live and
Luis
learn.
Carlos. And as you saw, he was in the chat the entire time, answering questions and helping people both in English.
Guess what
and
I
in
saw
Portuguese.
in the chat?
What did you see?
I
in
saw
the
some
chat?
golden nuggets.
Yeah, me too. In fact, I think what we're going to do is we are going to add a golden nugget T-shirt and mug or something in the merch store because we think it's a great idea. That I've got a golden nugget or something. This is my golden nugget.
It's that little gem of information, you know, light bulb moments, that thing
Yeah.
you're going to take back to your business. So lots of
Positive
them going
effect.
on in the chat there as well. So, you know, keep them, use them, share them. That's absolutely fantastic. So we're doing okay for time.
We
Which is
just on the other thing as well, though, just to remind me as well, I said that it was 2016, which is the thing is 2016 was the point that we really saw Luis Carlos's work for ourselves because we were more in really focused on the retail and the twisting side.
Yeah.
However, Dom reminded me that in 2011, Luis Carlos was actually competing with the Brazilian team, or he's leading the Brazilian team at the Qualatex event in Oxford in 2011, creating the whole world, which has been shared recently with the hands in the world.
Quite significant right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So
Yeah.
absolutely.
You carry
Thank you
on
very
chatting
much,
and I'm
Luis
gonna,
Carlos. That's brilliant.
Find our
But
next little
I
segment.
know that we've got a lot of people that are watching right now that would like to get hands-on because we've done a couple of business ones and things, and we're going to keep on going to push the business because there are things. The golden nugget emoji. I like that. Thanks, Narelle.
Nice.
Thank you. We're going to use that. Okay. Anytime that you have a golden nugget, a light bulb moment, I want to see them.
Golden hearts.
Golden hearts.
Yep.
That's
Winner.
brilliant. Actually, you know what? I'm going to write that down because that has been a golden nugget for this show.
It has, yes.
Golden heart.
So we are running very well on time. Very pleased with that. So before we go to Juan, who will be lined up very shortly, he has joined us already. He's busy in the wings, preparing for you guys. He's very excited. He's all raring to go.
He does his own YouTube channel as well, so we'll flash that up so you guys can check that out. We just had a little look at the promo that he did for his class, and I had to say he's very creative.
He is.
Not just
He's
with
on
the
it.
balloons.
Loving
We
that.
really like that.
So just to keep that on schedule, we're going to throw another little extra one in for you here. This is a video that the lovely Raquel
Porter
has shared for us, pre-recorded. She can't be with us here right now, but we've got it pre-recorded, and she's got some fantastic.
what we've done is she sent us 3 different clips, and what we're going to do is we're going to share them over the course of the convention. Now, if anybody that knows us knows that we are really in for the profitability of businesses, right? We're not a charitable organization and we're not a non-profit organization. We're there to make money with balloons, live the dream, take the kids to Disney World,
Successful, grow,
the whole
and
lot,
all that. Yes.
everything, right? Now, this little video from Raquel Porter is very interesting. It's only 10 minutes long, and then we'll bring you back, and we're going to get into some twisting with Juan Gonzalez.
Yeah,
So
let
sit
me
back, enjoy,
cue this
and
one up, ready
get
to go.
ready for some more nuggets of gold.
Absolutely, here
Love
we go.
that gold heart. Love it.
Hi, I'm Raquel Porter from Balloon Splendor up here in Mount Vernon, Washington. I have a little teaching here on how to calculate return on investment. ROI is an important part of any marketing campaign. I have 3 campaigns identified here for my example. The first one is a Facebook ad that is going to, the call to action is going to be, ask how you can save 20%. And on there, when they call and ask how do I save my 20%, I can offer 20% off their next order if they give a good testimonial and hashtag Balloon Splendor or whatever the hashtag is that I want them to use. The second campaign I'm going to talk about are door hangers. I have some custom-made door hangers made for my immediate community. I belong to a homeowners association with 700 families here. And on that door hanger, I can, the call to action is ask how to get free delivery. And that way, if they share it with family and friends, I don't have to give them the free delivery. That free delivery is only within my community that is, it's a mile wide by maybe half a mile deep, 700 homes. It's densely populated community. My third campaign is going to be a balloon menu to chamber members at my local chamber. I'm going to estimate about 100 menus each month, hand them out during the luncheons or one of the networking events. My goal is going to be to attend 10 of them. So those are my marketing campaigns. Each one has a very unique call to action. So when I get the phone call or the email or however they communicate with me and they ask for the thing, I know which campaign is causing that lead to come in. If I get a call or a lead that does not ask for any of these three call to actions, then I can assume that money, that lead coming in had nothing to do with my marketing efforts. Okay, so step one, create your marketing campaigns, have a good call to action so that you can isolate where that revenue is coming from, which campaign it's coming from, because you're going to need to capture those revenue costs. So the second part is to have a way of collecting the data on that revenue coming in. Okay, so the second piece is the cost. What is it going to cost to run the campaign? Let's say I wanted to spend $500 on that Facebook ad. And let's say for the door hangers, since I'm going to be the one hanging them on the doors, I'm not going to have anyone do it for me. I'm going to have them printed on both sides, make them really nice. I'm going to budget $1,500 for that one. And the menus to the chamber, full color menus, not only is it the cost to print, but I'm going to include the cost to join the membership, to join the chamber. So membership costs plus obviously the print costs, but also the cost for the luncheons. I think it's $20 every time I want to attend. So I add up the membership, $450. I add up the 10 lunches at $20 each for another $200. And I don't know what the menus are going to cost to print up, maybe $1,000 in printing, I don't know. So let's call that $1,650 for the budget on the menus. Okay, so I have my budget, and it's going to be important to keep track of the cost, your investment. The costs here is the I part of investment. How much money am I investing into my marketing plan? And then over the course of the period for that marketing campaign, I want to track all the revenue. So in order to show you the money, I'm going to plug in some numbers. Let's say hypothetically, the revenue on the Facebook ad was $2,000. Actually, let's call that $2,500. And let's say for the door hangers, I brought in, I don't know, let's call it $10,000. And because I like working in round numbers, let's call this $15,000 here. So the next step now is to figure out what my net is. The net is revenue minus cost equals net. What is the net gain, the net revenue, the net income from my marketing campaign? So here it's $2,000. 2,500 minus 500 is $2,000. 10,000 minus $1,500 is $8,500. And 15,000 minus 1,650 comes out to $13,350. Okay, so those are the nets. The next step is to actually calculate the return on the investment. So to do that, it's a formula right here. We're going to take the net, which is the $2,000 for A, $2,000 divided by the cost, the investment. right? And then we're going to multiply that by 100. And what I'm going to get there is 400%. For every dollar I spent on marketing, on my campaign, I'm bringing in $4. So you multiply that out, 500 times 4 is $2,000. So that's where I get the 400%. On the door hangers in my hypothetical marketing campaign, my net is $8,500. And I'm going to divide it by my investment of $1,500. And on this one, it actually works out to be 566%. So this one, I'm getting between $5 and $6 of gain of return for every dollar I spend on the marketing campaign. And for the chamber, my net is $13,350 divided by the investment of $1,650 times 100, and here I'm going to get 809%. These are obviously hypothetical numbers. The important part here is to show you the math. So analyzing this, I see that I'm getting the least amount of return on this hypothetical Facebook ad. So you would think maybe I would just delete that. However, there are some other hidden things in here that you might want to consider. First of all, once you set up that Facebook ad, you don't have to do anything else. There's no other labor that you have to do. There's nothing else. It's just done. Pretty much the same thing here for the door hangers. Although in my community of 700 homes, it would probably take me 4 to 5 hours to actually hang one on every door. So I do have a little bit more labor invested in this one, but you know, walking in fresh air is healthy, so that would be okay. The bigger time investment for me would be the chamber. Designing 10 different balloon menus, attending all the functions to hand them out. For me, as a sole proprietor, I work by myself. I don't have any employees, and I'm actually living by myself too. The huge benefit for this one, for the chamber one, is it's a social outlet for me. I get to be around people, and especially after being quarantined in our homes, locked down in our homes for God knows how long, once we're broken free from this, I think the chamber is going to be a very welcome distraction. Welcome interaction to human contact again. Same thing with B. For me personally, going around and hanging these on the doors, meeting neighbors, that would be a good thing. Up until now, 70 to 80% of my revenue has been only casinos. So obviously they're all shut down with this COVID thing going on. So this will probably be very healthy for me to diverse my market a little bit. Okay, anything else I can talk about on return on investment? Yeah, one more point. Generally speaking, if you get a 5-to-1 return on your investment, that's considered very good. So what this means is for every dollar you spend, you're going to get $5. So this one does not meet it. This is a $4 investment for every $4 return for every dollar you invest. This one hit it, and this one obviously hit it too. All right, I hope this helps.
Hello again.
Thank you very much, Raquel. We really appreciate that. Yeah, return on investment. It's worth going through. Thankfully, that's all going to be saved, and you're going to be able to watch it again and again. And you need to sit through and just get it in your head, because it's really important. Because there are things that get you into the business of balloons, and then there's also things that keep you in the business of balloons, and it's those having strong business skills, having a solid foundation that everything's built on really keeps you within the industry. And I need to press that button.
Oh, what have you done, Keith? What have you done?
There. I just want to make sure that that actually went out there. I just need to double check that that actually went out, because if it did...
Is it gone? I think he's done something. It's pretty cool.
I don't know.
Yes, as Keith said, though,
those
ones are worth watching, again, a couple of times. Because the business ones with a lot of math, you know, at times your brain goes, especially here in the UK right now, because it is 4:30 in the morning.
It's 4:30
so easy to digest. However, take this time, do the fun stuff tonight, go back and watch that one, because honestly, you watch that a couple of times and it really starts to add value to you, your business, and how you can actually get that return on every dollar that you're spending, getting the best money back on that.
Now, if you are a twister, and if you had the notifications on and everything's on right, you should have had a little notification click up there to say that in the community area of our channel, there is a new link just appeared. So there is for the next competition, so that's the third competition, has just opened up on there on the community.
Look at that, nuggets of gold there, love it.
Thanks,
They're being
Fran.
shared. But to keep on track, to keep on schedule, we have someone waiting in the wings. Who do we have, Keith? Who do we have?
We have this gentleman right here. We have Juan Gonzalez.
Hey, look, he has that. He has rainbow colours going on. Look at that. He's like he was made for this moment in time.
The thing is that I think he looks silly. I really do. I think those glasses, it's just over the top. Everything else, perfect. The glasses, too much, dude. Too much.
See, never.
He's in the side there laughing. I can see him. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull him into here and get him onto your screens. So he's going to get hands-on with some balloons. I hope you guys are sitting with some balloons ready. Remember, 260s, 11-inch and 5-inch. No prints required. And we're going to have some fun with balloons. So if I go like this, are you ready?
I am.
There's a lot of people excited already. I know. It's great.
There's only one.
And here he is.
Sorry. Hello, sir.
What's up, y'all?
Oh, look at that. We've got a Mr. Q in the house.
That's right. The one and only.
Yeah, he is. He is the one and only. So, Juan, what are we going to be doing today? Because I seem to remember I was reading it. It is, it's Easter designs.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some Easter stuff, and then also in addition to that, I'm gonna do some other stuff as well. So not just mainly it's gonna be Easter stuff, but then I'll show you, how you can do other designs, so you can definitely adapt those if you wish to do so. Yep.
Super. Well, I'm looking at the chat, and here there's a lot of excited people waiting to get hold of some balloons, because we've been doing a lot of business skills. And
oh yeah.
Ready to flex those fingers.
Here we go, right? We're going to hand over to you. We'll be here round and about. If we see any good questions from you guys, if you put them in there, if Juan doesn't see them himself, we'll throw them up in front of his face as he goes. Okay.
And don't forget to put those gold nuggets up there as well.
Yeah, if you spot a nugget of gold, we want to see that gold heart, guys. Thank you very much. All right, enjoy.
Here we go.
Over to you.
All right, so let's go ahead and get going. Well, okay, so I think what I want to do is start with something simple, far as design you could use over and over. And what happens is, I've been to a few conventions teaching, and I've had the pleasure of teaching a few of my designs that I like to do over and over. That way you can go home and use them. But the more I start to do this, I realize that that there are so many people that do not know you, like, whatsoever, and so I think that's a very interesting thing. And you think you would have taught something just one or two times and that would be good enough. No, it has to be taught several times, so a lot of people can get to experience, because people are at different levels, So with that being said, I guess we should go ahead and do some twisting a little bit, kind of, sort of. Yes. All right, cool. And the other thing, as we get started twisting here, actually the design I'm going to teach is going to be a Pikachu design that's super easy to do, and then we'll talk about how you can turn it into different things. with different balloons, including, because we're talking about Easter, how you can use it to make a bunny if you wish to do so. All right. So let's go ahead and get ready to do that. For my Spanish speakers, I'll do my best also, because that's another thing I wanted to do is speak a little bit of Spanish. And so hopefully I'm not gonna try to throw off too many people while we're doing this, but there we go. So to my Spanish speaking people, bienvenidos. Ya sé que mi español no es muy bien, pero lo estoy practicando porque quiero hacer unos videos en español también. Okay, so but to start with this design, okay. There we go. And do you notice right now, this is so funny because I'm on my channel teaching, and when you're here doing it and you don't think like, there's a direct audience on the other side, it's one of those things where you feel like you're just doing it by yourself and people aren't seeing it just because you don't see the group. It feels a little bit intimidating this time, but it's still like really exciting too though, So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start with the ears, okay? Estos van a ser las orejas del Pikachu, okay? Y luego vamos por los brazos, okay? There we go. But I won't do I may or may not do the whole thing like that in Spanish. I think that might be a big commitment to try to do it all, but where I can here and there I will, okay? So let me go ahead. So what I did, you see I did one bigger than the other. If you size them up, you can see. There we go. Ready? And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to measure, see this here to here? There we go. So now this is longer than this, okay? Mira cómo lo medí, que está más largo un poco. Y aquí vamos a poner las piernas o los pies. So once we get like down here, we can do our feet, or this case it's going to be the feet. Okay, so we'll do about 3 fingers there. There we go. And we'll do another. And now you can give this a little shape there. Okay. And for some of you guys, especially my state people, we've been at a few conventions together. Before I move forward, I should say hi to you guys. Thank you very much. And before we move forward on this as well, dude, I cannot believe this. I did not pay attention to the time, and I put out the video, and I was like, 10:30 Pacific time. And that was wrong. It was 10:30 Central time. So my apologies to you guys who saw it. And now you're sitting there thinking like, oh, no, I got to wait till 10:30. No, it's already started. So anyway, so this is what we have so far. This is the first part of the balloon, okay? And we're going to go to our second piece. All right, now, as we get ready to add the second balloon in here, don't tie it off. Just inflate it, and I'll show you in just a moment how much. Okay, there we go. So you can see I got a lot of balloon left over here, and I'm not tying it off because I can go ahead and wrap it in here, all right? There we go, and I wrapped it down here at the feet, okay? Ahí lo metí, no lo amarré, nomás lo metí aquí abajo y mira cuánto queda. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to twist it in up here where our arms were. All right. Now, when I do this, though, I am going to make this segment, this new one, I'm going to make it a little bit longer. Okay. No son, no sé si pueden ver o si entiende, pero no son iguales los dos. Y a veces el nuevo que va entrando está más largo, un poco. Okay. There's a reason for that. Okay. La razón es que quiero poner sus brazos aquí. Okay. You see what I did? I just rolled them down like that. His little arms. All right. And now we get to make the face. All right. And it's very easy to do. And for any of you guys that ever got any of my tutorials, you'll see that I really like to use this design like a lot. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bubble. And then I'm going to do a second bubble. And I'm going to pinch twist number 2, okay? Alrighty. And you know what? I don't know the word for pinch twist in Spanish, doggone it. And I'm not looking at the comments. It's tempting to want to look down and see what's being written, but I will refrain. I'll just keep teaching you guys, okay? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the front of the balloon like this. See that? Around, around, around. And come right back to the pinch twist. Alrighty? I'm going to do it now. And now we can twist into there. Okay, there we go. Now we can get rid of this. Don't need that. That's for you guys. There you go. A little souvenir. All right. Little 2-point souvenir. All right, so there we go. So now we have ourselves the good start, or the, as far as the structure goes, ready for the Pikachu. And now we can go ahead and turn it into the Pikachu by drawing on it. And the good news about a Pikachu, you know, and for some of these Pokemon type characters, is that the art is pretty darn easy. So one thing that I didn't mention, you know, I was talking about, you know, not having any printed balloons, but you have to draw like a little bit. So I'm going to use a black marker to do most of the artwork. Excuse me. Back up. You know. All right. So because the tips of the ears are black, that could take all day if we wanted to like block all that off. We're not going to do that. Okay. I'll show you the shape that I put on here, and then I'll block it. It's almost like a half circle. You see that? Oops, I'm right up there so you can see. Ready? Now we can fill that little baby in. Block it, and there we go. Okay, I think we're all set. Okay, so that's going to be our ears there, and then we'll go ahead and go down to the face, and the face is going to be drawn right across this portion right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. Now to line up the eyes, we decide what you're going to do. I'm going to go straight down from where I drew the tips of the ears. I'm going to go straight down. Okay. Alrighty, good. Just want to make sure you guys can see it. I know that, you know, I may hold up to the camera there and feel like I'm taking my time or you know, not going as fast as I should. But I just want to make sure that I'm trying to be mindful of everybody being at different skill levels. You know, if you just got into this and you're checking it out, you've never been to, you know, any kind of convention before, this might be your first try for it. So I don't want to, you know, mess you up and start just jamming out, going crazy and trying to cram everything into an hour and a half. And so there's the face so far. Okay. And now we can move to our red, so we could do our cheeks because he has this cute little blush, and then the mouth. All right. So let's go and do that now. There we go. Wow, this is exciting stuff, isn't it? I guess, you know what, this is what I get for not looking at the comments while I'm drawing, because I think that would have been the time. But I guess you got to choose, right, which one you're going to do. But in this, you know, during this time when we're hanging out together, I am going to, there you go. I'm going to make a design based on the, from the Blackpool Balloon Bash that I went to, actually. I think some of you guys already know, and you might even comment about you might even comment about it, like, you know, yeah, I think you will. All right, so there it is. I did the little eyes. Now pay attention. You know, a thing to make note of here for the eyes is, you notice that it comes across. You know, you got to remember that in this character, the pupils are white, which is the thing. You know, only in like a Pikachu character. Like normally, you know, like in most cartoon designs, the eyes are, you know, the pupils are black. You know, and so in this case, they made them white little pupils, and it's pretty darn cute, pretty easy to do. So there it is right there. There's our first design. Hopefully you made it through it. No problem. Yeah, kind of, sort of. Thumbs up if you made it. Yes. And if you didn't, play it back. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next design. See ya, Pikachu. Pika. All right. So let's talk about, I want to talk about for a second how we can use that design to do something else. We can jam out actually a lot of different things from it. So let me show you another easy design that you can make from that. And then the third design we'll make from that is going to be a little bunny, in case you haven't figured out already that you can make a bunny. And then we'll build off of that. All right. So the next design I'm gonna use to make is I'm gonna use, because again, I'm thinking about like what can we jump to like right away that's easy to do, and I've used this example before, is a balloon frog that you can make from this. You know, maybe a lot of people aren't asking you for a balloon frog, but in case they do, you know, I just want you to make sure you have this kind of stuff like ready to go that you know that you can make based on that concept that you saw, where the face was going around that we drew on for the Pikachu. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. Oops, wrong one. Got my things mixed up there. Green is what I wanted right there. All right, so So yeah, you know, I originally was twisting with. There you go. I was actually originally twisting like just for fun. Good golly, I was such a slacker. Like when I first started like twisting, I didn't get serious actually until I went on to Balloon Twister Central. I had no idea that there's this tremendous community. It's my wife actually. She was on there, and she's always like got the lead on things. You know, something that could be cool or popular. Not me. I'm like out in space, like doing my own thing, not even like paying attention like I should be. You know. So anyway. So let's start to twist this, and I'll keep talking about that. So we're going to start with a couple loops here. There we go. So this is going to be our feet. So you know, at the peak two, we had started from the top and we went down. And so, excuse me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start from the bottom and go up. Yeah, started from the bottom. You know it. Okay. So we got our little torso area there, and then we got our arms again. You can decide how big you want the arms to be. I think I feel pretty good about those arms. They're looking good. All right. There you go. Let me go ahead and hang there just for a second. Because I'm acting like I'm twisting at a gig, you know. You just start chatting with people and twisting. And you know, Rupert, I will call you Rupert. He was talking about that, where you're not even looking at what you're doing. Instead, you're just talking to the person. And this is very true. The more you do it, you know, your repetition, you get really good. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and add the yellow, and we will, again, don't tie it off, okay? Because you can twist it right in where the legs are. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring that back up again. So right here, we're going to just wind it in there. There we go. And again, not the same size. There we go. Okay. I'm going to make this one a little bit longer. Okay. And you see, we're almost where we were with the Pikachu, like at this time. Does that make sense? Kind of, sort of? Okay. All right. So now we can roll these little arms down. There we go. Good. See? Now, before this was the ears, right? This is going to become the eyes now, the yellow balloon instead. Okay. So let's go and do that now. I'm going to do about probably like three or four fingers. I don't want the eyes like way up there. Now we can go ahead and twist that. You know, the Dominic and Keith, they bring up a good point about, you know, especially like for twisters, you know, if you're primarily twisting, you could get so caught up on the creative side that you forget about like the business side. And so, you know, I know math probably doesn't get you fired up, at least in the sense of, you know, my return on investment. I never hear, no balloon artist ever leads with, or balloon twister, excuse me, ever leads with, oh, you know, the return on investment on that balloon. You think like, oh my Lord, let me get out of here, please, like as soon as possible. But you do it, you know, the longer you stay in this, if you actually want to make a living at this and you know, really do something with it, you would have to, you know, get in on that and be real mindful of, you know, how much each balloon costs, your time. You don't undervalue your time, you know. I think that's very, very important. And when you start to break down, you know, how much does a balloon cost versus how, you know, the return on investment for when you're done making it, right? Mr. Jerome, excuse me, he commented in one of my tutorials, and he said, you know, I was talking about the artwork for the face on a balloon that I had just done, and he's like, are you kidding me? Like, the whole balloon's like freaking, that's the artwork, you know, the drawing on it's like the embellishment, you know. And so that was an interesting point, you know. That's true. We get caught up in it because we see this as something we normally do. So but for everybody else, you know, it could be really amazing for them. So don't undervalue yourself. So anyway, so I got a bubble, and I'm going to do another bubble here. We'll pinch twist that, and we'll go right around just like we did before. You see that? Okay, looks good. Looking good. Get rid of that. There we go. Toss that away.
One, there's a question there which is really interesting. It says, do you usually memorize the step while twisting?
Oh, this step that I'm doing right now?
Yeah, do you memorize all the steps while you're twisting?
Oh,
Or do you
absolutely.
make it up?
I mean, well, you know, okay. So what's interesting about, like, you know, memorizing steps and stuff like that is, you know, the more often you do it, you can realize whether or not this pattern is going to be to your advantage, or can you use it to make other stuff. So yeah, absolutely. You know, you committed. What'll happen is it becomes subconscious, you know, after a while, because you've done it so many times, and so you don't have to, you know, worry about, like, oh, can I make this happen? You know, a lot of times you'll be able to realize, like, right away, like, oh, I could do that, or I can't do that. I need to do this a different way, you know? And so, yeah. So just, it ends up coming down to, you know, patterns and repetition. You know, a lot of times people don't realize they can do something until they practice it enough. And so I think what happens is, not to sound cliche, but you have to be afraid to fail or be terrible at something. So in order for you to get good at it, you know, no one goes in right away, like, great at something, you know, I think, or maybe like falling. I guess everybody's good at that because there's no turning back. There's no alternative. So anyway, yeah, hopefully that answers the question. But let's go ahead and draw on this. There you go. Ready? And so I'm just going to do a little march to give him his little zits there. There we go. We'll do another on that side. So yeah, so what would happen is, you know, to expand on that a little more is I would have this on the menu, and then I'd be able to see it right away as well. You know, so I can reference that. And then I realized, like, oh, okay, this, and that, you know, these 5 designs are pretty much made the same way. And now I'm just switching up the colors a little bit. And that's what's going to happen with the bunny here in a minute. We're going to just, you know, we can switch up the colors. We'll talk about, you know, doing a 2 balloon bunny, or we could do a single balloon bunny as well. We've been to events like that where sometimes you just got to be a balloon factory, you know. And so let's go ahead and just give him a little smile here. Just real basic. Okay, and then we'll give him his little eyes here. And what's nice is, you know, sometimes when you got more time with some of these things, is you can do stuff like, if you wanted to add little balloon pupils, you could. But you see, otherwise, he is ready to go. And you know, if you practice this and do real time on it, you realize how fast this design can be. So there you go, right there. So you do them enough times, you'll definitely be committing these to memory, and you'll be knocking these babies out. And guess what? This frog is ready to bounce. All right. So let's go ahead and move on to our next design. Let's do a bunny. So let's do the bunny with, let's do them with 2 balloons, and then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do them from a single balloon. Okay. So I'm going to grab let's do a couple of, let's see let's do a couple white balloons. We'll do that. There we go. Alrighty, and so we're gonna start the. We can start like the Pikachu, and what's nice about this, you can start like the frog or the Pikachu. It will be up to you, because the design at the end ultimately is not gonna have the tail. So just remember that when you do this type of design, and we'll do a variation on a few bunnies, because it's always nice to mix it up a little bit as well. All right, but for that variation on the bunny, what we'll do is we'll put them on top of like a wand or something. Okay. Not a wand, but a wand. So let's go ahead and start with that, shall we? So we'll start with our little ear portion here. Las orejas. Yeah, okay. And then we'll go right to our arms. There we go. Oh, also I'd like to hear, you know, because I'm not looking at the comments. My apologies, because I just want to make sure that I'm doing this for you guys. And, you know, like I said, it's very tempting to want to, like, look down and read everything. But please let me know in the comments, you know, is it easy to follow along? You know, I just want to make sure that you're not getting, like, messed up here while you're watching it. And you're like, no, you're going too fast. Slow down, please. Please slow down. And then if you plead and beg enough, I'm sure I will. All right. So let's go ahead and make a little body here. And his little legs on the bottom. And because we have some balloon left over here, see that, got his little legs there. We can turn this piece that we have here left over, we can turn it into a tail. All right. So let's go ahead and do that now. We'll turn it into a little tail. So you know what happened? You know, just to go back, let me get rid of that. There you go, another one. All right. You guys are gonna have a lap full of balloons when it's all over. So what happened when we started doing this whole balloon thing, I'm going like just way back to where I was as I was talking about, you know, all of this stuff, is originally I was trying to do like magic tricks and stuff like that. And the lady that was there, she knew what was up. Like we went there and let me go ahead and twist that. Actually, I'm not tying it. I'm just going to twist it in or wrap it in here. Okay. Our little legs there. There we go. But she knew what was up. She was like, I was trying to buy some magic tricks, and she was all like, she was like an early version of Amazon. She was all, you know, if you like magic tricks, you might also like balloons. You know, what do you say? And she, you know, peddled out the Joe Leffler, you know, ballooning made easy. You know, with the cut off finger gloves and all that stuff. Yeah, man, I was making a bear on a motorcycle. Damn, I was on top of the world when I made a bear on a motorcycle. So that was super cool. Actually, I was pretty pumped about that. But anyway, let me go ahead and keep talking about this as I talk about that. So I just went up here. I made sure this was longer than this one down here. Now we can put our little arms on that. Okay. See, so what'll happen is you'll be able to make yourself. You don't already have like some bunny that you like. Some bunny. Aw. Anyway, a bunny that you like. You can make this one. All right. So you see, now I can do this little portion right here where I make the face, bubble, pinch twist. And you guessed it, we're going to go around. Yes, we're going to go around the front here. There it is. And we'll twist them right inside here. There we go. Good. Okay. Now we can go ahead and get rid of this. Don't need that. Another balloon for your lap. You got it. Oh, that one almost got stuck on the camera or on the phone. All right, so there it is right there. You can see, pretty darn easy to do. And you know, I did it all in white, but you could definitely mix up the colors. And, you know, you can make your first color here that you did, it could be a different color. And then you could come in with the white and do the belly and the, the belly and, yeah, pretty much the belly and the little tail. You could do those in white if you wish to do so, but everything else would be in a single color, so, or another color. Matter of fact, we should probably do that. Would you agree? Yes? Let's do that, okay? Let's go ahead and do it really quick because I think it'll be a nice thing to do instead of just doing it all in one color. All right, so let me go ahead and put that bunny down, and then I will draw on the, I'll draw on the next one. Okay, does that sound good? Yes? Okay, all right. All righty, Bunny, sorry, you must join Pikachu and the frog. All right, okay, let's do it. Let's get our white balloon out, and we'll go for a pink one, shall we? Okay. We'll go for pink and then white, and we'll be good to go. Okay, but you'll see again. You'll see how easy it is. Let's go here, there. All right, and this one we're gonna start at the bottom, and we'll go up. Okay, just because of the color and where we're gonna end. All right, so sometimes you know you gotta think about it in your head. Okay, where's the end spot, and that'll determine you know kind of where you're gonna start. You know for it. So there we go. Let's do that now. Let's go with our little legs there. Good to go. Okay. I remember my friend told me once upon a time when he ran over a rabbit. I promise you, it's not a sad story. He ran over a rabbit and he went over to go look at it, and his wife, you know, she came running up to him. You know, you hit the rabbit, and she ran back to the car and she came back, and you know they had a little can and they shook it and they sprayed it, and the rabbit jumped up and he ran off, and the husband looked at the can and goes, "What was that?" "Here's hairspray." All right, calm down. All right, here we go. Anyway, let's go ahead and keep going, shall we? No more jokes. Time to be serious. All right, so let's go ahead and so we started from the bottom here. There we go. And we got our little body there, and we got our legs. Now we can make our ears. There we go. See that? So far, so good, yes? All right. So before we make the face, before we do that whole bubble pinch twist go around thing, now we can add in our white balloon, and we'll end up with the old, because of the color, look at that. It could be an Energizer bunny, I guess. I don't know. So I'll let I'll let you decide. All right, so because I do want it to have like a little white tail, I'm gonna go ahead and make a little bubble here. You guys like how I just, earlier I was talking about speaking in Spanish, and now I feel like I've gone so far away from it that now that if I do, it's gonna seem silly at this point. Yes? No? Maybe. I don't know. All right, so I guess I should talk about it just for a second, but let me go ahead and twist this up in here just for a second. There we go. Okay. Empecé con el blanco aquí porque le quería dar una colita. Bueno, ya pueden ver lo que iba a hacer, pero yeah, so I went and put a little tail there, okay? And then I'm going to twist it right in here. There we go. So yeah, so now I have just sprinkled a little bit of Spanish in there. So anyway, and now I'm going to go ahead and put the little arms down here again like we did before. Le voy a meter los brazos así. Y de ahí le va a salir el pecho un poco. Pero está bien porque ahorita lo vamos a poner en la cara aquí y luego, bueno, no va a poder salir o no se va a caer. No sé, estoy seguro cómo decirlo muy bien. Okay, skip that. Maybe I'll try Spanish again some other time. So, yeah, no. So what I was trying to say is that that you don't have to worry about the little chest part like bulging out there, about it coming out or anything like that, because we got this part of the face coming around the front there. Okay, so we got a bubble, second bubble, okay, and then we'll do a pinch twist there. Ready? And we'll do just like we did before. We're gonna go around the front here. Ready? There we go. We'll get a nice little squish there, and we'll twist that around there. Yeah, buddy. Alrighty. So there it is. Now, I want to talk about, my history, like of doing all this stuff. I was in the Army when I started doing all this stuff, and I'll talk about it as I get ready to draw on this. But yeah, I was in the Army, and we saw a magic show on TV. That's what it was. Why I even tried to do magic or balloons or any of that stuff, and I wasn't very good at at the business of this. I was all like, the art. It's the art. That I was kind of like that, and so that's why I say that's real important for some of us that we get hung up on coming up with the designs, is to also don't neglect like your business piece of it, because that's what's gonna pay the bills at the end of the day, is you being smart about how you do your business. There you go. Okay. All right, and so for the eyes, I'm gonna do these little cute eyes. There they go. There's one eye. Yay. And we don't want him to be a little Cyclops bunny, so we'll go ahead. I always like to ask the kids silly questions like, do you want one eye, two eye, or three eyes? Huh? What do you think, a little Chernobyl bunny? And the parents think that's kind of interesting. Or my friend used to ask if they wanted their dog in regular or unleaded. And the parents are like, you're ridiculous, Or he would also ask if I remember we'd be out on the sidewalk and my buddy would be there and he would see somebody walking their dog and he'd ask if it came in standard or manual, like silly questions like that, But don't pass up those opportunities, to ask things like that, that'll make them shake their head for a second, and for anybody else hearing it realize the absurdity and just be entertained by it, so but anyway, there's the little face. Ta-da. Like I said, a little cutie, a little easy one there, but you can see all from that. Let me bring it back, and then we'll look at the variations, and that's why I wanted to point out here that one little thing can go like a long way into making your design. So anytime somebody asks you, can you make this or that, you don't have to start biting your nails. By the way, don't bite your nails, okay? There's a lot of germs under there, all right? But yeah, hopefully you'll have like a little explosion of ideas, and you'll be like, oh, I can make that. I can make that. I can make that. And you can say, man, why would you just want that little, easy thing that you asked for when you can have this, So, but let me bring those back up again so you can see all the different variations that we did here. There we go. See, so far, just from the Pikachu, that just that little concept there. We went to the bunny, which was all one color if you wanted. But we went, we went ahead and did our frog that way. And then also we were able to do our little bunny with 2 colors that way. Okay. So hopefully you got a little something out of that. But now let's talk about how we can use that little bunny idea and do a variation on the bunny, and how you can like dress it up a little bit on what is, typically seen as easy design. And you can, again, just dress it up. But I mean dress it up, I mean like actual good, dress up, not like lipstick on a pig. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and do that now, shall we? Let's grab our, here it is. Okay. So in this one, I'll just tell you what it is because I didn't make it ahead of time. It is going to be a bunny like on a carrot wand. Okay, just so you know. All right. So let's do that now. There we go. So I'm going to do we're going to have his little, this is going to be like his little face area here. And then we'll twist a couple bubbles here so this will be like his cheek. And so some of you guys, you may already do like a type of bunny like this. Okay, so this is good. So I just want to make sure that if you already do, that you can make this addition to it. Alrighty, so we're going to go down here, have his little body. There we go. Alrighty, and we don't need all of that, so we'll get rid of this. There you go. Another one. There you go. Alrighty. Okay, so this is what we started out with. Okay. Alrighty. And I will make him, blue, a blue bunny. All right. Let's see, pale blue. There you go. Actually, I prefer the robin's egg, but pale blue will do. All right. So there we go. I think that's going to work. Okay. So also, anytime you don't have to tie a balloon, especially if you already made something ahead of time where this can twist in or wrap in, do so, okay? Because you want to cut down on your time. I'm sure Stephanie's going to talk about that. By the way, her class is the next class, Stephanie's class, just so you know, okay? Stephanie Morris, tremendous, super good twister. Don't miss her class, all right? Stay up if you have to. If you lose your job, it'll be worth it, all right? Anyway, here we go. We're going to wrap this in here. So I just wrapped it in this this neck area here, alrighty? And we're going to do a little arm, a little leg. There we go. Oh, before I get ahead, please, again, chime in. Let me know, hey, bro, slow down, talk less, like that kind of stuff, okay? And I will. I just want to make sure that you guys, come here and be like, bro, now I know why it was free. So here we go. Look, we got another leg there. And he's got a little arm, and now we twist it in at the old neck area there. There we go. Okay. Good. So that's what we have so far. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up the back here so that way we can give ourselves our little back of the head and our ears. Ready? We go here. There. There. See that? Okay. And now I'm going to lock this. I definitely don't want to lose it. Okay. Just pull it through there. You'd hate to get all the way there. I'll tell you, nothing makes you look worse like than when you're trying to twist and you're trying to do fast and then you forget to lock something, it comes undone on you. At least that's how I feel. I always feel like that people look at you, or they have these they might have this inner dialogue like, oh my lord, this chump. Like, now I know why he's twisting balloons. So when we talked about this, I just twisted it in here. There we go. So look at what I did here. I just twisted in that portion there. Towards the back of the head. And then I get this big old piece hanging out the front there. Obviously, I don't need all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. There we go. Get rid of that. And you know what? I'm keeping this one. Just because I don't have to clean it up off the floor now. All right, so hide that away. See you. Okay. Now what we can do is we can bring this up in between the ears there for our face. There we go. Just tucked it inside there. Okay. So there, you can see. Right? Now you notice that he is, your boy's missing a nose. We get out a nose. Okay. So grab a little bit of a pink balloon. Ready? Oh, and you know what? Okay, so that's one of the perks for this, having the balloon convention be, here versus, you going to an actual convention. I mean, pros and cons for both, but one cool thing about this is that if you need to go back and rewatch it, you totally can, because normally, like if I were teaching a class at a convention, what I would do is I will make the design all the way through, and then we'll go through step by step. But in this case, because you can go back and rewatch it, I don't got to do that. So that's kind of nice. So let's go ahead and tie this. I have a little bubble here, and this is going to be his nose. All right. There we go. And let me go ahead and chop that little baby off. We don't need that. If you want to bite it, you can. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, bro. Not right now, anyway. People get mad at you if you start biting those balloons off. I highly, I would definitely say don't think about it anymore, especially these days, because as soon as you do, if you start inflating balloons by mouth and all that stuff, man, people start, they're gonna get a little itchy around you. All of a sudden, like, excuse me, all of a sudden they have developed a cough. Don't take your chances. You know what I mean? Don't mess around. So let's go ahead and add it to a wand. Well, I think we might have a question coming in. Yes, go ahead. Oh, pardon me. I was listening. All right, here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of. Actually, I'm going to do 3 loops, and then we'll go ahead and add them to the little carrot here in just a moment. Okay, so there's 3. Actually, let's see. So 1, 2, and number 3. Okay. So this is what we have so far. You got it? 3. Now we have all this balloon left over here. We can use that to anchor our little bunny to it. All right, so let's go ahead and do that now. Pretty easy to do. Let's go ahead and chop this off. By chop it off, I mean break it off. All right, so now what I can do is bring your little boy back, and we're gonna put him right here. Okay, so I'm just gonna feed it through here. There we go. So I'm just feeding it through the back there. There we go. Now I can really attach it on there. Snap that away. Okay. There we go. So this is what we have so far. And now the last piece we can use for it is we can get our orange balloon, and we can go ahead and make a carrot for it. And we'll be good to go. And so now I can go ahead and loop this baby, tie it off. There we go. And now we can go ahead and chop this off. I don't need all this extra piece here. So I just made a big loop is all I did. Got it? Okay. And I'll put that down there. There we go. That's where it belonged anyway. Okay, there we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to split it right here. There we go. All right. And I always say that anytime you're in this predicament, you can always talk about the balloon always starts with kiss. And you go, mwah. And then you can start to exaggerate all your movements, the way you talk, just like this. Are you sure? The balloon has swallowed me. Look, I'm in its mouth. All right. So here we go. Let me go ahead and attach it. Look right here. There we go. Right over the bubbles there. Twist, twist, twist. And you can do this portion here any way you like to wind it. I'm going to show you how I normally do it. I'm actually going to grab it at the end down here. You see that? There's the little boy down there, and then here's this. And I'm going to twist my hands in opposite directions. You see that? And it's going to wind on its own. Okay. All right. And we'll flip it over. And we can do it again. Okay. There you go. And then if you want to go one last time, you definitely can. If you want to, if you definitely want to go, actually wind it around even more. Be my guess. It'll be up to you. This depends on how long you have. Really. All right. So check it out. There it is. Let me turn it this way. Oh, maybe you can see it now. Oh, there we go, right there. Okay. And what's nice about this, people have had like a debate about this, like for their balloon designs, where they say don't make swords because the kids are going to fight with them. About every time I make this, instead of them saying, "Oh, look at this cute bunny," they flip that thing down in 5 seconds and it's off to the races. You know what I'm saying? So please, watch out with those designs like that, huh? But I think the kids will turn anything into a weapon. I've seen it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and draw little whiskers on the bunny. And we'll put little eyes on here. And I'll hold it up for you to see. There it is right there. Hold them up there. Super easy to do. Ready? Okay. And let me go ahead and put that away. I think we're good to go there. All right, so let's move on to another design. Let me go ahead and put that little buddy away, little bunny away. There you go. All right. So, actually, before we move forward, I want to talk about the next one. I'm going to show you about how combining those two concepts from the one we showed earlier to the body that we used from the wand. So let's go ahead and look at that. Let me go ahead and do that now. Actually, I feel silly because I'm back, but I keep talking a couple times, like if I'm moving to a transition in a video, because I'm usually doing like YouTube videos and stuff. Anyway, I'm going to use this body, but we'll use this face. Does that make sense? And then when we do that, we end up making a single balloon out of it. We want to make like a quick bunny. All right. Let me go do that real quick so you can see it. Again, I just want to make sure that you have these ideas. You can pump them out and figure out like what you want to do with them. All right. So let me just do for I use pink again, and then we'll talk about a bunny on an Easter egg. Really easy to do. So let me go ahead and put this up. There we go. There we go. Let's see. One. So we'll start with the ears, and we'll do the body, and then we'll end with the face. Alrighty. So look at that. Look at that. All right. There we go. There we go. So there we are. So right now, we got our ears, we got our body, and then we're going to go around with our arm, leg, arm, and then we'll finish with the face. What do you think? Okay, kind of, sort of. All right, so let's do that now. We got bubble, bubble. And so when you get down here, look at this. You can put it right inside there. Okay. Another one. Bubble, bubble. There we go. Sweet. And then we're back at this portion right here. Look at that. See? Isn't that pretty easy to do? Go ahead and spin it around for you. Okay. So again, we started up here, we did our body, and then we went around making our little arms and legs, and then we're back up at the neck area. That's where we want to be. All right. So bubble, pinch twist. There you go. Pinch twist right there for that second one, okay? And then we just go around. And just like that, you got yourself a little bunny that you can make. Pretty easy to do. And let me go ahead and chop that off. Woo! I'll do that one too. Maybe. There we go. Got it. Okay. Alrighty, look at that. And now you can draw on it. So let me go ahead and move this way. Excuse me. I was bringing it that way. Camera's not over there. All right, so let's draw on it real quick. Again, keeping the face super simple because I'm trying to be mindful of how long is this going to take. If I'm trying to hurry up and make one of these for somebody, but also because the design is so simple, it's one of those things that you don't have to think about it too much because you've made it so many times. And so when that happens, you get to just run your mouth nonstop when you're twisting balloons for people. Alrighty, so go ahead and add the little nose there. There we go. And we got our little mouth with our whiskers, all that fun stuff. Yep. You know what I learned from magic actually is I twist this and draw on it. Is it really helps, when you're hanging out with somebody. Look at that face. It looks pretty darn identical again to the other one because I've just been drawing it so many times. You know what I'm saying? You know it if you've done something like a lot of times, right? You get used to it after a while and you know what to do. All right, so there it is right there. I'll hold it up there just for a second for you to study it. Are you done studying? I'll take your silence as a yes. Good. Okay. All right. Let's move forward, shall we? We'll let that little bunny hit the road. All righty. So let's go ahead and move forward with another design. Oh, you know what I just noticed? I'm looking at the screen. My name is down there. Look, everybody. My name is right there. Ooh la la. All right. So let's go ahead and move forward, shall we? Let's make that little bunny on the egg. Actually, I'm not going to show him there on the screen. I'm just going to go ahead and make him so that way you can see him. Okay. So this is the rounds part. We haven't really done anything with rounds yet, so we're going to go ahead and do something with rounds. Meow. Okay, that's what my cat would say. Meow. All right. So let's go ahead and use. Let's make a yellow egg. Now, like when we were asked about doing stuff for this class, I was like, all right, we're gonna do Easter, and I'm gonna be right on time. And guess what? It looks like we're gonna have Easter in our living room. But nonetheless, you can still make these designs, okay, and adapt them to whatever you want. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so let's go ahead and inflate. I'm gonna inflate my round balloon here. This can be my egg. Ready? There you go. Tie that baby off. Looking good. Normally, like when you're doing like a decor piece, you're not going to want this, just as for anybody who's thought about doing decor, you're probably not going to want this to be fully inflated like this, where it starts to become teardrop egg-like. Okay, but in this case, it's okay because we want it to be an egg. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and do that now. Let me go ahead and add the or get this. There we go. We'll make a little white bunny. All right. So again, I'm going to come back to to where I've come, like far as I've been balloons. I was talking about the doing magic and doing balloons and being in the army and being a slacker, all that stuff. So so what happened is I ended up working at a warehouse, and I was still trying to do like this kind of business like on the side, and one day my wife says to me, she goes, I think you should stop. She goes, I really think you're like just blowing on our money on stupid like props. At this time I wasn't even like, it would have been worse. Things would have compounded if we were buying balloons too. But no, I'd be buying like magic props or videos and stuff like that, and my wife would be like, "Bro, what are you doing? You're not doing anything with this." Because again, I was telling you, I wasn't good at this like business piece of it. So she says to me, she goes, maybe you stop doing this, And I was like, because I'm not actually like good at it. She goes, no, you're actually like decent at doing like magic tricks and stuff like that, but you'd never get hired, And so that's the time when you start smelling your armpits, You're like, is it me? What's the deal? But no, she was saying like we weren't getting business doing it. So anyway, as I do this, I'm gonna connect these two right here, all right? And she says, and so I told her, I was like, dude, this I guess this is just now I look back on it like, holy macaroni, like what timing. So we're gonna start with a bubble and then a pinch twist here. Remind me, okay? Let me go ahead and go back and forth here. as I keep twisting. So I did a bubble pinch twist, and then we'll go right around here. Ready? There we go. So now we got our little ears. There we go. Okay. So now we have our little bunny on the sitting on top of the egg so far. Well, at least his little head, right? But we're gonna go ahead and add the rest of the body as well. All right. But as we start to do that, look, we're gonna do a bubble, squish. We'll do another pinch twist. There we go. Yeah. So what happened is the newspaper. What's that you say? There used to be this big piece of paper with a bunch of writing on it. Yeah, actual newspaper came to your house for SeaWorld. Yes, the place that treats their animals the best. Anyway, they actually were wanted people to go and audition. You know, and it was like calling all jugglers, musicians, magicians. You know, come do your thing. We're gonna judge you. You know, and I was like, dude, knowing me, low self-esteem me, like, oh, can I do this? I actually went there. I took, you know, they said, yeah, you can do it. Come on down. And so I told my wife, because I had just got done reading that, I said, I'll tell you what, if I am not hired by SeaWorld because, you know, I got to go audition for them, then I will stop doing this. And I realized, you know, I was definitely putting all my eggs in one basket, but I was like, dude, I'm just going to go for it. And I went there, and it was oh, excuse me. There you go. Pardon me, guys. I get caught up in running my freaking mouth that I forget to show you, like, what's going on. So, pinch twist. So now, right now, I'm going to make the little back legs. There we go. And so it makes little legs there. There we go. Ooh, don't you look at that bottom. All right, so now what I can do is I can make his little arms there. There's a little arm and another little arm right there. There we go. Oops. There we go. So I made his little arms there. So I'll do is I'll go around. So I'm going to go around, and this of all the pieces of this design, what's going to happen is this is going to feel like it's going to be a tight fit, but don't worry about it because the balloon is so inflated. You should be okay. Alrighty. So I'm bringing this around the front of the design, and it's going to twist back into this pinch twist back here. Okay. So pull on it, and you're going to see it's going to lift the little bunny's head off of it. It was like laying on there. It's going to get lifted off now. Ready? So I'm going to go ahead and back here to the pinch twist. Sweet. Then every once in a while, there's little say a prayer moments right there. And that was one. When you go back to that pinch twist, it's definitely a tight fit. So now we can get rid of this. Maybe. There we go. I knew I could do it. I think it's because I haven't been to the gym. Maybe that's why that was so tough. So, all right, so there he is right there. You can see little bunny sitting on top of an egg. Let me go ahead and turn him sideways there. There. Hey, what'd I tell you? Come on, don't be like that. So, let me go ahead and draw his face on there, and that will bring this design to an end. And then I guess I'll continue flapping my gums about going to SeaWorld for that audition. I'll tell you some of the tricks I did, actually. Alrighty? So we'll draw a little face in there. There we go. There he is. Okay, good. And we'll do there. Yeah, so I got there, and it was a... there you go. So I'm just consistently drawing the same face. I was easy to do. Okay, so I'll go ahead. There we go. One more time. Alrighty. And just like that, your bunny can hit the road. Oh, by the way, he's on here like this, just kind of floating around. You could definitely weight him down to something if he stays, to get him to stay upright if you want. But also if you put him, use a quick link, you can definitely attach him to a bracelet if you want. Okay, so it'll be up to you. Again, I just want to make sure you have a little something else to walk away with. Okay, there you go. Let me talk about just real quick, you know, I made what should have been a short story longer than it had to be. Uh, so I went there and I just did some rubber band magic tricks, a trick with a little handkerchief and $1, and then another trick where a card trick. That's it. That's pretty much all I did, and it was really cool. And one of the ladies who was there, I guess she's the person in charge of you know, your look. She goes, "You're cool, but when you walked in, I thought you were Amish because you just had like these, you know, I had like these browns and grays and blacks and stuff like that." And she goes, "I really thought, you know, that if we put some color on you, then you'll be halfway decent." And pretty much that's all it was. And I worked that whole summer as a magician, and that made me actually stay in this business. So there we go. I actually made what was going to be a super long story into just a long story. How about that? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and go over another design. And this was based off of another story from Blackpool. Blackpool. Who has been to Blackpool? Raise your hand. All right. If you believe in telekinesis, raise my hand. All right. So let's go ahead and get to that design, shall we? I'm going to make this has to do with the hotel breakfast. By the way, black pudding, holy macaroni. That is a very interesting taste. I remember I was there with Mr. Daniel Jefferson at you know, the convention, and I told him, I was like, I was like trying to eat it and like keep a straight face, like it's okay, like it's not that bad, but definitely, you know, I told him like it's definitely something that you're gonna want to definitely hit it hard with some like cheese whiz or something, you know, to help chase it or help it something that'll complement it. I don't know. With cheese and black pudding, almost the same thing. Who knows how far as quality? But let's go ahead and get this design going, shall we? Before I talk too much and not do what I'm supposed to do, and that is twist you guys, not just you know, give you ear beating. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to use the green balloon. I'm going to use this to make a small, easy wand, and then we're going to attach the balloon on top of it. Okay. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and do that now. Alrighty. By the way, the Blackpool Balloon Convention was super cool. The only thing I would say that was like even just a tad bit like negative as far as my experience was, and this is not about the convention, actually, it was about the airport. Oh my Lord. You know what? Maybe it's my fault, but I thought they took a little long, you know, looking at my stuff, you know, and I was a minimalist, you know, God forbid, like you take a lot of stuff. So anyway, let's do about almost in. And the only reason I was aggravated by it is because, you know, when you're walking through the airport and they do like a last call for somebody, and you think, oh, they're not gonna say my name. They said my name this time, and I had to huff and puff like all the way back, all the way to, you know, the gate. And I thought like, oh, I'm gonna see my plane fly off, you know, and I'm gonna be, you know, home alone, you know, or whatever. And so anyway, so I get over there, and dude, the person's just like on their phone, you know, and I'm like, that's me. And she goes, okay, you're good, go on in. You know, the pilot's still over at the counter ordering his coffee, you know, and he's not in no hurry. Here I am, you know, having a sweat while I'm like trying to get to the gate. But anyway, that was the only thing. But maybe it's my fault. Maybe I need to leave sooner next time. So I just created our 3 loops here, and I'm gonna go ahead. I have enough balloon on the end here, so we can twist that in there. Ready? Twist that around. There we go. Yeah, buddy. No, we're not going for a half. All right. But no, we're going to go ahead and split this in half. There we go. Now we can twist this. Do that. And then we'll go back up to the top here. Cool. There we go. So let's go ahead and get our grab a blush balloon and a brown balloon, okay? A mocha, or you know, you can even do a dark brown, or actually you can even do a gray if you wish to do so. All right, a gray or a mocha, either one of those are going to look good for this design. All right, so and if you want to grab a second or a 350, I know I said 260. You want to do a 350 for the tail on this design? Be my guest. Okay, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. All righty, let's go ahead and grab the old blush balloon here. Ready? Now, when you get ready to tie this balloon off, I want you to leave a tail on it, okay? Not a tail on this end, you wise guy. A tail on this end here, like that, okay? Tail there. There we go. Dang, we're like in the let's see. This is like already hour 6 or so. Are you ballooned out yet, or are you like Captain America? You could do this all day. Is that right? Is that what it is? All right. Well, then let's keep going, shall we? All righty. So I'm gonna do about a 3 finger, and then we'll do another one just like it. There we go. Oops. There we go. Now what I'm gonna do is I'll twist there, and because I left that nozzle, now we can go ahead and pull it through the middle there. See that? Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one of them and then I'll twist it. There we go. Okay. So far, so good. Now, very important. I took that balloon off camera, like as soon as possible. And the idea is that when you're doing this out in the real world, you don't want the balloon to stay like that for very long. Okay, so make sure you got to have the balloon ready to go, because you know, everybody thinks they graduated past 15 years old, and that is not true in this world. Okay, right away, everybody's gonna be like, "What's that look like?" You know. Anyway, let's go ahead and keep going, shall we? I have the balloon down below. That way, we can keep the comments to a minimum. All right, so let's go ahead and give it a squish. Alrighty. And so you can actually twist this into the bubbles, actually. Okay, I'll bring it back up again so you can see. So twist them in right there. And I'm actually going to go underneath it, come out the other side. Ready? There we go. Let me go and bring it up there so you can see. So I just connected the two, is all I did. And so we'll do a segment. Then we'll follow it by, that's about 2 to 3 fingers. And then we'll do a pinch twist. So as we start to make this design, let me tell you about. So what happened is we're in the hotel in Blackpool, and oh, by the way, here's where we are. Okay, so we got our 2 pinch twists there, and then we got another one there. There we go. And now we can wrap this, go underneath our pinch twist. Okay. So this is where we are right now. Okay. And so we're in the hotel, and Darren, he's going to be on here as well. I'm pretty sure Darren Mortarboy. Oh, by the way, everybody, please, if you're not friends with Darren Mortarboy, please do so. He's out there doing some, you know, he's risking, you know, his life. He's going out there and checking out the grocery stores. If you haven't done so, go check it out. I mean, he's really, you know, he's doing a tough job, you know. Really good job, Darren. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue with this as we talk about what Darren told me. Darren told me that there was going to be some square sausage. Some square sausage that I could ask for from the chef. Oh, by the way, I'm going to pinch twist this right here. Okay. He says, "Yeah, there's going to be some square sausage. Go ask the chef, and he'll give it to you at breakfast." You know, but I didn't think anything of it. But bonehead me hears him and thinks he says squirrel sausage. Squirrel sausage, right? And so I show up to my class thinking like, oh, I'm going to hit him with a little bit of, you know, a little something that I heard today that I thought was, you know, maybe everybody didn't know about this. You know, maybe I got a little bit of, oh, by the way, excuse me, bubble. Excuse me, this is going to be like the little arms for our characters. So we had our pinch twist there. And then we do the arm, little hand, and the other side of the arm. We're going to go around the front here to the pinch twist. Okay, to the pinch twist. There we go. So that's what we have so far. Okay, turn it that way. There we go. Okay, so anyway, there we go. Do a little pinch twist. Alrighty, so before we go any farther with the rest of the brown, we're gonna go ahead and break our this piece right here. Remember the that wand that we made earlier? You can bring it back because we're gonna attach the two. Alrighty. I'm just gonna attach it right there. There we go. Now we can get rid of this. Alrighty. Don't need it. Trash. So yeah, so I go into my class and I'm like, what's up, y'all? Did you get that squirrel sausage? They're sausage. Everybody, of course, enlightened me to my knucklehead. It's square sausage, bro. I just thought like that they just it was delicacy, and people were just getting those squirrels. Anyway, I guess I digress. But squirrel sausage. And so on that note, we're gonna make ourselves a little squirrel here. What do you think? So far, so good, huh? Little cutie. Ready? And now we can go ahead and take the tail and give it a little bit of a shape there. And now, when you do this, when you curl the balloon like that, let it. See, I shocked it a little bit, but let it go slowly. There you go. That way we can get that tail to curl up there a little bit. See? Ta-da! Okay. That looks good. And then last but not least, we're going to put a little nose on him. Nose. Okay. And we'll do, I got a black balloon here, so we can make a little black balloon for the nose. We'll be good to go. So yeah, if you see in the comments, sometimes people will write squirrel sausage or squirrel sausage. Now you know. It was because I'm an idiot. Oh no, wait, no, I take that back. Not an idiot. Just don't hear very well. You know what I mean? So let's go ahead and make his little nose there. And he will be ready. Alrighty, go ahead and trim off your excess here. There you go. Oh, by the way, I have a super cool cutter here hanging from my neck. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Let me go and make sure you can see it there. Oh, wow, look at this pattern. It's all camouflaged when you hold it up against there. Over here, let me hold it up there. There we go. Turn it sideways. Ta-da, handy dandy. There you go. And if you're curious about where you can get one, just reach out to me. I got a buddy of mine that makes them, actually. I think she did a super cool job. There's even like a little Lego name tag going with it. So, but anyway, let's go ahead and attach the nose there. So you can see you got your little squirrel, and because the squirrel is like it or not, they are a rodent. And the only reason they get a pass is their tail. I think that's the only reason they get a pass. But because they are, I'm going to go ahead and give him a little, eyes. There we go. Alrighty, you ever done that thing? I challenge you, go out there after you see this, or wake up tomorrow and be like, try this. But I remember I used to, and I think this has been around now, but it's just something you can ask, is ask someone to spell yes, and they'll be like, yes, why yes? They'll spell it, and then ask him, what does E-Y-E-S spell? And they might be like, yes? No, wrong, it spells eyes. So anyway, nail them with it if you can. You know what I'm saying? It's like the old rooster on the rooftop, right? If he lays the egg, which way does it go? No way, roosters don't lay eggs. All right, let's move forward, shall we? Let's do some more. Let's do some more balloon twisting, shall we? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do a variation on the, we had the sword design from earlier, but I want to make sure that we have another design that you could do if you don't want to make that for your little Easter bunny. Okay, and it's as easy to do, pretty darn easy. And that one, because it was supposed to be a wand, you could definitely tell them, hey, this one actually is a sword. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and do that now. I'm gonna make our little bunny. We'll make him. We'll go for blue. Oh, blue bunny. Yep, there we go. Okay. Like that. So far, so good. So we'll do is we'll start from the bottom, and then we'll make his. And then we'll go. Yeah, we'll just start from the legs, and then we'll go up. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. There we go. And I'm going to go about there is going to be pretty good. So you see that portion is longer than that portion. Does that make sense there? You see that? It's longer than that. Okay. All right. So we'll get the other little leg there. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and lock this in. I don't want to lose that. Okay. All right. So now I can go in with my white balloon. Ready? Let me go and get one of those, or any light color balloon if you have it. You could definitely do that. All righty. So let's go ahead and good. And we'll do a loop, followed by another loop. Good. Okay. Now I can go ahead and twist this in. It's going to be our little neck area here. There we go. Alrighty. So this is what we have so far. And so now we're going to do, let's see, I might have underinflated this, but we'll try either way. That's happens sometimes. You know, you go out to events and you're thinking like, okay, how many times have I done this before? Has it been a while since I did it? And you got your proportions wrong. In this case, it's going to be right on the money, actually. Alrighty, so I just went up the back here. Let me go ahead and pretend you don't see the white balloon. There you go. Alrighty. And so you see I went there, then here, and then I'm back to here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to match these two guys up in just a moment. Alrighty. So let's go do that now. I said in just a moment, like now, this moment. Right? So let me go ahead and twist that around there. There we go. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and add, because we have this white balloon left over here. So what's nice about this is you can easily, if you're crunched for time, you can definitely leave this portion here, like, one portion of the face there, and draw on that if you wish to do so. But I have all this balloon, white balloon left over, so now I can go ahead and use it, actually. So I'm going to just decide, okay, I want this to be the same as this here. So we can go ahead and get rid of that white balloon, and I'm letting the air out of it, but I'm not going to tie it, okay? Because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull it through the ears there. And just pull it down. There we go. Now I can just tuck it inside there. Okay. And so what happens is we end up with this kind of this rabbit with a huge nose sticking out. You see that? But what we're going to do is we can go ahead and twist this off. But I'm not going to try to pinch twist that because that'll be very difficult to do. But what I can do is I can put a little hole in that. And now I can go wrap it around there. Okay. I'm going to hide that away. Okay. There we go. So here we are right here. There's your bunny. So what we're going to do is we're going to take an orange balloon and we're going to use that to turn it into a sword, actually. Okay. I'm not too concerned about it having green on it, but I just want to make sure that it turns into a sword at the end for them to play with. Ready? I'm going to do it now. Okie dokie. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this into the balloon and I'll pass it through the legs. Ready? There we go. We'll pass it through the other side. Now the reason I did the, there we go. Sweet. There you go. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and trim the rest of this down. I don't need all of that. I'm done now. So because we had those, you know, we got our legs there. Now we got a place for them to put their hand, hold on to it. Okay. There you go. Check it out. Bat, bat, bat. Ready? Let me go ahead and draw it a little bit, and then that'll be the end of this design. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And we'll put this little eyes on there. Okie dokie. There it is. All right. Tell me if you made it to the end of that. Thumbs up. It'd be like, man, dude, I made that. Or it'd be like, bro, I couldn't make that. Slow down. Slow down, please. All right. Maybe in the next one I will. Okay. So let me go ahead and put that over to the side. Goodbye, bunny. Goodbye. There it is. All right. So let's go ahead and twist some more. We'll make another bunny that you can use. Actually, I want to go with a. I might have time to do this. I'll find out actually because I'm not actually looking at the time. I was just going to keep going to make sure that I have making stuff for you guys. And so real quick, let's. I'll tell you what. We'll go as far as we can with this design actually, and that is. Oh, okay. So we'll probably do like I'll go as fast as I can for it. Give you like we'll start with the top portion of it, and then we'll try to make the we'll talk about the bottom. Maybe just describe the bottom portion. So let's go ahead and start with the top portion of it, and that is I want to do like let me bring it back up for an example, okay? Just so you know. We're going to do something similar to this on the top, but the bottom is going to be, around balloons, in clusters, so we can actually use it for a centerpiece if we wish to do so. So we're going to make a bunny using a similar design as this. Alrighty. So I know I said 260s, but for that design, you'll want to use some 350s. Actually, just really one 350 probably you can get away with it. Just for the main portion. Okay, so let me just make it and you can see. Okay, and follow along if you wish to do so. I'll give it a shot. See how far along we can get here. At least we'll make the bunny portion, and then there'll be other decorators on here as well. They'll probably talk about how you can make a base for it. Maybe I will get on. Maybe I will hound them in the message. I'll be like, hey, please, can you do this or that? They'll be like, bro, leave me alone. Okay, so. So what we'll do is bubble, okay. Twist there. So remember, you can easily make this out of a 260 instead, but I just wanted to make sure I give it a little more, oomph, and so, or explode it. Let me try again. Let's see. Let's do it again. Because I'm not going to use all of the balloon for it anyway. So there we go. We soften up a little more. Maybe that's what it was. I was too hard on it. Is that what it was? Okay. This is definitely feels a little bit softer than the Yahtzee, there it is. All right, cool. Good. So now we can go ahead and finish up the rest of it. Let's go ahead and make the little bunny portion for us just so you can see it. And then so we're gonna, just like we did before, we're gonna wrap it in there so we can kind of go up here. We got a little face area there. We got our ears. We can pull that through. Lock that. Don't want to lose that. Okay, and we'll come right back down. Now, what's nice about this is you could definitely add. You could have started like with the nose there, with this color, but if I were to do this, I would do like a different color for the nose, right? So I'm just gonna go here, bubble, second bubble, pinch twist. Okay, then we'll make our arms. Okay. We're gonna go around the front here. Into the pinch twist in the back there. There we go. Okay. And then we'll do another bubble, pinch twist, and then we can have another. We'll make this a little bit longer. Okay, good. Oops. Make sure we keep it there so you can actually see it. Okay. Let me get this was a rose color that I used. I'm going to go ahead and grab a pink so we can at least give him his nose. And then like I said, if you wish to do so, oops, pardon me. We got to speed up here a little bit as I finish up. I at least want to finish with the little nose in there and talk about what you can do for the bottom. There you go. Okay, give that a quick squish. Okay, so as I close out here, my apologies that I didn't get to the end of this design, but you can see pretty much what it was going to be. You can definitely do a carrot like this one here for it, okay? You can definitely attach the two, alrighty? Matter of fact, okay, that's not happening. I thought I had time to do that, but I just want to make sure that, I got this piece here so you can actually see. So definitely put the carrot underneath it as well. But if you make this all 350s, this design, of course, you have to use a couple more. You can definitely use this as a centerpiece that you could use. And you can add, some foils to it and all that kind of fun stuff. But definitely check out the decor classes to give yourself some ideas. But I definitely want to thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. Hopefully you enjoyed the video or the balloons that you saw. I have a YouTube channel, JLo Magic. Check me out over there. Maybe some of you guys have been on it. I really appreciate you guys, everybody that has. But Stephanie's up next, so check her video out. She does some super amazing line work stuff, I believe is what she's going to do. So, just because I'm done doesn't mean you should check out. Remember, put your job on the line if you have to, okay? All right. So anyway, I'm kidding. Don't. See you guys. Bye.
Hey, Juan.
Hello, Juan.
Hey.
Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Thanks, dude. My pleasure.
It was really, really good, and you didn't stop. I don't think you even paused for breath.
No. I lost count now of the 2 or 3 things that made me laugh out loud.
Yes. Yeah, I like the one where it was somebody had ran over the bunny and it's like, don't worry, it's a sad story. And I was like, no, he's going to use the hair restorer joke. And I was like, why didn't I see you coming? Yeah. We really loved you, so thank you very much. And there's a lot of love in the chat. I saw tons of nuggets of gold coming up through the screen.
So many.
Awesome.
Yeah. So if you haven't already, get yourself over at some point and check out Juan's YouTube channel. And obviously subscribe to him as well. Support him. He supported us. He's doing this for free for you guys. So get out there and support him too, because we really appreciate it. And I think I can see we're going to get one back on the Q Corner channel on a normal episode at some point.
Just for us, I enjoyed it
because we really, really love your work. Super cute, super sellable. I think the chat messages said it themselves.
Yeah, so. You want to go back through and read some of those that were awesome.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yes.
That would be cool.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Okay. You take care.
Bye for now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that was fantastic.
That was fantastic. We have somebody waiting for us, especially another lady that's going to... another twister, but this time a lady twister. I'm going to put a picture up on here. We have excited because there's a lot of people being very excited about this lady coming on. We have Stephanie Morris.
Hello.
Yes. So she is doing. I like the title of this class. It's called "I Got 3 Minutes." Now again, Dominic and myself, we came from Twisters. We did a lot of twisting, table hopping, and line work, and various other things. So I like this idea. As I got 3 minutes, fast and easy designs, perfect for parties, restaurants, and festivals. So.
Yes.
I hope you guys have already got your balloons ready, and now you're all limbered up with one.
Ready to go.
Because it's going to be play a long time with the wonderful Stephanie Morris. So please, guys, welcome Stephanie Morris to the Q Corner Convention.
Oops, I might have just brought her straight in. There she is. She's with us. There she is.
Hello, Stephanie.
Hi.
How are you? Are you good?
I'm here. I'm good.
Excellent.
I'm good. I'm basically in everybody's living right now, which is not intimidating at all.
Everybody's what, sorry?
All right. We ready?
Yeah, are we ready to rock?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's do this.
All right. Hey, guys. So, yes, my name is Stephanie Morris. I'm here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And I am, one of my specialties is line work, really fast line work, trying to make awesome things in under 3 minutes. So I'm going to show you some of my new stuff that I've been doing lately. A lot of good 3-minute designs. And are you guys having trouble seeing it? We good? All right. So I'm going to start with these cute little bodies that I've been doing lately. These cute little bodies that I'm doing. We're going to start with this little clown because he's really fast to make and he's adorable. So you're going to start with a 5-inch round. You're going to need a blush 260. And then you're going to need a Caribbean blue 160, just like our round. And then we're going to need red for his shoes and his nose. So that's a red 260. And I'm going to do his hair with a green 160. So you just start by inflating your 5-inch round. And you want to make about a 4-finger round. And you want to make sure when you tie it really close. And keep it nice and round because we're going to split this, but we want to make sure it doesn't go down into the nozzle too much. So we have our 5-inch round. Then we are going to blow up a blush 260. Now your blush 260, you don't need too much. We're just going to do right around his face. So we're going to do a pinch twist. About a 3-finger, another pinch twist. So you should have this. And then we're going to take that 5-inch round and we're going to twist it a little less than half, almost like a snowman, where, we're going to twist it to where we've got a bubble on top that's a little bit smaller than the bubble on bottom. Then you just take your 260 and we're going to put it around the front. We're going to wrap it to the back. And you're going to twist it around that other pinch twist. And that's all we need of that. So we're going to tie it up real good. All right. So we got this so far. Doesn't look like much, but I promise he's going to be a cutie. So right now you want to take your Caribbean blue 160 or whatever color you have that matches your 5-inch round. And you are going to want to tie it into one of those pinch twists. And we're going to use this to make the brim of his hat. And we're also going to use it to make his arms. So we're going to go over the top and wrap into this pinch twist. Then we'll go to the other side. We're going to wrap back into the pinch twist on the other side. All right. Now, one of the things I like to do whenever I'm doing really fast line work is I like to prevent any breaks in the balloons, any times I have to break and retie. So it's kind of cheating, but nobody's going to know, so you should be fine. We're going to take, and instead of tearing off this 160 and make his arms, we're going to actually do it to where you just kind of push a little air out until his arm is coming out almost underneath his chin. You make a little bubble. And then you're going to do the same thing in the back. You're going to push a little air out and go back. So it looks like his hands are kind of off to the side. Once you're done with that, go ahead and tear the rest of that off because you don't need it. This is what we have so far. Now, he has to have his big red clown shoes, so I'm going to use a red 260. Excuse me. And I'm going to make 2 flower petals, just 2 basic loops, and a pinch twist. Now, the good thing about this design, and I'll show you when I get done, is it's very versatile. It's not just this little clown, but I have a lot of different characters that I make out of this same design. All right, let's get him turned just right. So we just attached those clown shoes to the bottom. And now I'm going to give him his little clown nose. So just take the end of that red 260 and make his little clown nose. I'm going to cut off a little bit of that. Now, all I'm doing here, I like to make him where he doesn't actually have any eyes. It also helps to make him a little faster. So I'm just going to have his nose wedged right up underneath his hat. So I just wedge that in there, and then you can actually pull the tail through to the back of the head and wrap it in to the opposite ear. So he's starting to look like a little clown. And now his hair. I'm going to use green for his hair. For his hair, all you're going to do is make 5 bubbles out of whatever color 160 you want for his hair. So I'm going to make 5 small bubbles. Don't worry, I know you can't hear the music. I am literally dancing to a song in my own head. All right, so we got 5 bubbles, and then I just took the 3rd bubble and I gave it a little pinch twist, and that pulled it together. And I'm going to attach that to one of his ears. Then I'm going to run the green hair in the back of his head. Attach it to that other ear. And now we need 5 small bubbles out of this 160. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I know you guys know how to count. And I have my shoes off for just such an occasion. All right. Done with that green balloon. Same thing here. I'm just going to go here, and I'm going to pinch twist the one right at the top. Give his hair a little bit more of a position. So this guy, I know he's turning into this adorable little thing, right? Okay, so here, all I usually do is give him a mouth. If I'm in a hurry, I just take a black Sharpie and I just give him a little half smile like this. Oh, maybe put some buttons on his shirt or something like that. So that would work just fine. We could stop there. But I usually like to give him something in his hands. The last one I did, I gave him I just made a little small one balloon dog out of a 160. So it just looks like he's making balloon animals. And instead of giving him just the black smile, I went ahead and came in there with that white Sharpie, or the white edding actually, and then outlined it. So gave him a little bit more of that clown face, and he's holding his balloon dog, which you gotta love that, right? So this guy, I've used a lot, and what I love is, if you'd rather make him big, look how cute this is. So instead of that 5-inch, you go ahead and get the 11-inch round. So that's the top of that 11-inch, and then this is the bottom. And then we just use 350s and 260s for the hair. So everything's just a little bit bigger for this guy. And then he's still got his little balloon dog. So this one was a really popular design back around Christmas and during St. Patty's Day even. I used the same design and gave him a beard, and that was the leprechaun that I was using for some of my St. Patty's Day events. Well, what few St. Patty's Day events I had. And then I used him a lot for Christmas. Santa Claus. This Santa Claus was great. I actually used a 321 here. And I can show you guys that one real quick. Really simple with a 321. Head just wraps around the 321. And Santa Claus and his little elf buddy. Gotta figure out which way to turn him. There we go. So same thing. It's just a 321. It's the same process. We're going to wrap that 260 all the way around. This one was really fast. I was able to get these elves and Santa Clauses done at Christmas in about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So it was really great for all of our Santa events. And then, oh my goodness, I was playing around with this idea today. Look at this cute little baseball player, right? Oh my God. He's all like, swing, blah, blah, blah. I know, it's adorable. So lots of things. I can't wait to see what some of you guys come up with this style. Any kind of little cute, adorable character. It's just a really quick way to not have to make a body and the face and the hat and everything else. So just cutting out those steps is really nice. So if there's anything that you come up with, definitely tag me in it, because I'd love to see some other things with that design. And that is, you could tag me at Baton Rouge Balloons on Instagram or Facebook. That's a good way to get to me. So I'm going to show you real quick just how we do the 321 version. And you can also do the Santa Claus or the elf, or you can make it into a gnome by using a red quick link or a green quick link also. But main thing is, if you don't use 321s often, just make sure that you are pushing it. I'm going to pull this up here so you can see. Make sure you're pushing the air all the way into the tip of that 321. Act like you've done this before. All right, so for Santa Claus, we really just need about this much on a 321. And you could totally make this into a gnome, and I do a really cute gnome with this, but my girl Laurel already came out with a really cool gnome tutorial, and hers was kind of cuter than mine, so check that out. Don't tell her I said that. All right, so for this one, I'm not gonna walk you through everything. I just wanted to kind of give you a quick show. So same thing as we did with the clown. And we're going to wrap around. And all you really need off of this is the tip of that blush 260 to make the nose. All right. Now Santa, we got to give him a beard. That's the main difference. I'm going to start with the white on there. I know it's like a weird time to be teaching you guys Santa, but so I started here with that pinch twist. That's where his hat's going to come down. And I'm going to do a beard. And I'm going to go across the top for his hat. And I'm going to go across the back for his hat. All right. So same thing. Pull that 321 down. That gives you that nice little Santa's hat. And then all you do is go in, add arms like we did earlier, eyes, really cute Santa's hat, a Santa, and a really cute elf to go with him. And what I love about these is they sit on top of a headband really easily without having to make a flower or anything else. So it's just a really good one if you want stuff to be wearable. These small ones like the clown and elf, they go really easily onto a headband. All right, so that's enough of that. Let's do something else, right? All right. So another one of my favorites, I love to make vehicles and things for line work. And a lot of people don't like doing vehicles because they feel like it's too many steps. So I'm going to do a quick excavator. And if you've seen this excavator, you've seen it on my page. This one a lot. This one is fun. It's got a lot of impact. Sorry, I'm sure that's pretty loud right there. But it makes a big impact, and it's really fast. And there's a lot of stopping points. So I'm going to show you the quick way, and then I'll show you some little add-ons. But all I'm doing is I'm taking this yellow 350, and I'm leaving about a 4-finger tail. That should be good. And I'm just going to start by making kind of like a little crab claw, you know. We're going to do a small bubble and then a larger bubble. And just lock that in. And then we're going to do a pinch twist. So that's going to be the bucket on the excavator. And now we're going to go and make that, the arm, or boom, or whatever it's called. We're going to make that part. So we're going to go about 6 inches. And we're going to make another pinch twist. Got this so far. Then about 4 or 5 inches here. And we're going to make another pinch twist. We're going to soften the rest of this and hit ourselves in the face with a balloon. We're going to wrap that back in. There we go. All right, so this is the first part of that excavator. And next we're going to add the tires. So to make the tires easy, there's so many ways to make tires. You guys know this. You could take 2 black rounds and split them and then connect them together, and it'll just be like 4 little bubbles there. That's really good. I tend to turn this into, if I do it with 260s, I tend to turn this into a bracelet. So I usually just make a 4-petal flower out of 350, so it gives it the look of tires, even though it's really a 4-petal flower. So that's what I'm going to do. So this is my go-to whenever I need to make a really quick Paw Patrol design, and I'm going to show you why. But also, so see, just 4 petals, 4-petal flower, and that's going to be our wheels. Let me get it out from in front of me so you can see. All right, so this is just going to sit underneath. And now we just need to have something come down from top just to hold it together. So what I'm going to do is actually I have these adorable Paw Patrol prints. This is rubble. Those of you that have been living under a rock and do not know what Paw Patrol is, rubble. It's pretty popular. And then I've got a 5-inch clear balloon. So I'm just going to take that rubble balloon and I'm going to stick it inside of my 5-inch round. All right, so I'm here. I'm going to inflate the clear balloon just a little bit, and then I'm going to inflate rubble a little bit more. So you have something like this. You can obviously just use your clear, your 5-inch round, and that would be fine for this. But I do like to put a print in there. It just, the kids seem like that a lot. Now we're going to take that and we're going to put it on these tires. So just pull it through, wrap it into that flower. Now if you're really in a hurry, you can give this to a kid and they're going to be perfectly fine with that. But I'm going to show you how I usually give this to a child. I usually go ahead and add a few more details. So I'm going to grab a black 160 and I'm going to blow it up almost all the way. All right. I'm going to put a pinch twist in the end of it. And then remember how I kind of made this soft earlier. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just take that pinch twist and I'm going to just roll it around the 350. It's just going to lock that into place. Now I'm going to go right to where the top of the 5-inch round is, and I'm going to make a bubble and a pinch twist. Then I'm going to go across the top of the excavator to about where that 5-inch round ends, and I'm going to make another bubble and another pinch twist. All right, and then I'm just going to go back down into this big pinch twist on that yellow 350. All right. So we've got a little bit of an outline, but it's not very sturdy. So what we do here is we're just going to go back and redo what we just did. So we're going to go back. Let me see if I can get out from behind it. We're going to go back to that pinch twist, wrap it in. I'm going to go across the top, wrap it in there, and down the other side. Okay. This is really great when kids are asking for a tractor or something like that. Usually they'll love something like this, the excavator. And if you want to go one step further, you can always take an uninflated black balloon. I usually put a little puff of air in there. and just run it along the top. Just like that. And that is the cutest little digger that you can get done in under 3 minutes. I promise. I do this one a lot. So definitely a quick one. All right. Next, my favorite, my little baby fire truck. I hope I'm going slow enough that you guys can keep up, because I'd love to see some of these pictures when you're done. I know I'm gonna be up all night watching everybody else, so I hope to see some of these come into my inbox. All right, so for the fire truck, we're gonna start with a red 260. We're gonna do a red 260 with about a 4-finger tail. And you're gonna start by just doing a pinch twist. And then whatever width you want your truck to be, I usually do about a hand's width. And then another pinch twist. All right. From here, we're gonna make just a little bit bigger bubble, almost like you're making the letter D. And then we're gonna go down and just make a square. So about a 4-finger bubble, 5-finger bubble going down, a pinch twist, across, another pinch twist, and back down. All right. And then for the back of the fire truck, the back of the cab, we're going to do just a simple 4-finger bubble, a pinch twist, and another 4-finger bubble. Making sense now. And we're done with the rest of that. All right, so this is really, I know it looks really simple, but it's going to be cute when we get done with this. It's going to make sense, I promise. We're going to go next and make the tires for our fire truck. So just like I did with the excavator, I'm going to use a black 350 because I can usually get all of the tires, everything's out of one balloon, and that helps me as far as how much time I have to spend on this sculpture. So I'm putting maybe halfway full of air. We're going to start with 2 flower petals. All right. Now for this, we're going to have it sit here. So we want the 2 flower petals here, and then we want a little bit of space before we do our back 2 tires. So it's almost going to look like a dog bone. It's going to be a small bubble, and then we're going to do 2 more flower petals. Back tires might be a little bigger than my front tires. And then you can pop off the rest of that. All right, so now we've got our tires. So I'm going to set these 2 to the side, and we're going to make the ladder. Take a white 160, and you're going to inflate it almost to the end by the 4-finger tail. We're going to start with 3-finger bubble and a pinch twist. All right, now in order to get the ladder out of 160, I have to do it a little different than most people do their ladders, but if this makes sense to you, it's going to save you time every time, I promise. All right, so we're going to go down, and this is going to be the bottom rung of our ladder. So we're going to go down, make a pinch twist, and then we're going to go right back up and into that pinch twist. So if that makes any sense to you, we went, hopefully you can see this, bubble, and then we did a pinch twist, bubble down, pinch twist, and then a bubble back up. And then we're going to reset. We're going to make another bubble, another pinch twist, the second rung of the ladder, another pinch twist, and then we're going to make another bubble going back up. So far, that's what we got for our ladder. Then we're going to make the top rung of the ladder, pinch twist across, but instead of going back, after this pinch twist, we're going to connect these sides coming down. We come down and we're going to twist that in. We're going to come down here, twist that in. And then you want these two to be the same size. So we're going to pop this way down here at the end. And we're actually going to tie those two ends together. Just like that. Now that's going to be our little fire truck ladder. And the next thing we need to do is just make the little cab for the fire truck, okay? I know, I just gave away the ending, right? So we're going to, again, if you wanted to put a print inside of this to have, you know, the other Paw Patrol dog, Marshall, if you want him driving the fire truck, or if you want to put another print inside of there, or even make a little tiny fireman, that's great. But I'm just going to show you basically a clear quick link. Only about a hand's width. So we're going to start putting everything together now. So you're going to go and take the end of the quick link, pull it through that curve in the front. You're going to tie it right here. All right. Now we need something to connect the back end of the fire truck to the tires. So we are going to take the ladder, and the ladder is going to go into this square and tie it directly down into your tires. Then you just take the rest of the top of the cab, you take that knot and you tie it into the pinch twist and just tuck it in there a little bit. And you're starting to get a pretty quick little line work fire truck. Again, if you had to stop here, you totally could. I like to add a little bit more for the fire truck. I like to add some silver. I love this chrome silver, so I like to add it anywhere I can. Oh, happy birthday! Wake up. All right. So I just do like a little, kind of like a front bumper for this fire truck. So I just tie it into one side of the curve, and then I go across the front and tie into this other pinch twist. you got a cute little fire truck. And here, depending on if it's a nighttime event or low light, I like to put one of those little neon lights or some of those lights inside of like a white round and attach to that pinch twist, and that'll give you that fire truck look. But if you don't feel like using your lights, or if it's in the middle of the day and it doesn't make sense, you can just take a yellow or goldenrod 260, just make a couple pinch twists. So I just did three pinch twists, and I'm just going to attach it to the top. Cute little fire truck. And add some stuff to it, you know, add some little details, some lines. You can give them a little smiley face, or like I said, you could put somebody riding in the cab, and that's a really cute one that is super fast. This one takes me a little bit, 3 minutes or maybe a few seconds over, but totally doable if you practice this one. You can get that one done fast. All right, so we're going to switch gears, and I hope you guys are able to see me. It's hard for me to tell. So I'm going to slow down a little bit and let everything catch up. Next thing I want to do are some of my cute animals that I like to use. This one, I live in the South, so I actually get asked for a pig a lot. I don't know if that's common everywhere, but this pig's really cute. So definitely, I think it's a good one to have in your repertoire. All right, so we're going to start with a pink 260, or actually two pink 260s. So a pink 260 with about a 4-finger tail. And we're going to do the same thing over here. Another pink 260 with about a 4-finger tail. All right. So basically, instead of starting the pig snout with a tulip twist, we're going to start with 2 tulip twists, and we're going to twist those together. So you want to go into your 260 with a quick tulip twist. Roll that in, and then make another tulip twist on your other 260. We're going to take those two, hold the knots in both tulip twists, and we're going to roll them together. And then I take and I push them kind of toward the center, so where the tulip twist makes the snout of the pig. All right, now a pinch twist. And that is going to be the bottom lip of the pig. All right. From here, you're going to want to make the 2 cheeks of the pig. So we're going to do a flower petal on each side. About a 3-finger flower petal. And another 3-finger flower petal. So now we have the snout and we have the 2 cheeks. All right. Next, you want to blow up a white 260. We just need a little bit, just enough for the eyes. So we're just going to tie that into the cheeks. All right. Now the white is going to be the front of the pig's face and the pink is going to be the back of the pig's face. We're just going to go up and twist them both, a little 3-finger bubble. And then we're going to make another 3-finger bubble here. And we're going to twist this back down into the cheeks. So we're going to have 2 bubbles for the eyes and 2 bubbles for the back of the head. Then you can pop off the rest of that white balloon. All right. All right, so here's what we have so far. I've got my 2 white bubbles that I'm going to use for the eyes. I've got pink for the back of the head. And then those 2 twists in the front. All right, so from here, I've been using the same pink balloon to do all of that. So it's getting close to the end, so I'm going to switch over to the pink balloon that hasn't been used yet. And with that pink balloon, I'm going to give it a little bit of a stretch because we're going to do the ears out of this balloon. It takes a few twists. So just have that pink balloon where it's going to be coming up next to the side of the head. And then you're going to twist it right above the eye and make a little pinch twist and a soft flower petal. And that's going to be his ear. Then you're going to go across. So whatever amount you need to go across there to make sure that it's not a big gap there, but it's also not pulling it apart. So me, it's about a 3-finger bubble. Then another pinch twist. And then a soft loop again. All right. So it's going to go up, over, and then we want to go back into the cheeks. Let me straighten this up so you can see it a little better. So now we're just going to go back into the cheek on the other side. Thank you. All right, so there is that little piggy. All right, so I'm pretty much at the end of this one. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. Because all we really need now is to make his legs. So that's our little pig's face. And for his body, we're going to just use a pink 6-inch quick link. So we're going to inflate it, a little underinflated, just big enough to be a little bit bigger than round. Tie that off and just tie it straight into the cheek and the back of the head, just like that. Everybody with me? All right. Okay, so I'm going to make just some quick legs. So I'm going to do about a 4-finger bubble, another 4-finger bubble, and a pinch twist. And that's going to go right there where the quick link is. And then this one is going to come back. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to do a 4-finger bubble and another 4-finger bubble. I'm running out of room, so I'm just going to pop that. I don't need the rest of that. There we go. So there's his legs, just like that. And then what I like to do here when I'm going to do him in like a seated position, I just bring these back 2 legs together. And then I'm going to rotate them around a couple times till I have this cute little sitting pig. And then you can do balloon eyes, or you can draw the eyes on. I usually draw the eyes. So for those of you that do not like drawing on your balloons, I totally get it. But if you, you know, there's a lot of different ways you can do this. One way, if you're not so good at art, this is the way I started, is I actually just started by drawing the number 6. So people tell me they can't draw on their balloons because they do not know how to draw. If you can draw the number 6 and fill in the bottom of that, you can make some eyes. You can also come back down on the other side. So that's just a quick one. It's not the one I use now, but if you're just starting with drawing eyes and things like that, that's a good way to get started. All right, so this little piggy is going to go away. Now, the next one that I used to cringe every time somebody asked me for a fox. I don't know why, but foxes are like the new unicorns. So I came up with this fox design based off of a 2-balloon cat. So most of us that twist a lot, we've all got a 2 to 3 balloon cat design that we use. And so I just modified mine and turned it into this fox. So you're going to start with an orange 260 and a white 260. Oh, by the way, it's like 12:48 in the morning and my internet was not working right. So I'm at my mom's house in her kitchen. She's going to be so mad at me tomorrow because I'm just like 12:48. I'm teaching a balloon class in your kitchen, Mom. It's cool. And she works at a nursing home, so she actually has to go to work tomorrow. So we'll see. I might have to make her breakfast or something. Anyways, back to class. All right, so you're going to start with your orange and your white 260. About a 6-finger tail on both of these. And all you're going to do here is make about a 3-finger bubble. You don't want the face of the fox to be too tall. So I usually go with about a 3-finger bubble, right? And then I'm going to make 2 flower petals for the cheeks. All right. All right, so now just make some bubbles. We're going to do that muzzle area. So do 2 bubbles. See if I can get to where you can actually see this a little better. 2 bubbles. And bring them back in and twist them into those 2 flower petals you'd already done. So now I have just this. So all I need left for his muzzle is the pinch twist. It's going to be his bottom lip. sort of like the bottom lip we had on the pig. All right. So now I've got his cute little face pretty much done. All right, now just like we did with the pig, we're going to go up and over around his face. Okay, I have to tell you, this is my fault. I haven't had my nails done in 3 weeks, right? They're getting a little jagged, all right? All right, so we'll try that again. Bubble, pinch twist. Maybe this. Then we're going to go over with a 3-finger bubble and another pinch twist. And back down into his cheek. All right, so it's just a basic 2-balloon cat head that, you know, everybody pretty much does this 2-balloon cat. We're just going to change it up, and we're going to make this into a really, really cute fox. All right, so if I were going to make a cat or a tiger, I would just go straight into the front legs, the back, and then do the back legs just like I would like a 1-balloon dog. But since I'm making a fox, I like to make him in a seated position. So I'm going to make this is going to be his stomach. This is going to be his back. And I'm just going to do about a 2.5, 3-finger bubble. I don't want his back to be very long because I want his body to be small. So I do a bubble, a pinch twist. This is going to be where his tail is. And we're going to do 2 flower petals, kind of like his back legs. All right. So this is what I've got now. All right. Now his stomach's going to be a little bit longer than his back. That way his tail's not right underneath him, right? So we're going to make his stomach a little bit longer. Curve. And at this point, you're done with this white balloon. So you're going to pop that off. All right. Now, again, this class is called I Got 3 Minutes because I usually only have 3 minutes. So in order to get the fox done in 3 minutes, I kind of have to cheat a little bit. So I take my black 160 and give it about 3-4 finger tail. But the trick to this is I'm not going to break this black 160 until we're done with it. So it saves a little bit of time not having to break it and retie it in different places. And I'll show you how I do that. So I start by making a loop about 3 fingers and lock that in. All right, that's going to be one of his ears. So you take that loop and you're going to attach it to one of these orange pinch twists. And then I'm going to shape it to where it's a little bit pointed right here on top. Got one ear for my fox. And then I'm going to take this 160. I'll get the tail out of the way. Take that 160 and I'm going to push all the air out. And I'm going to twist it around the opposite pinch twist. Just like that. So that uninflated 160 is hidden right there. You see it? All right, now the other ear. Same thing, we're gonna make a loop and we're gonna go into that pinch twist. Yeah, so much time. I'm glad. All right, now I've got both ears. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing again. We're gonna push the air out of this 160 and we're gonna put it down the side of the head and into the cheeks. So now we've got an uninflated portion right there, but the way his head's built, you're not gonna see it. It's gonna be hidden behind this orange bubble. All right. Now I'm going to do the bubble on top of his nose. So on top of this muzzle, we're just going to make a soft bubble out of this black 160, and we're going to pull it down, and we're going to keep this uninflated under here, and then it's going to come out under the cheek. I'll try to do that slow so you can see. I don't want to lose you here. So just a small bubble. And you want to stretch it. And as you stretch, you see I'm pulling that air out as I stretch that balloon. Let's fix him, straighten him up a bit. Now, just like I did with the pig a while ago, I'm going to do both legs on one side, both legs on the other, and then I'm going to rotate them underneath, and that's going to give him that seated body that we want. All right, so I'm going to do about a 4-finger bubble, and then about a 3-finger bubble. Go to the other side, another 3-finger bubble. Another 4-finger bubble, and then back into his cheeks. I know I'm going to show you what I just did. It's easier to do that afterwards. So basically I went down, across, and then across and back up. And that's all I'm going to need out of that black 160. All right. Now take these back 2 legs, these back 2 black 160s, bring them together, and rotate it around. So I've got this cute little fox just sitting there. And if you get time to make this out of a 350, it's actually super cute out of a 350, but it does take a little bit longer. So I just wanted to teach you the basics here. And then you can try making them a little bit bigger. It's really, really cute out of 350s. All right. Give him a cute little face. And there you go. Cute little fox. Little 260 fox. Adorableness. I know, right? I mean, I'm guessing that's what you're saying. I can't hear you, but I'm assuming that you like it. And if you like it, I like it. Thank you. All right. I think I have time for a few more. So, I'm going to let the camera catch up with me a little bit. Give a chance for you guys to catch up with me. I'm going to make a panda, a cute little panda. And this panda only takes 3 balloons. You need a white 350. You need a black 260. And you're going to need a green 160. So start by inflating your white 350. Now for this panda, I just do 2 bubbles for the face and 2 bubbles for the body, and they're all going to come out of this white 350. So you're just going to do 2 bubbles, lock it in. I'll break the rest of that off, tie it off. All right. All right, and we're going to do that again. I feel like we all need a dance break, you know? I'm not crazy. I'm not talking to myself. Ernest is here. He's my light and sound crew. And he won't let me turn the camera that way though. All right, so now I have 2 sets like this. These 2 bubbles, these 2 bubbles. I'm gonna turn this into cute little panda, and I love to put this one on a headband. I love to do wearables. I know a lot of you guys and gals out there like to do wearables too, because anytime I'm working outside and I can strap a balloon to a child, there's a lot less chance that I have to remake that balloon over and over and over again. So everybody's happy, everybody wins. All right, now we're going to take our black 260 and we're going to inflate it. We don't need much on this one, so you can leave a nice long tail on there. All right, we're going to start by just making 2 really small flower petals. Just like that. And that's going to be his ears or her ears, I'm not sure. This one may be a girl because we have been making all these animals boys. All right, so you're going to take your bubbles and you're going to slide that 260 through the middle. There we go. Somewhere in there, somewhere in the middle. Sit right in the middle. There we go. Don't worry, I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. Like that. Perfect. All right, so that is the panda's head. You're gonna make a really, really small bubble. You want the bubble to be not to stick out from between those 2 white bubbles, okay? So that way the body will be really nice and tight when we finish. All right, so from there you're gonna make 4. You're gonna make 4 bubbles for his arms and legs. There we go. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 of them are going to go on one side of the bubble. 2 are going to go on the other. And you're going to wrap it back into the neck. So, hard to show you whenever I'm also wearing black. There we go. Now, I like to pop it way down at the end. And then I pull that uninflated balloon down underneath the bottom, back up through. Maybe isn't that necessary, but it makes the body hold together a little better, and it kind of makes it all cute and pudgy. Cute and pudgy is my motto, so we're gonna go with it. And then I keep this extra here because we're gonna use that to tie it onto the headband. So this is what we got so far. There's our cute little panda. And we're just gonna add some quick artwork to the panda. So I've got this kind of bean shape, a big circle, just like that. And then you're just gonna fill in everything outside of the circle. I'm gonna do this facing me because it's a little easier for me to do. All right, so once you have that colored in, you just want to go into these white circles and you want to just add the pupils. So I'm going to just do a basic eye. Nothing too fancy today. And then a little nose and cute little panda. But whenever I put the panda on a headband, I'd like to make it a little special. So I give it something to stand on. I take a green 160 and leave about 4 or 5 finger tail at the end. There we go. And start by making a 5-petal flower. Lock it in. All right, so once I have made a 5-petal flower, I'm just gonna come out and instead of doing a 6th petal, I'm gonna come out and make a pinch twist. So now I have this. I'm gonna attach the panda. Remember I have a little bit of that black 260. So I'm gonna attach that here, right? And then I'm gonna come up and make just a little piece of bamboo that he's gonna be holding on to, okay? So we're gonna come up and make a pinch twist and a loop. And then we'll come up a little more and make a pinch twist and another loop. So I've got this, and I'm just gonna take this pinch twist and I'm gonna lock it in right there into his hand. A little bit of a twist. There we go. Just like that. And this panda can go easily onto a bracelet or a headband. And I tend to put this on a headband a lot. And I also like any balloon that has like a big white balloon here, because whenever I do add lights to it, all I have to do is stick a light between these two white bubbles, and all of a sudden this headband lights up really, really well. I did some of these at a wedding for the dance floor, and they lit up and everybody loved them. So definitely a cute one to put onto a headband or a bracelet, and also really, really fast panda. All right. We have some time to switch gears. I'm going to let it catch up a little bit and just talk to you guys and be like, hey, what's up? Anybody got some coffee? I'm going to take a drink. How about that? All right. Another one of my favorite things to make, and also can be made in 3 minutes, is a trumpet. So if you guys haven't seen me teach this trumpet, it's one that I use a lot. And if you haven't tried making musical instruments out of these chrome balloons, then you really need to try it, because they come to life with all that really nice shiny chrome. So I'm going to make a really cute trumpet out of a chrome 7-inch and 3 chrome 260s. And the best way to start this is to go ahead and inflate your chrome 7-inch and one of your 260s. You're going to start with the bell of the trumpet. All right. So I've overinflated this a good bit, give it a nice good stretch, and then I'm going to let a little bit of that air out, because I'm going to need to tulip twist this to start the trumpet. Then I'm also going to go ahead and inflate one of these chrome 260s. Ooh, I know, it's beautiful. All right, this one is going to tie into that tulip twist, so I like to have that one ready to go. All right, so take your chrome, take your 7-inch, and you're going to push it up towards the nozzle, and push the nozzle all the way through. Grab it on the other end, nice tulip twist. I like to twist it a few times, because honestly, I usually just tie this directly into that knot. And it's usually enough with the amount of twist that I put on it that it doesn't come undone. But just to make sure, you can always roll that tulip twist down. You should have something like this. All right, so remember a little earlier we did the technique I did to make the ladder on the fire truck. We're going to do the same thing to make the valves for the trumpet, because that's going to allow you to make this trumpet without having to break the balloon several times to make those vertical valves. So we're going to start with about an 8-finger bubble, and we're going to do 2 pinch twists. Now I'm putting 2 pinch twists at the top because I'm going to come back and I'm going to add the keys. But if you are making this in line work and you don't want to use the keys, you can always just do 1 pinch twist at the top. Okay, just like we did with that ladder, I'm going to go down, 4-finger bubble, a pinch twist, and then I'm going to go back up into those 2 pinch twists on top. Then I'm going to do it again, but instead of making it a big gap between there like we did with the ladder, I'm going to do a small spacer bubble and 2 more pinch twists. Okay, we're going to go down and do the same thing. We're going to do a 4-finger bubble, a pinch twist, and then back up to that double pinch twist. All right, so you can see we got 2 valves, but they're not connected at the bottom. All right, now I've got just enough room to do 1 more spacer bubble and 2 more pinch twists. And then I'm going to pop the rest of this. All right. Good. Go ahead and inflate another 260. We got to make 1 more valve. And then the hard part's over, I promise. So you're going to take that one and just tie it in where we left off. And we're going to do that last valve. We're going to do another 4-finger bubble. We're going to do a pinch twist. And we're going to go back into the double pinch twist. So just like that, you've got all 3 valves in your trumpet, but none of them are connected at the bottom. We're going to take care of that. Pretty much everything else is going to be done with the rest of this 260. So I'm going to stretch it, make sure it doesn't have, make sure it's nice and straight. And we're going to give it a good bend. So this is going to be, we're going to bend this around. Want it to be nice and smooth curve. So give it a nice bend. And then you're going to put it into that pinch twist. And now we're going to put another spacer between each of these and connect it as we go. So I've connected to the first pinch twist, little spacer bubble, connect to that second pinch twist, and then again, 1 more spacer bubble, and I'm going to connect to the last pinch twist. It should be here. All right. I know, I say all right a lot. I realize I say all right and okay a lot. You don't realize that until it's really quiet. I realize I just say it a lot. So these are my 2 pinch twists going down for the top. That's going to be where I go back and put the keys so we can play this. Ernest is laughing at me. I don't think it's nice when he laughs at me. All right, so again, I gave it a nice bend here. You want this bend to come right about to where it's touching that tulip twist we already did. And we're going to lay that across there. And you want the back of your trumpet to be just past the end here. Okay. So there you're going to put, I'm going to try to get 3 pinch twists out of this. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. All right. So all we got to do now is hold this in place. And the way that I found to do that best is by taking a puff inflated 260. And I'm going to attach it to one of these pinch twists up top. All right. So I'm going to lay this down, try to hold it with my hand and not cover up what I'm doing so you guys can see. So I'm actually going to take this and wrap it around that 260 and back into one of those pinch twists. Just like that. So I've got this holding it right here. And then I'm going to stretch that uninflated balloon to the other side of those pinch twists. I know this is where my hand's all in the way. And I'm going to attach it there as well. So I'm going to lay it over top and I'm going to attach it. Hopefully it'll make sense when I get my big hands out of the way. Don't worry, I'm not going to do any singing. You see? Makes sense. So this would be a place that we could stop. I've made this one a few times in 3 minutes, and usually I can get this one done right at 3 minutes, but since we have a little time, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how to make it look a little nicer, and I'm going to show you some fun stuff we can do to make it pretty. Alright, so I'm going to take this gold Chrome 260 and 2 pinch twists. And this is just to make it a little extra pretty. Wrap it around there. Get it off. There we go. So it makes it look nice and it gives it that nice clean look right here, which I love. And I'm a little picky about this because I was a band nerd. So when I made this trumpet, I needed it to look very specific about how I wanted it to look. So if you give me 2 hours to make this trumpet, I would take all 2 hours. But it's good to know you can also make it in a hurry. So I'm just taking, there's a few ways you can do it if you want to add the valves, the keys for the valve. So one easy way to do it is just a little puff on the end of these Chrome 260s. And this trumpet is one of the reasons why I hang on to my 260 scraps, and I use them a lot for this. I also like to use them to make the center of flowers and stuff in different headbands for the grown-ups. They tend to really, really like that little touch of shine that we put in there at the end. All right, so we just make a couple more of those real quick. And I've got 7 minutes, so I can do this. I have done a few decor pieces with these musical instruments. I do this and a saxophone usually. And I've done those for decor pieces, and they were really well received. So, you know, if you're like me and you do a lot of decor and twisting, this is one of those that it lends itself to both sides of that coin. You see it's my noise measures in the back there? Should be in one of these pockets across the top. Sweet. I knew I had it in there. Try not to pass out in front of you guys. That would be ideal, not to pass out. So I know Ernest is over here looking at me like, use your pump, use your pump. Oh, yes. All right, so it's a pretty good looking trumpet, if I do say so myself, but the part that makes this really fun is a lot of times, and actually I'm working on a library show that includes some big band swing music playing, and then it includes me actually playing one of these trumpets. And the way I do that is I just have the little noise maker, like the little squeaker that goes in. There's a few suppliers that supply these still, but it's just that, it's a little noise maker, and I just wrap it in to those 260s, and it makes the cutest little prop for like a library show, or you can do some cute little gags with it. Even in the restaurant, I tend to do some gags with this trumpet. So if you haven't had a chance to make one of these, definitely try it out. It's a lot of fun. If nothing else, just make a video of you playing trumpet. And always gets a really good reaction. Again, I use this one a lot at restaurants, and my favorite thing is to just have the noise maker in my cheek, and so I can play the trumpet, but when the kid gets the trumpet, they can't play it, and it's kind of a joke because the parents get it and the kids kind of get a little upset, but it's a funny little joke. And then if I really like the kid, at the end of the night, I'll take another noisemaker and put it in there. And then the joke's on the parents, because the whole way home, they're in the back seat playing a trumpet or a saxophone or whatever instrument I have given them. So let's see. I got through all those way fast. Hope it wasn't too fast for you guys to keep up. I had a good time teaching this class, and I can't wait to see what everybody else is going to teach. I'm going to be like you guys. I'm going to be up straight for 5 days trying to watch all these classes. So I'm really excited about that. If you need to see any more of these pictures, some of these little characters that I've made, I'll try to take a picture of these and put them on like the little baseball player or the big clown. I'll take some pictures of these, and that way you can have some good shots of these later. And if for some reason some of the video wasn't coming through, I'll try to put some instructions together on some of these designs. Big thank you to Qualatex for putting this together, because just like you guys, I've kind of been sitting at home trying to figure all this stuff out, and this has been a great break. I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody's teaching, and I can't wait to see what everybody's got going. So thanks again to Qualatex. I hate going behind Juan Gonzalez because he's amazing, so that's whatever, but that was my bad. But thanks, guys, and if there's anybody out there that takes some good pictures with these, make sure to look me up on Instagram or Facebook at Baton Rouge Balloons, and just tag me in them. I'd love to see if you guys made any of these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was awesome. There was not one design that didn't have the cuteness factor turned up to 10 there.
Yeah, they were absolutely amazing. The comments were absolutely fantastic, and the nuggets of gold were flying through the screen as well, Stephanie. So, you know, you're saying you didn't really like following Juan because he is a great twister, but you are an amazing twister as well. I mean, that the first design, the little clown, absolutely floored me.
The little clown, right?
Yeah, he absolutely floored me.
It was the I think one of that one. I loved the fire truck. I think somebody said it in the comments about they really hate doing vehicles because you get asked for a vehicle, and I would say a normal go-to. Yeah, you start thinking big, crazy sized things, and it just becomes a bit of a challenge with the time that you have. You know, it's not that you can't make it, it's just that you don't have that time. But that design is absolutely super cute, hits all the boxes, and it doesn't kill you for time, so that's awesome. Yeah.
Well, amazing.
Thanks, guys.
No, thank you.
Having me. And now he's throwing balloons.
Yeah, you're getting it's raining balloons. Thank you very much, Stephanie, and we hope to see you again sometime soon,
I can't
okay?
wait to see everybody else.
All right, you take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie. Right, okay.
So please, guys,
you need to change that one key, please.
Show Stephanie some love in the chat. I think she was amazing. I think one of the things that I really, really loved on there as well is the squeaker trick at the end for the trumpet. I love that idea of putting it into the musical instrument, but also stealing it back from the kid. So you could use the trumpet or whichever musical instrument, but the kid couldn't. I thought that was a really fantastic idea.
It was, yes.
So yeah, people are going crazy as always. Yeah, you guys are absolutely crazy. I know some of you guys have been with us since the beginning because we're getting to the end of that first 8-hour segment.
We might be chopping out a little bit there. Our servers struggling under the load of this hours of streaming.
Yeah.
So we might have to reset that a little bit, but I'm sure we'll come back absolutely fine.
So what we're going to do is it's time for us to change the stream. So what we need to do is we need to shut everything down, shut the stream down, and we're going to pop over onto the second stream. We're also going to start the next one a little bit earlier than originally planned, just because it was originally planned for an hour slot, but this one is a pre-recorded video, and it's packed full of an hour and a half.
Yep, so we're going to shut off a little bit earlier to get this all reset, ready to go for that 8 o'clock start.
So
that's the plan.
Jump off this one, head over to the other one, and if you want something to do while we need to go that full screen, I think, Dom.
Bring it up, yeah.
While it's down, we got it?
I've not got it yet, no. Where's it hiding, Keith?
I can't remember.
We might have it when we come back. 1 sec. Let me see if I can do.
But anyway, what you can do is while it's
we'll pop
down,
that on
you
anyway.
can have a little look. Stick your head out to one side there, Dom. Oh, there, and it's down the bottom. You can have a little look over onto the merch store and buy yourself some cool merch. And remember, all the profits
go to the world.
Any of the merch for the QCon convention go to the World Health Organization.
Absolutely. So thank you for being with us this long. I don't know if you've been with us from the beginning.
I know
or
some people
through.
have.
Yes, I have.
Yes. So just give us a short time while we turn everything off, do a quick reset, and then back up onto the other stream. Okay.